The guy's eyes reflected the breaking news, which reported that today at 8 o'clock in the evening, the S-rank mage Lee So-jun had died. The protagonist could not believe what was happening because he heard that an acquaintance had died, and his consciousness refused to accept such a reality. Lee So-jun fought an evil dragon that suddenly appeared in the very center of Seoul, and his battle was his last, although everyone believed in his incredible power. But how did his journey begin? After all, 25-year-old Lee So-jun debuted as a magician in 2034. The hero died while carrying out a difficult mission, and during his life resolved countless dangerous incidents, thereby earning respect. When people turned off the television, they learned of his death and were in deep shock, as they could not imagine such a tragedy. The hero, frozen in horror, said that such a thing simply could not be happening, because he considered what was happening to be impossible and completely contrary to logic. Could the main character really die at this point in the plot, when everyone was expecting the story to continue and believed in his future exploits? With a nervous laugh, he declared that it was a joke, making it clear that his mind refused to accept the tragic news as reality. Lee So-jun, whose death had just been announced on the news, seemed to people like that invincible hero who could not be imagined as dead. He was a 25-year-old genius magician whose abilities were admired by everyone, and whose destiny seemed predetermined for great achievements. And the young hero, who was followed by all of humanity, was considered a symbol of hope and strength. And no one expected such an end. But what's more important is that this is the guy's former classmate. He was the main character of the novel The Modern Wizard, in which they existed, and it was known that he was a protagonist, and therefore, his fate had to develop in a predetermined direction without such tragedies. If everything had followed the original plot, they would have had a happy ending that would have concluded the story without any unnecessary upheavals. He had believed that he would be able to return to his homeworld when the story ended. But now, such hope was rapidly fading. Unfortunately, things didn't turn out for the better, and events began to develop completely differently than he had previously expected. The boys sighed heavily, wondering why the main character was dying right now, and why the fate of the novel had suddenly changed so radically. But the most terrible thing was what would happen next, because he did not understand how the world could continue to exist. He thought he would be able to see his friends again when the affair ended, but now such a possibility seemed unattainable and almost impossible. He recalled their arguments, where they discussed whether if you possess a background character, you should either take advantage of this lucky chance or not. The hero replied that if he poked his nose in the wrong place and the main character ended up dying, then everything would end and the story would fall apart. Then a friend chimed in and asked if he really thought he would never get involved in what was happening and could stay out of it. He replied that he would have to go through all the difficulties and that it was not easy at all, since he was not sure that he could work as hard as the main character. They clinked their beer mugs and told Kim Sung that even when he was right, he still irritated them by calling him a worm in a joking manner. Suddenly, a notification came on his phone, which immediately caught his attention and forced him to distract himself from his heavy thoughts. Looking at the screen, the guy said that he had won some kind of competition, which he didn't even remember. Everyone exclaimed that it was incredible, and that he was being sent on a journey that seemed completely unexpected and amazing. They were surprised and said that this was a real stroke of luck for Kim Sun-woo, and asked when he had even managed to participate in such an event. And where does he think he will be sent? And they only asked not to say that abroad, since it sounded too sudden. And this is where the story began 7 years ago, when his life completely changed and acquired new meaning. The boy found himself in his favorite novel, The Modern Wizard, and found himself inside a world he had previously considered fictional. He snorted, saying that he couldn't believe that the plot had become so convoluted and had stopped following the usual logic. Since the original plot cannot be changed, he only operated outside the main story, trying not to disrupt key events. So where did it all go wrong, he wondered, when the TV screen suddenly lit up and caught his attention. The surprised guy came closer, asking what was happening and why the equipment was behaving so strangely. He began to peer at the screen, tilting it and trying to figure out what exactly was causing such image distortions. And then something caught his attention again, making him wary and sense impending danger. A strange glow appeared outside the window, as if the sky had cracked and the world had begun to change its structure. The guy ran closer to the window, trying to see what was happening and understand what exactly was causing such phenomena. Each time his gaze became more and more wary, since what was happening looked extremely frightening and inexplicable. The people outside the window went about their business as usual, as if nothing unusual had happened, and the sky remained normal for them. It was as if no one noticed this strange purple haze that enveloped the space and changed the surrounding world. And gradually, everyone began to dissolve, as if their existence was losing touch with reality and disappearing without a trace. The hero screamed in fear, trying to understand what was happening around him and why the world was collapsing right before his eyes. Suddenly, a red system window appeared above him, reporting a critical state of the world and a scenario violation. It announced that Lee Seo-jun had died, and all main scenarios were considered failed, which meant the end of the usual story. The scenario could not be continued, and the system declared a world reset, the last warning before destruction. As a result, it began to crack, like glass under pressure, and the world was losing its integrity before our eyes, until it shattered into pieces, turning into chaotic fragments that could no longer form the previous reality. Suddenly, loud shouts addressed to the student woke him up, realizing that someone was calling him by a status he had not heard for a long time, and this immediately alerted him. The driver angrily declared that they had already arrived a long time ago, and his irritation was so obvious that the guy immediately understood that it was not worth joking. And he apologized, but he thought to himself, because the driver had just called him a student, and this completely contradicted what he remembered about his situation. The guy was definitely in his room, so he didn't understand why he was on the bus, and this discrepancy made him feel uneasy. It seemed like the end of the world had come, and he tried to understand whether it was a dream or something else, because what was happening seemed too strange. Suddenly, the hero was blinded by bright sunlight, and he covered his eyes with his hand, trying to get used to the abrupt change in environment. And in front of him, Kim Seon-woo saw the academy he had once graduated from, and this sight gave him a strong feeling of déjà vu. The sign read, "Congratulations on the group's admission to the Korean Magic Academy in 2032. This surprised the guy, because something was clearly wrong. And if it really was 2032, then time had gone back 7 years. The protagonist screamed to himself, not believing what was happening, because something like this seemed incredible, and he could not accept the thought of such an abrupt return. He began to carefully examine his hands, trying to find confirmation that his body had really become younger than it had been just a moment ago. And with horror, he realized that he had returned 7 years ago, and this discovery made his heart beat faster. The speakers played a greeting to everyone who had entered the Korean Magic Academy, and the voice sounded the same as it had that very day. The ceremony was about to begin, and the students around him were taking their places, creating an atmosphere of excited anticipation. The guy indignantly let out a short exclamation to himself, feeling that he could go crazy from what was happening because everything seemed too real. Kim Seon-woo understood that everything was happening exactly the same as 7 years ago, and this similarity frightened him more than the situation itself. All that was left was to come to terms with the fact that he had indeed returned to the past, and now he had to go through the same path again that he had already lived. But the hero still did not understand why Lee Seo-jun died, because this event should not have happened, and he could not find an explanation for what happened. He had no reason to die, and according to the plot, he had to survive, continue his journey, and defeat all enemies, including the most dangerous ones. Crow became enraged, but this was supposed to happen according to the plot, and after a brutal battle, Lee Seo-jun was obliged to defeat him, preserving his fate. The guy thought that if this was the case, then there must be some other reason behind Lee Seo-jun's death, not provided for in the original story. He sighed heavily, admitting that he didn't know the answer, and that this lack of knowledge weighed on him more than any danger Kim Seon-woo had experienced before. The hero looked around sharply, trying to find at least something that could tell him how to proceed further. Looking at the other students, he wondered what would happen if Lee Seo-jun died again, and whether he would be able to survive a repeat of such a tragic event. Will he be sent back to the past again? Or will the world simply perish if the story's protagonist fails to survive and fulfill his role again? Kim Seon-woo understood that it was impossible to predict. But one thing was clear. Lee Seo-jun must not die. Otherwise, everything would collapse. The guy decided that this time he would take action and not allow events to develop the same way as in the previous version of the story. He clenched his fist, realizing that if he ever wanted to return to his home world, he had to intervene and change the course of events. He must prevent Lee Seo-jun's death, because this is the only way to preserve the plot and bring the story to its rightful conclusion. And to bring the novel to its conclusion, because that was precisely his new goal when Lee Seo-jun entered the classroom. Suddenly, a woman's hand appeared next to him with a phone, and the protagonist immediately realized that this was a chance to start a conversation. And the first thing you should do is take a step towards this girl to establish contact and gradually get closer to the main characters of the story in this world. The guy waved his hand at her with a slight smile, saying hello and tried to look friendly and natural so as not to scare her away. After all, we need to start getting closer to the main characters, because without the trust of these people, it will be difficult to change the future and prevent tragedy. Yu Ara, a second-year student ranked second, was one of those he needed to connect with right now to strengthen his position. She turned away and asked if they knew each other. Otherwise, why such familiarity? And her voice sounded cold. The guy froze for a moment from such a reaction, not expecting such coldness, and was confused, trying to find the words. And the girl angrily asked whether he had anything to say at all or not, showing that her patience was running out, and she did not like empty attempts to talk. Yu Ara closed her eyes and demanded that he not stare at her, as his persistent gaze was straining and causing irritation, making further communication difficult. The protagonist realized that it would not be easy, and mentally admitted that his attempt to get closer to her had failed the first time. The auditorium was full of people, and the noise of voices created a sense of chaos, making it difficult to concentrate on one's own thoughts. Afterwards, a request was made for the class leaders to come up on stage, which immediately attracted the attention of all the students present. There were already 3 of them standing there, and whispers could be heard in the hall about what kind of aura they had, and that one of them had been trained by Chairman Kim Jin-chul himself. Their talent must have been on a completely different level, since Lee Seo-jun was a second-year student and already stood out in first place in the rankings. Kim Seon-woo thought about it, because he was already famous in his student years, and he represented a typical fantasy where the main character carries everything alone. Wow, he thought, looking at the best student. Such a beauty, and her appearance caused an admiring whisper among the students. Her eyes were a magical red-pink color, and this unusual shade made her image even more memorable. Everything in the heroine's behavior was carefully calculated, even a slight smile, because her goal was to develop useful connections, and that senior had been in first place for 3 years in a row. And although you wouldn't know it, his achievements were truly impressive. But Kim Seon-woo knows almost nothing about him, because in the original story, too little time was devoted to this character. The ceiling glowed softly in the darkness, with a warm, even glow, creating a calm atmosphere that seemed a little surreal. And below, the students solemnly recited the oath. 3 people standing on the stage raised their palms and chanted the word, "We swear," in chorus. Suddenly, Kim Seon-woo noticed the girl trembling next to him, sitting too tensely, as if holding back strong emotions inside. She clenched her fist, which shook as hard as her whole body, showing how hard it was for her to maintain her inner state. And around her, flames rose. Her eyes were red with anger, and the protagonist thought to himself that everything around was getting too hot and disturbing. And he decided to try to earn a few extra points by telling the heroine that she was completely unlucky today. She snorted at him in dismay, misunderstanding what he was saying to her, as if she didn't believe that the interlocutor had actually addressed her specifically. And having heard a positive answer from Kim Seon-woo, the girl cautiously asked in what sense exactly his interlocutor thought so. The protagonist did not immediately dare to speak. He looked away, muttered something honest, and tried to find the right words. And, pointing to the stage, he calmly said that he considered the girl better than the 2 students who had already sung, reading the lyrics from a piece of paper in front of the audience. The girl frowned, said an indignant "hey," and added that the interlocutor knew nothing, decided to joke, and had never seen them in action. Kim Seon-woo awkwardly denied it, and the girl loudly shouted at him, asking where the interlocutor got all this from if he had never seen them in person. To her surprise, the guy calmly stated that he simply saw it, and that was all, showing confidence in his own feelings. He smiled, saying that he had good intuition, as if to emphasize that he relied much more heavily on his inner feelings. The heroine was silent for a while. A wrinkle appeared on her cheek, showing tension and internal struggle, and she flared up, loudly exclaiming that her interlocutor was making fun of her, although her voice was noticeably trembling from the overwhelming emotions. Kim Sun-woo scratched the back of his head, saying that it didn't work. Well, it's worth approaching it from a different angle, trying to find a softer approach to the conversation. The hero asked her if she had been worrying about the future lately, trying to understand the reason for her outbursts and anxious state. Looking at the guy's badge, she mentally asked how her interlocutor knew such personal details about her experiences. Having called the guy by his name, the heroine's eyes flashed, and she declared that she would remember what was said, no longer wishing to continue the conversation in such a manner. And the protagonist could only watch as she walked away, leaving behind a feeling of awkwardness and slight disappointment in his own words. He thought with frustration that he had screwed up from the very beginning, realizing that he had started the acquaintance completely wrong. The new semester at the Magic Academy begins with an assessment test that will determine everyone's rating. This is a familiar ritual here. The guys were nervously discussing something. One was saying, "Damn, what should he do?" The other was answering that at least he could do something, but he was definitely finished. The hero just grinned at the cute kids. His goal was to get into the top 10 in his second year and prove his abilities to the academy. Kim Seon-woo recalled that in his past life, he was offered promotion to B rank several times, but he still remained at C rank. He chuckled, realizing that it would be shameful not to produce at least an average result with such children, and said that he would show them the skills of a true professional. The first girl calmly summoned sharp ice flows, creating a cold stream of energy around herself that emphasized her confidence and strength. She quickly directed them forward, maintaining precision in her movements, controlling each ice flow and demonstrating a high level of training. And they headed towards the mannequins, who were running away, moving along a given trajectory, demonstrating her mastery of the elements and confidence. Piercing their hearts, the mannequins began to shatter into pieces, displaying the destructive power of her attack, which impressed everyone present. The students started to talk about how cool she really was, and many would have believed the words about the girl being the best in the second year. Then they announced that the second years were next to speak, and asked everyone to come forward when their name was called, maintaining order. A dark-haired girl with a flame in her hands appeared ahead, and her confident gait immediately attracted the attention of the students. Her flame shot forward with great force, creating a bright stream of fire that emphasized the power of her gift and made everyone around her watch with interest. The students' mouths dropped open, considering the girl their own age, demonstrating the confidence and skill reminiscent of a true professional. Indeed, Yu Ara's performance was simply legendary, displaying confidence, strength, precision, and composure, giving the impression of being an experienced participant. But to be honest, because of Lee So-jun, her efforts were less noticeable, since the guy was constantly attracting attention. The guy rushed forward with great force, holding a sword in his hands, and moved confidently, showing determination and concentration. The mannequins ran away, constantly looking back, as if trying to avoid the inevitable, although their movements appeared chaotic. As a result, they were pierced by one precise movement. And this action looked so confident that the observers immediately understood the level of preparation. And then they fell to the floor all at once, creating an impression of completion, as if everything that was happening had been calculated in advance. It was clear that the girl was outraged and shocked, since what was happening violated her expectations, forcing her to think about her own capabilities. And the main character glanced at her, realizing that Yu Ara was indeed quite good, and noting her efforts, despite the strong contrast with her performance. But Lee So-jun, who is practically at the level of a professional magician, always took first place from her, which makes her situation truly offensive. The protagonist suddenly heard a calm request for student Kim Seong to come up on stage, maintaining the attention of everyone present. He jumped up with satisfaction, showing that he had been waiting for such a moment for a long time, and it was finally his turn to step forward. The teachers started the discussion because one teacher supervised a first-year student last year and did not recognize him, even though he was from their group. The girl leafed through the notebook and, based on last year's notes, understood that he had a pronounced talent for enhancement magic, although now he stood empty-handed. It seemed like he had switched to manifestation magic, choosing a different path of development that required a deep understanding of mana. These were the very people who preferred to do what they liked, rather than what they were best at. The teacher in glasses froze, watching the main character, carefully assessing his every move and trying to understand how much progress he had made. She was surprised because the protagonist had just used the embodiment compression technique, demonstrating confident mastery of the complex technique. The first stage of manifestation magic was called materialization, and it was the compression of materialized mana that allowed for subtle control of the next stage. This advanced technique was called manifestation compression, and it was usually only used by veteran mages with a lot of experience. The girl's mouth fell open in great surprise, as what was happening around her seemed completely unbelievable and took her out of her usual state. The guy was also in complete shock, as what he saw violated his ideas about the norm and made him think about possible hidden reasons for what was happening. But the teacher couldn't understand how a second-year student could master such a technique. Suddenly, the protagonist calmly shot magic at the mannequins, demonstrating a confidence and control that clearly did not correspond to his status as a student. All those present froze in tense anticipation, carefully watching the development of events. But suddenly someone laughed, suggesting that he had simply collapsed from mana exhaustion, although such an explanation seemed too simple for such a situation. And the whole room started buzzing, discussing how he didn't have enough strength and why he needed materialization at all if he couldn't even properly handle projection. Kim Seon-woo turned pale as he suddenly realized the inevitability of the consequences and mentally declared that he was finally finished in this situation. A sign suddenly appeared before the protagonist's eyes, forcing him to concentrate and try to understand the meaning of what was happening. And there were more and more of them, and he couldn't understand why they were opening right now, creating a feeling of hopelessness. The protagonist could not understand the reason why these strange signs were opening right now, causing him to feel wary and perplexed. A bright moon shone calmly outside the old wooden window, creating a soft light around and filling the room with a quiet night atmosphere. And Kim Seon-woo sat on the bed and wondered why the signs opened exactly then, because the same thing happened last time. He was simply interested in understanding what exactly had changed around him and why similar events were repeating themselves again, raising new questions in him. The hero recalled his surprise as the signs stated that outsider privileges had been unlocked and the system's main scenario had begun. He saw a message about receiving the achievement for the second run, for which he was given a reward of 3,000 points. Signs circled around him, announcing the achievement of Clown Talent, for which the system also awarded a reward of 5,000 points. 232 people remembered his face, which seemed unexpected and a little alarming to the hero in the current situation. The four main characters noticed him, and the system awarded him a reward of 3,000 points for this. Kim Seon-woo thought about how he had earned 10,000 points so quickly, and now he needed to spend them wisely. Perhaps it would have been worth unlocking the outsider privileges, special rights available only to him, including the achievement of the talent with the system shutdown. In this case, points are awarded for accumulating achievements through the system, which explains why they appear at the hero's fingertips at the right moment. Points are also awarded for increasing your fame, and the points shop is considered the best part of the outsider perks among all the available options. Through this shop, you can purchase various traits, useful skills, and also rare items that the system considers especially powerful. But the hero thought that calling it a clown's talent seemed rather cruel, although the system adheres to its own evaluation criteria. At the same time, the main character forgot that he had very little mana, so he could not use his abilities yet. To be honest, he had never been the center of attention in his life, so what was happening seemed especially unusual to him. Looking at the chandelier, he tried to console himself, because he had earned enough points, so there was no need to worry again. He became curious about how strong he was now, so he decided to conduct a stat check to understand his current state. And the hero was surprised, because despite so many points earned, his characteristics remained weak and said almost nothing. Kim Seon-woo was shaking and didn't understand how he could raise his stats now, since the system didn't give any direct hints. But suddenly, the idea came to him that he could redistribute the characteristics if the system really allowed such an action. In the novel system, there are 4 branches of magical development, including strengthening, embodiment, support, and summoning, each with its own characteristics. Enhancement is essentially melee magic, and mages of this branch require a lot of energy to maintain the effectiveness of their abilities. Evocation is the creation of spells, a classic for mages who prefer to shape magic directly through structure. The summoning and support branch describe the hero's ability to summon various creatures or receive timely assistance from allies. Incidentally, Kim Seon-woo chose the branch of incarnation because he decided to cast spells as effectively as possible, striving to make a strong impression on those around him. He chuckled and realized that he needed to properly pump up his mana in order to use his chosen abilities as effectively and confidently as possible. A sign appeared in front of him, and the hero began to carefully read each line, trying to understand the meaning of all the parameters presented. It showed that another 50 people had been added, and the hero was surprised by such an unexpected increase in attention to his actions. He was shocked, because one stupid prank could bring so many points that it seemed almost unbelievable for an ordinary student. The guy showed his class, and it turned out to be not bad, no. It really looked simply amazing to everyone watching. But suddenly, a notification came that 400 people remembered his face, and the reward was 2,000 points. He shouted where so many people came from, because it turned out to be more than the number of students in the academy around. Kim Seong started receiving a lot of notifications, so he opened the chat to figure out what was going on and understand the situation. They asked who had uploaded the video of that loser from the second year taking the test today, and wrote funny comments. The main character shed a tear because he didn't think that the video of his performance would go so viral, although they really did give him points. And then, biting his tongue, he wondered if he could squeeze a little more profit out of his sudden popularity. The idea that came to him made the guy's eyes sparkle, and he felt a surge of inspiration that pushed him to further action. He began to quickly type something, thinking that all attention was now definitely focused on him and his actions. And he sang that he would be able to buy that very thing when he finally cashed in his accumulated points and got what he wanted. The next day, voices were heard saying that it was true. The one from yesterday's video seems similar, yes, they said. Humming to himself, Kim Seon-woo chuckled to himself as he enjoyed how people continued to chat around him. After all, he had been building up interest all night, and it worked, attracting even more attention to his person. Thanks to this, he raised another 5,000 points, which was a significant increase for his current level. The guy walked closer to the wooden door, trying not to make any unnecessary sounds and stay calm, and he carefully looked inside, trying to understand what was happening without attracting unnecessary attention to himself. Everyone started talking about the main character finally showing up, and someone said it was Kim Seon-woo who showed up unexpectedly. Someone's hand pointed a finger at him, indicating to the others that it was he who entered the room at that moment. It was the blonde guy who shouted at him, "Hey you!" attracting the attention of everyone in the room. The stranger began to hug the guy, reminding him that yesterday was a lot of fun, and everyone around was laughing loudly, although the guy himself felt awkward. Everyone laughed, discussing how it was possible to waste mana so unsuccessfully, and asked the guy about his family, hinting at possible bribes. It was Park In-hwan, who at the beginning of the novel was considered the main jerk, constantly creating problems and irritating those around him. The hero understood that getting involved with him would be more expensive for him, so he preferred to remain silent, trying not to provoke further trouble. He hissed that from that day on he would be calling the hero a club, and ordered him to come running at the first call. Otherwise, he would not survive here. A young man's voice was heard from behind, and Park In-hwan calmly said that what was happening should stop, showing his dissatisfaction with the situation. Lee So-jun shouted that he had told him not to touch anyone, and now he demanded that he stop immediately, maintaining a stern tone. The bullies snorted angrily and asked if So-jun, the genius the whole world was watching, had decided to play the hero at that moment. Ordinary guys like him have no choice but to obey, as resistance will only lead to more problems and a worsening of the situation. The hero's eyes sparkled, and he repeated the name Park In-hwan, showing that he had heard what was said and was ready to act decisively. Sighing heavily, the bullies slowly walked away, leaving behind a tense silence that seemed to weigh on everyone present. The heroes merely watched them go, trying to remain calm, although their gazes betrayed the worry hidden behind their outward restraint. Then Lee Seo-jun asked Kim Seon-woo if he was okay, and the hero calmly replied that everything was fine, thanking him. The hero asked if it was really Kim Sun-woo in front of him, recalling the video that had already caused a lot of talk around him. After this, the guy began to smile nervously, trying to hide his embarrassment, although his tense movements revealed his inner unease. He looked down and muttered a few words quietly, admitting that he was incredibly ashamed because the video had already spread everywhere. Lee So-jun tried to stop him, to put it mildly, so that he wouldn't worry so much, since the one who distributed the recording was to blame. And after that, with a slight smile, he said that they would definitely see each other again later, leaving a feeling of calm confidence. But suddenly the main character grabbed the guy by the shoulder, trying to stop his movement, quietly uttering a request to wait. Lee So-jun, and he hesitantly began to talk about himself, choosing his words slowly, as if he was afraid of making a mistake, mentioning that he would like to explain something. With a slight blush, Kim Sun-woo calmly announced during the dungeon exploration lesson that he proposed joining forces with him for the common good. Lee So-jun, however, stated a little nervously that he did not understand the reason for such a proposal, as he did not see any obvious benefit for himself. But the guy mysteriously replied that such cooperation would be mutually beneficial, since each of them would be able to gain advantages. The hero thought for a while, pondering the words he had heard, trying to understand the true motives of his interlocutor. And then he calmly replied that he was very sorry, because he had never considered him as a possible partner. But Kim Sun-woo explained that Lee So-jun has two reasons why he really should team up with such a person. The hero smiled slightly and said that he was ready to listen carefully to the explanation, since the situation seemed unexpected to him. Kim Sun-woo confidently stated that, firstly, he is in last place in the second-year rankings among all students. Lee So-jun laughed and remarked that this was the reason that surprised him so much. But the protagonist stated that there is a score adjustment for each group exam, and joining forces with a student who is lagging behind will improve the final score. Lee So-jun thought for a moment, realizing that the other man had meant something important, and acknowledging that there was indeed some meaning in his words. But Kim Sun-woo brought him out of his thoughts again, pointing to the number 2 with his fingers and calmly explaining that there was a second reason. This meant that Yu Ara had already included 2 extremely low-ranking students into her own team. As he knew, Yu Ara specialized in wide-range magic, and even with 2 weak partners, she confidently handled the tasks at hand. And suddenly the guy raised his fingers, showing the number 3, although he had previously mentioned only 2 reasons, which looked rather strange and unexpected. And he calmly pointed his finger at himself, demonstrating his own confidence and hinting at the importance of his participation in the upcoming matter. For someone who was in last place, he considered himself to be quite good, emphasizing that he was capable of bringing tangible benefits to the team. Lee So-jun laughed, admitting that the boy had indeed surprised him, and noting that he had managed to amuse himself with his unexpected behavior. And then he responded with a laughing expression and agreed with the proposal, after which he calmly added that they should unite. But suddenly the hero said that he had one important condition that needed to be discussed in advance before continuing the conversation. He calmly voiced the condition that he would choose the remaining participants without any outside help. The heroes shook hands, expressing mutual respect and confirming their readiness to act together. The system announced that the character Lee So-jun had shown deep interest in him, after which a signal sounded, and the reward of 2,000 points was received. Meanwhile, during the lecture, the teacher reminded that the history of magic has its roots in the 14th century, forming the basis for further research. The woman said that back then it was divided into 2 branches, not 4, as is the case in the modern classification. The rest of the students slept peacefully to the monotonous story of the teacher, gradually sinking into slumber. And she asked why this stable 2-branch system then collapsed, since the reason for such a change remained unclear for a long time. Kim Sun-woo confidently stated that the blood sword, the first magic enhancer to appear in the 18th century, was the key factor, and this turned out to be true. The protagonist understood that even for a genius like Lee So-jun, classical magic theory and complex formulas were a dark, impenetrable forest. But not for him, because his outsider privileges give him all the necessary basic information, allowing him to confidently navigate the material. He also receives explanations for it, so Kim Sun-woo feels more confident in written subjects than any other student at the academy. Everyone around was whispering, discussing him, because they did not understand the point of listening so attentively to the lesson if the hero was still in last place. Kim Sun-woo thought angrily that if someone was jealous of his success, he should respond calmly and confidently, without creating unnecessary tension. Finally, the classroom filled with soft sunlight, and the teacher said that was all for today, wishing everyone a pleasant lunch. All the students quickly jumped up from their seats and headed for the exit, discussing plans, sharing impressions, and enjoying the short break. Among them was the main character, who calmly walked behind the others, trying not to stand out and not attract unnecessary attention. But suddenly, he was called out from behind, and he slowly turned around, trying to understand who exactly had decided to address him now. Lee So-jun, smiling slightly, invited him to have lunch together, saying that since they were now a team, they should spend more time together. The tray contained delicious food, including meat, rice, sauce, soup, and fresh cucumbers, neatly arranged in small compartments. They were walking through the dining room, and the guy calmly said that there was a free place over there where they could sit comfortably and eat in peace. Suddenly, someone began actively waving at them, attracting their attention, as if he had been waiting for a long time to invite them to his table. And the hero shouted loudly to them, calling Sojun by name and inviting them to come here, pointing with his hand in the direction and smiling welcomingly. Kim Seon-woo began to wonder about what was happening around him, because this guy named Shin Yeon-jun made him wary. He was considered one of the main characters in the story, and Lee So-jun's best friend, which made the situation especially tense. If all the strongest participants gather on one team, their overall scores will inevitably drop and cause a lot of unpleasant consequences. But this time, they seem to have split in different directions, leaving a strange tension between them. Suddenly, Shin Yeon-jun shouted loudly, calling out to Kim Sun-woo and claiming that he had seen the same video that had gone viral earlier. He asked, dumbfounded, since when had the two of them started getting closer so quickly, and why it happens now? Then Lee So-jun answered him that this had happened recently, because the day after tomorrow they were going to the dungeon together. Suddenly, Sin whispered that the hero knew perfectly well that it was possible to take first place even without the last place buff, so there was no need to worry. Lee So-jun let out a heavy sigh as he noticed that Yu Ara looked like she was truly out for blood, which added to the unsettling atmosphere. He had heard earlier that she had taken 2 weaklings onto the team, which seemed to him to be a rather ruthless decision. Lee So-jun calmly suggested that everyone present simply eat, trying to lighten the atmosphere and distract his interlocutors from unnecessary thoughts. His friend replied in the affirmative that he was literally dying of extreme hunger, trying to hide his irritation with a calm expression on his face. The girl watched them closely, thinking about the strange man, trying to remember if it was really him who appeared in that mysterious video. Suddenly, the heroine suddenly appeared in front of her face, calmly speaking to So-yuna, asking why she was looking forward so intently. She replied with a slight smile that she had not looked at anything at all, trying to hide her embarrassment and return to her calm and usual appearance. But then she again involuntarily became fixated on the heroes sitting at the next table, trying to understand the reason for their strange behavior. She pondered how he had managed to become close to the elder Sojun, trying to find a logical explanation for their unexpectedly warm relationship. Suddenly, the action shifted to a spacious training hall, where a focused atmosphere of tension and movement reigned. As Kim Sun-woo summoned the incarnation magic, he thought that this time they would only be working with the amount of mana he could control. He began to call upon embodiment and projection, focusing on every movement, trying to keep the energy flows stable. He raised a whirlwind of magic, using complete control over the energy flows, creating a stable field of force around himself that emphasized his confidence. And he swiftly struck the target, directing a concentrated flow of force forward, demonstrating precision of movement and confidence. The students began to talk, noting the hero's good result, although some had doubts, but the rest admitted that he was doing much better. Before his regression, Kim Sun-woo spent points on purchasing stats, believing it was the right decision, though he later realized the limitations of this approach. At first, it seemed great, but later he saw the other side of the process, realizing that such investments had hidden drawbacks. The more you buy, the higher the price becomes, and the logic remains the same, because at a high level, it is always more difficult to develop. The guy thought about it, realizing that in the long run it would be better to use traits or items that accelerated mana accumulation. He decided to use the search function to check the available options, and soon found the right feature that could significantly enhance his further development. And then, Kim Seon-woo looked at his hand, remembering that he had a returner's watch, which accelerated the regeneration of health and mana by 200%. In this life, he sold the Master Chef and bought this, realizing that traits could be sold for points, although he was a little sad to part with it. Sitting down, he thought that thanks to the purchase of the Blessing of the Great Nature and the Watch of the Returnee, his situation had become noticeably better than before. His starting position was much better than it had been before the regression, and he clearly felt how much the situation had changed. Suddenly, the phone in the guy's pocket vibrated, and the hero immediately became wary, because such things happened extremely rarely in his life. Taking it, Kim Seon-woo thought that no one ever wrote to him, and therefore, such an event seemed rather strange to him, and he began to stare at the screen in surprise, because the message seemed unexpected, and the hero did not understand what to do now. He was invited to the chat, and he thought about it, because he didn't know anyone except Yoon Hae-young, and therefore didn't understand who could have added him there. Yoon Ha-yeon will play an important role in the story later, and she hasn't realized her abilities yet, so she's of little use right now. Lee So-jun said to write down what you specialize in, and continued that he knew it, but what if someone really didn't know? And everyone started writing. Then Kim Seon-woo also wrote that he too was an incarnation without an element, and had no intention of hiding it. And they laughed at him, because there was probably no one in the academy who didn't know about his incarnation, and such ridicule irritated him. Kim Seon-woo then decided that it was necessary to put Sojun in the center, so he was going to cover his actions during preparation. He understood that in order to take first place, he needed to overtake Yu Ara's team. So he wondered who she had taken on. Magic classes were taking place outside, and every student watched the lesson carefully, trying not to miss any important details of what was happening around them. The teacher told the student that she was focusing too much on control and forgetting about projection, so she needed to put more power into her mana. Suddenly, the dark-haired girl confidently summoned a flame, which flared brightly and obeyed her will, emphasizing her growing magical potential. Then she directed the flame at the target with all her might, trying to demonstrate confidence and concentration. The students around her began to babble, considering what they were seeing to be sheer madness, as the girl's strength seemed unexpected, striking, and completely unusual for their level. And the teacher became thoughtful, realizing that this student clearly had a talent that was becoming increasingly evident and required careful supervision. But perhaps the girl is still too young, so her magic does not yet have the necessary refinement and stability. She believed that her mana control left much to be desired, so the student needed to devote more time to training to develop resilience. But suddenly, the teacher quickly turned around at the sharp sound, as she felt an unusual movement of air. She saw a huge stream of energy that was directed confidently and evenly straight at the target, creating an impressive glow around the target. The woman thought that this was indeed very good, since such a concentration of power was rarely found in beginning students. Kim Seon-woo was delighted with his results, as he had long strived to show such a level and prove his own abilities to others. She understood that with a minimal supply of mana, he produced perfect projection and control, demonstrating amazing precision of movement. Previously, he was so fixated on materialization that he couldn't even make a normal projection, constantly losing concentration. She knew that understanding her weaknesses early on was really expensive, especially for a student of her level. And so, the teacher was touched by such results, because she saw his sincere efforts and the gradual growth of his skills. The sunset appeared outside, which meant that the lesson was over, and the students could calmly go about their business. The woman told the group that they had done a great job, noting each student's effort and their confident progress. The crowd dispersed and discussed how they could finally breathe a sigh of relief, as the lesson had been intense and the atmosphere had truly been productive. Suddenly, the teacher called out to the protagonist and said that he had worked hard and was continuing his independent training. He stopped and replied that he exercises when he has time, trying not to miss important exercises for development. The heroine smiled and asked about his mana training, asking if he did it regularly and closely monitored his progress. The guy became nervous because she noticed that his mana reserves were not up to par, and this made him a little uneasy. And with a smile, he said that he was trying his best, trying to improve control and increase his own magical potential. The woman said that this was commendable, because one must not forget about mana. The supply is small and there will be no easy path. Proudly, Kim Sun-woo shouted that he would do everything in his power and would definitely achieve his goals. Then the teacher handed over something that looked like a bracelet, saying that this item helps with mana breathing and stabilization. The hero became embarrassed and said that he didn't know whether he should accept this because he felt a slight embarrassment inside. She smiled and told him not to worry, because in front of him was just a simple E-rank training item that cost literally pennies. The protagonist joyfully expressed his gratitude, after which he promised to use the received item wisely and carefully, demonstrating responsibility. But the lesson was already completely over, so Kim Sun had to hurry and not delay in order to complete everything necessary on time. Ahead of him, the guy noticed a student who was calmly leaning against the cold wall, as if waiting for someone and not intending to leave. She angrily called out his name, showing displeasure and clearly wanting to attract the hero's attention to herself at that moment. The guy, very surprised, asked her if they could talk now, since she had previously asked him not to approach her. But suddenly the student shouted out that she had heard about his participation in the same team with Lee So-jun, which greatly interested her. She pointed her finger at him sharply, accusing the hero of trying to pick on the best student, which sounded rather rude and unpleasant. Frowning, she loudly declared that she was sorry to upset him, but first place this time would definitely be her own achievement. And turning around, the girl only threw a cold phrase after him, demanding that he wake up and stop behaving too carelessly and relaxed. But Kim Sun-woo only exhaled heavily, wondering why she was always so touchy and harsh in her words. There were a lot of people on the street on Thursday morning, creating a noisy atmosphere, but everyone stood in groups and was in no hurry to go anywhere. The main character ran to his team in a great hurry, trying not to be late and not to let the rest of the group members down. Lee So-jun smiled warmly at everyone, saying that it was their first time together, and then suggested that they give it their all and show their best skills. The girl jumped up joyfully, uttering a short interjection, and confidently declared that they would definitely try and show a worthy result. But suddenly one of the heroes grinned and remarked that their team looked rather strange, which caused a slight tension among the participants. He added that one of them ranks first and the other is in last place, creating an unusual contrast within the group. And he continued speaking, raising an eyebrow, asking the hero if he could really cope, since last time he couldn't even cast a spell. Kim Sun-woo just thought about what was said silently, admitting to himself that what he heard really did sound like a blow below the belt and was unpleasant. Suddenly, another student jumped forward, declaring that everything was not so bad because So-jun had taken the hero under his wing and would protect him. But Kim Sun-woo knew perfectly well that he had no intention of sitting on So-jun's neck, and so he kept his thoughts to himself calmly. And then he turned his attention to Yoon Hae-young, realizing that her moment of glory would not come soon. Although she tried to remain confident, the hero noted that the team's composition turned out to be completely different from last time, and perhaps this happened because he joined. But he was concerned about whether their team would be truly effective in the lesson, since the overall outcome of the study depended on the coordination of their actions. The man waved at the students to attract their attention and calmly said that he would now explain in detail the rules of exploring the dungeon to everyone present. He explained that classes would be held twice, in the morning and after lunch, and since this was the first day, they would only be exploring the first level. The man then said that he would further explain how their scores for the study were calculated so that everyone understood the importance of accuracy and teamwork. He noted that, firstly, the speed of the cleanup is taken into account, and the faster they finish, the more bonus points each participant can receive. Secondly, the adjustment for the difference in ranks is taken into account, and the more low-ranking participants there are relative to the leader's rank, the more personal points. His eyes sparkled as he finally got around to explaining the contribution, as the artificial dungeon used a special performance evaluation system. He said participants receive extra points based on how much they contributed to the team's success, and safety comes first. The entire process was visible to multiple cameras, which recorded every action of the participants so that teachers could monitor the progress of the lesson. Teacher Chan waved to the faculty, saying that he had just sent all the students to class and that they could now observe. And when he was asked to place a bet, he laughed, saying that of course there was interest, because everyone would confidently bet on Yu Aru. Some excitedly stated that they were betting on the 7th team, believing that it would show a decent result despite the inexperience of some of the participants. But the bespectacled teacher paused, assessing the situation and analyzing the team's strengths and weaknesses before making her own choice. And she announced that she was betting on the 3rd team, led by Lee So-jun, believing that their strategy might be more thoughtful. The teacher waved it off, saying that while both So-jun and Ara had recruited weaklings for their teams for the sake of bonus points, their approaches were completely different. She thought about it, noting that the amplifiers were designed for one-on-one combat, and therefore it was difficult for them to deal with groups of enemies without support. The teacher calmly stated that it was worth looking at Yu Aru, who specialized in wide-range magic. She was already halfway up the 1st floor. The woman smiled slightly, saying that she still believed in the strength of the underdogs, and so they could only wait and see whose bet would play out more accurately. At this time, Lee So-jun simply calmly chopped down the rats, moving forward without unnecessary haste, because it was important for him to maintain a rhythm and not waste his energy in vain. Thanks to their well-coordinated movements, the team moved forward confidently, remaining calm and maintaining a steady pace. They were determined, and with a sincere smile, they shouted loudly, "Let's go!" encouraging each other and creating a feeling of confidence within the whole team. 2 of the students were chatting, discussing what they had seen, and saying that So-jun was a really cool fighter. And then they remembered that they were already halfway through the level. They were thinking and asking each other who they thought would be the boss of the 1st floor. Maybe a rat or maybe a dog would appear unexpectedly. The girl thought for a moment and said that this was a boss after all, and shouldn't he be at least a little stronger than the normal opponents around him? And then she asked Sonu what he thought and who would be there. And he calmly replied that it would be a giant wolf. Suddenly, one of the students turned around, asking how he knew about the giant wolf. And the protagonist snorted and said that he had his own sources. The student laughed, saying that the guy was a pathological liar, although his voice sounded more like friendly mockery than a real accusation. While Kim Sun-woo was getting angry, another student started sticking out his tongue and saying that he didn't know and asked him to stop annoying him right now. Lee So-jun approached them with a smile and calmly said, "Guys, don't fight," and suggested that they just move on without further ado. And the heroes began to move forward, maintaining confidence and supporting each other so as not to lose momentum and not be distracted by minor misunderstandings. But suddenly, a sharp command was heard to stand, and everyone instantly stopped, feeling that something really important had happened and required attention. One of the heroes chuckled and said that their captain was really scared, although his voice sounded more like a joke than doubt. But the reason soon became clear, because there really was something strange lying on the floor, and it attracted the attention of the entire assembled team. They thought and said that it looked like a magic circle, but no one understood what kind of magic it was and how dangerous it was. Everyone started whispering and asking why he was here and if it wasn't dangerous, since things like this don't usually happen by chance. They said it was impossible that something truly dangerous had been planted on the students and hoped that the situation would be simple. Kim Seon-woo squatted down and said that everything was fine, and he just wanted to take a closer look at the magic circle in front of him. He looked at it for a few minutes, then chuckled and said it was just a normal barrier, although the others doubted his words. Behind him, the bullies began to complain and ask how someone like Kim Seon-woo could possibly understand such a complex magical structure. Extending his hand, the protagonist realized that he had seen this barrier in a past life, and therefore recognized its structure without a doubt. And his hand began to fill with the blue power of this barrier, creating a feeling of calm and confidence inside his entire body. One of the students, gritting his teeth, said that he also knew about this in advance, although his voice did not sound very confident. Others began to ask what to do next, and said that they could not pass, which meant they would have to go back or look for another way. Taking out a sword that glowed with golden magic, Lee So-jun said to go forward, and that he would try to cut through the barrier in front of them. His eyes flashed the same bright color as the magic around him, giving the impression of confidence and inner strength. The guy was determined and made a swift swing, showing that he was ready to put in maximum effort to destroy the barrier. He ran closer and closer to the barrier, and a hole actually formed in it, which gave hope to the whole team. The other students noticed with delighted smiles that he was succeeding and began to rejoice at the team's first success. But everything started to get overgrown, and they got upset, saying that it almost worked. And they really thought that it would work completely. Lee So-jun thought for a moment and said that it seemed like, with the right approach, they could overcome the barrier if they tried harder. The guy behind him asked if this was his moment to shine, and looked very excited about the opportunity to prove himself in front of everyone. Rolling up his sleeves, revealing his muscles, he declared that he was supportive and ready to help as much as he could. Reaching out his hand towards the magic circle, he asked for a little time to figure out the structure of the barrier. And finally, he placed his hand completely on the barrier, and it began to glow with a soft light that gradually intensified. His face changed to one of surprise, and he said that it was quite difficult and that the work would take a long time ahead. He continued, saying that he would try to do it faster in about 40 minutes. And at that moment, the student's hand was suddenly grabbed. Then Kim Seon-woo calmly assured everyone that he would destroy the barrier himself and asked the others to step back a little. The hero pulled back and said what Kim Seon-woo thought, although his voice sounded genuinely concerned for his comrade. The protagonist calmly placed both hands on the magic circle and concentrated completely on the process of destruction. It began to glow rapidly, and everything around was filled with blue rays, creating a feeling of powerful magical energy. The system announced that the outsider privilege's unique trait was being activated, and new symbols appeared around. Various letters began to appear in front of him, and the system again announced that it was beginning to decode the magic formula. He began to select the right letters, ignoring the rest, and focusing on the correct sequence of symbols. Kim Seon-woo's eyes sparkled, and he said that the Korean Magic Academy was clear, and he had grasped the essence completely. Many letters began to simply crumble around him, creating the feeling of the old magical structure disintegrating. And the word from the hieroglyphs was composed completely, forming the key element that was required to destroy the barrier. The circle began to fill with another, softer light, which gradually displaced the previous aggressive magical energy. And the barrier in front of the students began to rapidly collapse, like water flowing through space, creating a passage. Turning to the team, the protagonist smiled sweetly and declared that he had succeeded, and the path was now clear. The others were shocked and couldn't believe that everything actually worked so quickly and effectively, causing them to express genuine admiration. The system announced that Lee So-jun's character was amazed by them, and now his attitude had changed, adding an unexpected element of recognition to the team. Lee So-jun's interest level in them reached the first level, and the 5,000-point reward was given to the entire team without delay. The guy was surprised and asked what kind of interest level system this was, when suddenly a black paw with sharp claws appeared in front of them. A wolf stood on the steps, illuminated by a red light, and its presence immediately created tension among all the assembled students. It was the boss of the first floor, a giant wolf who looked at them with predatory confidence and readiness to attack. The others became nervous and said that he was right, and everything turned out exactly as Kim Seon-woo had said earlier. But the monster wasted no time and rapidly advanced on its opponents, demonstrating its speed and danger without the slightest hesitation. There was no pity or fear in Lee So-jun's eyes, only determination and self-confidence. He cut down the monster in one motion, demonstrating incredible strength and precision that amazed everyone watching. He showed no emotion other than cold calm, and looked as if such situations were familiar to him. The student exclaimed in admiration that this was their Lee So-jun, and that he was taking down the boss like an ordinary mob without much effort. The huge stone gates began to open heavily, creating a loud sound and opening the way to the exit of the dungeon. As everyone was leaving, the girl joyfully exclaimed that it was finally all over, and the tension gradually eased from the team. They were met by a teacher who said, "Great job, team," and informed them that they had taken second place in the first week. And in first place was the 7th team, which cleared the dungeon 30 minutes faster than the other participants. Lee So-jun smiled and said that it was Yu Ara's team, looking as if he had expected this result in advance. Everyone started looking at their phones and were surprised, saying that Yu Ara is a monster, and 4 hours and 11 minutes is incredible. They said they were only 2 minutes ahead of third place, and that at this rate they could be overtaken at any moment. The hero smiled, thanking Sun and saying that they got second place thanks to him quickly removing the barrier in front. He said that if Sonu hadn't removed the barrier so quickly, They would have been stuck there for a long time and lost time. And when Lee Seo-jun said that he had screwed up, the girl replied that he hadn't done anything like that, and that they had only come this far thanks to him. Then the main characters stopped them, saying, "That's enough. This is only the first week on the first floor, and nothing is over yet." A female voice was heard from behind him calling out to Kim Sun-woo, drawing the entire team's attention to the new man. He turned around to see the support instructor looking at him confidently and waiting for his reaction. With a confident look, she declared that she had come to propose to him, and she had no intention of backing down from her intention. She then exclaimed that Kim Sun-woo should transfer to the support faculty immediately, showing her persistence. But the guy just froze in surprise and asked again, "Excuse me?" Although he looked completely uninterested. There was no interest in his gaze, and he coldly stated no, showing the firmness of his decision. She got nervous and said, "Wait, you're refusing without even listening," and asked to give her a chance to explain. She said that with her authority, she could get him a special scholarship of 50 million won without any problem. But when the hero refused, the other team members asked Kim Sun-woo if he was crazy and why he refused. They said that he had trouble with incarnation anyway, and in his place they would have died out without a second thought. A girl approached them and asked if he really wouldn't change his mind, and she looked genuinely concerned about his decision. She explained that this was a scholarship for talent, and such offers don't just appear without a reason. Everyone around started whispering and asking what was going on, and if it was really Yu Ara who had approached them. Kim Seon-woo smiled and said that he appreciated the offer, but he was a manifestation mage to the core and had no intention of changing his path. This outraged the heroine, and in confusion she raised an eyebrow, showing her surprise at his categorical refusal. The stone building was illuminated by a clear sky in which white doves were flying, creating a calm atmosphere around. One of the students walked along the balcony, enjoying the view and not suspecting that an unexpected meeting awaited her. Suddenly, something unusual caught her red-pink gaze, and she stopped to take a closer look at what was happening. A student was visible ahead, and she immediately became curious about who it could be and why he was here, attracting her attention with his unexpected appearance. The protagonist noticed that there was someone behind him and turned around to see who was watching him, trying not to show his surprise. With a beaming smile, the student greeted the boy, calling him Sunbae Kim Sinuk, although she misspelled his name, not noticing her small mistake. But he rolled his eyes and said that he was Kim Sun-woo, not Kim Sinuk, showing slight irritation and making it clear that such mistakes tired him. The girl apologized and asked why he was cleaning, and the hero replied that it was dirty, and he decided to clean up, considering it a normal and necessary thing. She admiringly declared that he was such a good boy, Sunbae, and looked impressed by his efforts, as if such neatness seemed rare to her. And then she waved at him and said, "Keep up the good work," showing her friendliness and trying to support him with a simple but nice gesture. She turned away, rolling her eyes and thinking what a pointless exercise it was, although she remained outwardly friendly, not wanting to show her true attitude. Finally, Kim Sun-woo got the achievement and thought with a grin that she would be surprised to know that he cleaned for the Fairy Cleaning Lady achievement. Having picked up the bucket of water, the main character calmly said that the cleaning was finished, and now he could finally do something more enjoyable. And when the hero was leaving, humming something, a male silhouette appeared behind him, as if someone had been waiting for the right moment to appear unnoticed. It was an unfamiliar guy, secretly and with a slight smile watching Kim Seon-woo, as if he was interested in every move of the hero. In the classroom, the teacher was saying that there were many types of monsters in the world, and his voice sounded calm, as if he was used to explaining such things to students. He pointed to the projection on the board, saying that there were humanoids, animals, flying creatures, for every taste, but always dangerous in different situations. The teacher noted that the Maine Coonhounds were considered the most dangerous of them all, and emphasized this in a particularly serious tone, showing the importance of their nature. He then turned to the audience, asking if anyone knew why they were so dangerous, waiting for an answer and carefully watching the students' reactions. Kim Seon-woo immediately replied that except for the moments when they dropped their disguise or became enraged, they were indistinguishable from humans. The man smiled, speaking correctly. They feed on human blood and control monsters. They are the root of evil and have penetrated deep into our society. Since they have no physical differences from humans, civilians cannot identify a main without special equipment. But the main's eyes turn black. The main character nervously clenched his fists in his pants, remembering the mains, and thought that this weekend would definitely be the weekend when the episode with the first appearance of the main would happen. In this part of the story, Lee Seo-jun, while still a student, confidently defeats the main character, and again attracts significant attention from the people around him. Kim Seon-woo thought about what was happening and decided that Seo-jun was capable of handling the situation on his own, although the situation still required a cautious approach. But just in case, he should check in advance whether nothing could really threaten his safety in the near future, and on his further journey. If the protagonist wanted to spend time with Seo-jun, he needed money. So he thought about possible ways to get it quickly. The stone columns around him were illuminated by a soft light that penetrated the deep darkness and created a calm atmosphere around the guy. The guy was in a state of complete zen, and a magic circle was shining in his stomach, filling the space with an even light and creating a feeling of harmony. He illuminated the space around him as the system reported that his mana had increased by 0.2 thanks to the blessing of the Great Nature. The notification sound rang out, and the Great Nature's blessing mastery increased by 12%, which noticeably lifted the mood. The boy stretched joyfully, realizing that his training was beginning to pay off and was bringing tangible benefits for the further development and strengthening of his skills. He had accumulated quite a lot of mana, but suddenly something unusual caught Kim Seon's attention, causing him to become wary and look around carefully. He received a notification that the active effect of the Great Nature's blessing trait had been unlocked, and he could use the Great Nature's heart. He smiled, because he knew that purchasing the blessing of the Great Nature was the right decision, and now brought him tangible benefits and confidence. Kim Seon-woo was filled with pride, realizing that he could freely use this whenever he needed to, because he was truly made for manifestation magic. But suddenly, he remembered the words of the teacher who demanded that Kim Seon-woo immediately transfer to the support faculty. And he did not delay the decision. The guy lay down on the floor and thought, realizing that the money from the scholarship would be very useful and could solve several of his current problems. Then the hero sat up and looked at the bill, which showed 30,800 won. Because students are always broke, and he needed to find an answer to the question of how he could quickly make some money without exposing himself to excessive risk. Going into dungeons to hunt monsters and sell loot seemed too dangerous an activity for him in his current situation and condition. All that remained was to conquer the tower, and the main character could pull the towers of low difficulty. But for now, he remained an ordinary student. Since he was a minor, he would not be issued a license, and therefore, it was necessary to come up with another way to get around this restriction. Then the guy began to rack his brains, trying to come up with a suitable solution, because the situation required quick and thoughtful action. A brilliant idea came to him, which amazed him so much that he even exclaimed in unexpected inspiration, feeling a surge of confidence. The night sky was filled with stars, creating a calm atmosphere around, and it seemed as if space itself was watching the events taking place. The man sitting in the chair asked the teacher if he had seen their student today, as his behavior had recently been of particular interest. The bespectacled teacher's ears lit up when she heard that it was Kim Sun-woo from the second year, and her mood noticeably improved. Another teacher also drew attention to the words, noting that he came to the academy early in the morning to clean up and help the staff. The man with the books noted that Sonu was very attentive in theory, responded actively, and that his attitude towards studying was truly commendable. The woman proudly stated that these are exactly the kind of guys who study at their faculty of incarnation, emphasizing the high level of discipline and diligence of the students. And she grinned, hinting at her colleague, because someone was trying to lure away their student, although she always believed that Sonu would not fall for such a thing. In any case, it was a great relief, because they have such a diligent and decent student who commands respect from teachers and others. The protagonist began to think about what would happen if he stopped being a student, because such a decision could completely change his path. And with a confident smile, he declared that he was a true genius, emphasizing his own confidence and demonstrating his readiness for any challenge. Suddenly, he received a notification about the achievement Favorite Student, and the reward of 2,000 points noticeably lifted his mood and increased his motivation. A notification sound announced the entrance to the glasses store, The search function was activated, and the hero immediately made a purchase for 10,000 points. The guy started laughing evilly and thinking that now he needed to recoup his investment and earn some extra money at the same time, attracting the attention of others with his behavior. On Saturday morning, the tower was especially brightly lit by the sun, creating a sense of solemnity and emphasizing the importance of the upcoming events for the protagonist. The protagonist was met by a gloomy security guard in a white shirt who looked tired, but continued to perform his duties with his usual sternness. The man mechanically asked him to provide a magician's license, without looking up and continuing to follow the established verification procedure. Kim Seon-woo began rummaging through his pocket, trying to appear calm, although inside he felt a slight tension due to the importance of the moment. And then, with a slight smile, he handed him the license, demonstrating confidence and hoping that his disguise would work without the slightest suspicion. Indeed, it was a license. And there was a photo of a guy on it, but he was wearing unusual glasses, which slightly changed his appearance. The man merely raised one eyebrow suspiciously, carefully examining the document, although outwardly he continued to maintain his calm and usual sternness. He then held the license up to a special device for verification, waiting for confirmation of authenticity, as such procedures were mandatory. At that moment, Kim Seon-woo's eyes began to spin hypnotically, creating a magical effect that was supposed to help hide his identity. And the device declared the 25-year-old S-rank mage Kim Jin confirmed, which completely satisfied the guard and removed all his doubts. The security guard, returning the license, said that he was pleased to meet Mr. Kim Jin-woo, demonstrating respect and professional courtesy. The protagonist admitted that he knew that he would not be exposed, but he was still scared to death because the situation was too tense. It was a new identity he had bought at a glasses store a few days earlier, and it now served as a reliable disguise for him. The licenses of magicians in this world were special, as they contained a unique magical formula, making it completely impossible to forge them. Moreover, Kim Seon-woo even wore glasses with an enchantment that changed the color of his eyes, and his disguise looked truly flawless and well thought out. The protagonist entered the tower, feeling a slight sense of trepidation, as trials lay ahead that could bring both benefits and serious difficulties. And looking at his watch, he immediately thought about clearing the tower and then heading to the Han River without wasting any time. As he continued to move forward, the hero realized that Lee So-jun would fight the main character at 9:30, so he needed to act as quickly as possible. A loud voice announced that Mr. Kim Jin-woo was welcome to the testing tower, and his appearance was registered by the system without delay. A glowing magic circle appeared ahead, and the voice continued to announce that there were 27 floors available for him to traverse. When Kim Seon-woo stepped on the circle, he was asked which floor he wanted to move to, offering him the choice of the appropriate difficulty level. After the guy announced the 10th floor, the system warned that it had already been cleared, and that replaying it would reduce the quality of the reward. But he only smiled, because it didn't matter, since his real goal was located elsewhere and required determination. Portals were a convenient means of travel that were present in every tower, and the hero had already become accustomed to using them without hesitation. The strength of the monsters and the difficulty of the traps varied from tower to tower, so it was necessary to remain cautious and carefully assess the situation. The tower was teeming with traps and high-level magical formulas, creating a dangerous environment where any mistake could lead to serious consequences. There was a side story called the Tower of Trials, and many mages studied its features, trying to uncover the hidden secrets. The voice announced that the protagonist had arrived on the 10th floor, and the space around him instantly changed, becoming darker. A multitude of red eyes appeared in front of him, watching his every move closely, creating a sense of impending danger. Most guilds avoided this place due to its unusual difficulty, as even experienced mages preferred not to take unnecessary risks. And now a ferocious, multi-eyed wolf was running towards Kim Sun, demonstrating aggression and readiness to attack without the slightest delay. While fighting back, the guy thought that the monsters appearing here were quite weak, but still required attention and precise calculation of actions. The system announced that he had earned the first hunt achievement, and the 1,000-point reward was a pleasant acknowledgement of his efforts. The floor was strewn with traps and barriers with complex formulas, and it seemed that this tower was created especially for the main character. Looking at his watch again, he decided that he had more than enough time to clear it completely and accomplish what he had planned. And moving on, He asked a rhetorical question about whether he would continue on his journey, since there were many challenges ahead that required concentration. Meanwhile, a large crowd of people had gathered by the Han River, creating a noisy atmosphere, and it seemed as if everyone was waiting for an important event to begin. The guys were surprised, noting how many people had come, because the festival hadn't even started yet, and such a number of people seemed unexpected. A friend offered to take a photo with Lee So-jun, but the guy didn't understand why it was necessary, because he didn't attach any importance to such things. The hero just smiled, explaining that photographs create memories, and such moments are worth preserving to remember with warmth later. A friend began to count to 3, and a bright flash lit up the space, capturing the moment and leaving a slight aftertaste of surprise. The action shifted back to the testing tower, where Kim Seon-woo was, continuing his journey and facing new obstacles. Ahead, he saw a fragment of a magic crystal, and decided that today he was really lucky, because such finds were rare. Picking it up, the protagonist grinned, realizing that the find would cover his bus fare, and this was a pleasant bonus. As he probed the wall, Kim Seon-woo began to think that the necessary mechanism must be somewhere nearby, and he continued to carefully examine the surface. And suddenly, he found a hidden area, after which everything around began to shine with a golden light, illuminating the space and creating a feeling of discovery. There was much more light than he expected, and this caused him genuine surprise, because such phenomena were rare. That's why the protagonist's face was covered in genuine surprise, because he didn't expect such a powerful reaction from a simple touch of the wall. And the system announced that he had received the Barrier Breaker achievement, and the reward of 2,000 points became a pleasant confirmation of his success. The voice announced that he had entered the hidden floor of the Inner World Testing Tower, and the air around him was filled with mysterious mana. He earned the Mystery Explorer achievement, and the 5,000-point reward was another step towards enhancing his abilities. Suddenly, the boy heard a voice directed directly at him, calling him a contender for the testing tower, which increased the tension. It was a statue of a girl that shone with a soft light and spoke to him, creating the feeling of a living presence. She asked if he could prove his strength, offering to take a test that would reveal his true abilities. Kim Seon-woo gasped at the blinding light and stepped back slightly, trying to adjust to the brightness and regain his concentration. Little stars began to appear above the beautiful flowers, gradually gathering into intricate patterns above the ground. From these stars emerged identical little fairies who giggled quietly, creating an atmosphere that was both cute and eerie. The hero's eyes widened, because in front of him were flower fairies, known for their unusual behavior and unpredictability. They were only S-rank monsters, so they weren't considered particularly strong, although they could cause some trouble. The fairies did not look cute, as they had white eyes and sharp fangs, creating a frightening contrast with their small bodies. But they lost their composure when they saw a person, and this gave the hero an advantage, allowing him to act faster and more accurately. 9. Suddenly, a rapid stream of magic flew at one of the fairies, and she did not have time to react, becoming the first target of his attack. After all, the main character knew that in a fight with them, speed was everything, and hesitation could lead to undesirable consequences. He shouted at them to try to hit at least one, provoking them into action and testing his own reaction and dexterity. The fairies looked frightened because he acted too quickly, and they did not have time to react to his rapid movements. Kim Seon-woo slowly leaned towards the glowing magic circle, which gradually began to fill with a soft light, as if reacting to his approach. He thought that even if he killed every fairy here, he still wouldn't be able to get past this difficult and frightening floor. With his trait, he understood that this would not confirm anything, and the situation became more and more tense, making him more nervous. Suddenly, a system window appeared in front of him, where the unique feature of the outsider privilege began to activate, causing him surprise. The interpretation of the magical formula began, and many tiny letters came together to form a complex pattern that he was trying to understand. The circle began to fill with blue fire around it, creating the feeling that the space nearby was becoming denser and heavier. The statue began to echo, and a voice could be heard demanding confirmation of the action, as if testing his resolve. For a while, Kim Seon-woo stared at the letters, trying to understand the meaning of what was happening and make the right decision. And then, with a slight smile, he replied, confirming, "Okay, showing that he was ready to continue despite his doubts. He thought that his trait was like a formula, and therefore he should use it as efficiently as possible. He had received all his abilities as an outsider, and now he understood how important it was in the current situation. The system reported that he had received an achievement recognized by the Trials Tower, and the reward was 10,000 points. The Tower of Trials bestowed its blessing upon him and added the adaptive trait Tower Trials Rank D. Also received was the Soul of the Red Dragon, a magic book, sacred herb seeds, and 5 sacred herb itself. The main character rejoiced and received even more mana plus 5, and the speed of mana recovery increased by 20%. The voice congratulated him, informing him that he had successfully cleared the hidden floor of the inner world, and it sounded triumphant, as if the tower itself was acknowledging his achievement. A multitude of bright fireworks appeared in the sky, and someone said that it looked like something important was beginning, creating an atmosphere of anticipation and tension. Suddenly, Lee Seo-jun showed his phone screen to his friend, trying to draw his attention to a strange detail that immediately caught his eye. But he didn't understand what was happening, repeating that it was their photo and asking what was special about it, not noticing the obvious. Then, Lee Seo-jun asked to take a closer look, because a stranger was visible from behind, causing anxiety and a feeling of impending danger. The friend continued to stare at the screen in shock, trying to comprehend what he saw and understand why it was causing Lee Seo-jun such anxiety. And he shouted that these eyes could not be real because this was Maine, and his voice trembled with fear and shock. The protagonist noticed the man's strange gait, noticing unnatural movements that could not belong to an ordinary passerby. It was only almost 10:30 in the morning, and this time seemed too early for such frightening events. Looking out the window, Kim Seon-woo didn't understand what was going on, and the feeling of anxiety grew stronger, forcing him to peer warily into the street. And he didn't understand why Lee Seo-jun was still not there, because the situation was becoming more and more alarming, and the wait only increased his internal anxiety. Suddenly, a strange dark silhouette stopped, as if listening to something, and its stillness looked too frightening for an ordinary passerby. And the monster mane turned towards him with red eyes and an open mouth, creating a feeling of imminent threat and impending disaster. Kim Seon-woo understood that this was an event from the main plot, and if he interfered without reason, he could completely ruin the important scenario. A man approached the monster covered in red magic, trying to figure out if the man was okay, and not noticing the mortal danger nearby. He asked if the man was okay, not realizing that he was standing too close to a creature that could kill him in an instant. The protagonist's face was covered in horror, because he understood that the situation was getting out of control, and there was almost no time left to think. And a lot of blood began to drip onto the grass, creating a terrible picture that made everyone around freeze in fear. The boy's face was covered in blood from his nose and mouth, and he could barely stand on his feet, not understanding what was happening. And the monster pierced his heart mercilessly and quickly, without showing the slightest hesitation, leaving all the witnesses in complete shock. Nothing passed across his face, and his eyes remained just as empty, creating a feeling of a complete loss of humanity and an overwhelming predatory rage. The hero was thrown back by the powerful impact, not even having time to understand what had happened, and pain pierced his body almost immediately. It was clear that he would not survive, because the wound was too deep, and those around him understood the inevitability of a tragic outcome. Suddenly, everything began to spin like a whirlwind, and the air around began to tremble, creating the feeling that reality itself was beginning to distort. And Maine tore off his clothes, revealing a huge, pumped-up body that looked frightening and completely unnatural for an ordinary person. Behind him stood a pale, frightened girl, not understanding what to do, and her trembling hands betrayed great fear. And as luck would have it, he turned to her, as if choosing his next target, and his gaze became more and more dangerous. The crowd started shouting, pointing at him, saying that it was Maine and he was angry, and panic instantly spread all around. People shouted to call the emergency services quickly, realizing that the situation was getting out of control and required immediate intervention. Running closer, Kim Seon-woo understood that this was not the time to hesitate, because any delay could cost someone their life at this moment. Looking at the frightened characters, he decided that the plot did not matter, because these were living people standing in front of him, and their safety was more important than any rules. People were more important, he thought, knowing that any delay could lead to tragedy, and the responsibility lay heavily on him. A male voice was heard saying that they checked the photograph and that these were definitely Main's eyes, which only increased the tension around them. It was Jung Hyun-soo, a Special Forces agent from the Magic Association, and his confidence gave the impression that the situation was under control, even though it wasn't. He asked the guys, telling them to confirm that the photo was taken nearby, as this could help determine the location of the monster. He sighed, saying that things were bad. Because of all the days, Maine had chosen the day of the festival, when there were an incredible number of people on the streets. The more blood they drink, the stronger they become, he said. And these words made everyone around them feel increasing fear and helplessness. Lee So-jun noticed that there had just been a huge surge of mana, and his voice trembled, as this meant that a serious threat was approaching. The agent rushed forward, saying that it was definitely him, and calling on everyone to follow him as delay could lead to new casualties. People froze and watched in horror what was happening, not understanding what to do, and fear paralyzed their movements, turning the crowd into a motionless mass. And they didn't understand what the guy behind them was doing, because the place seemed too dangerous, and every step he took looked reckless, causing alarm in everyone watching. The trembling girl begged to be saved, barely holding her voice, and the fear in her eyes clearly showed that she was almost losing hope. And at that very moment, the monster swung his arm, preparing to deliver the fatal blow. And the tension around reached its limit, forcing everyone to hold their breath. Suddenly, a heavy table flew at him, knocking him out of the trajectory of the blow. And this unexpected intervention saved the girl from certain death. The protagonist exhaled, realizing that he had escaped with an escape, because the table had indeed saved the situation, and he felt a brief sense of relief before a new wave of danger. But damn, he switched to them, and now the monster's rage was directed specifically in their direction, making the situation even more critical. This Maine was at least rank B, and the hero understood that he would run into trouble and die like a dog if he made even the slightest mistake. So he channeled all his mana, gathering his strength into one precise action, because he might not have another chance. And Kim Sun-woo was going to hit the weak spot, hoping that precision and speed would help at least slightly reduce the threat. The Maine stopped in rage, his muscles tensing as if he was ready to tear apart anyone who got close enough. Kim Sun-woo peered ahead nervously, trying to catch the slightest movement of the monster, because any delay could lead to a fatal mistake. And a monster turned to look at him, half of whose face was simply burned off, and this terrible appearance only intensified the feeling of impending disaster. But he seemed not to care, and his teeth spread into a fierce smile, showing that the pain had no power over him. The guy nervously realized that, damn, he had screwed up, because the blow was not accurate enough, and now the situation was becoming even more dangerous. He hadn't completely destroyed the brain, and the realization made his heart clench as the monster only grew more furious. And he had no choice but to run away from the enraged Maine, realizing that a direct fight now would be a suicidal decision. But the monster was too fast and pounced on him, closing the distance with frightening speed as if enjoying the hunt. And the hero just smiled, saying that he wanted to save it, but there was no choice. And the determination in his eyes grew stronger. The activation of the Great Nature Heart's effect began, and energy rapidly filled his body, strengthening every movement and accelerating his reactions. For 1 minute, his mana regeneration rate is increased by 1,000%, turning him into a nearly unstoppable force capable of dealing damage. The guy understood that even if he couldn't kill him in 1 minute, he could at least take off half of his health using every drop of enhanced mana. At least it will take off half of his health, he thought, gathering his strength, because hesitation could lead to the monster completely regaining its advantage. Numerous magical balls flew at the monster, and each blow left new burns on its body, gradually slowing its movements and reducing its rage. He quickly jumped down, trying to escape the attack, and his reaction showed that he was still an extremely dangerous opponent. But the protagonist launched the same balls at the monster again, not giving it time to recover and forcing it to constantly dodge. Maine tried to fight them off, but the speed of the spells was too high, and each new hit knocked the last of his concentration out of him. But Kim Seon-woo just laughed, telling him to try to block, as he was deliberately increasing the pressure, not allowing the monster to seize the initiative. The protagonist said that he was aiming only for the head, and his voice sounded confident, showing that he was not going to back down. Main began to growl angrily, feeling the attacks becoming more dangerous and his rage turning into a desperate attempt to survive. The guy was happy, thinking that it would be great if he continued in the same spirit, because the monster was gradually losing strength and becoming less stable. But suddenly the magic began to simply dissolve, disappearing into thin air, and he realized that the enhancement was ending and his strength was rapidly declining. He realized with a start that the minute had already passed, and now his body was becoming normal again, deprived of its former power and speed. An enraged and burnt monster began to approach him, moving confidently and heavily, as if the pain only increased its rage. And Kim Seon-woo knew that at this rate he couldn't hold him back any longer, because his mana was almost exhausted and his blows were becoming weaker. But he didn't have time to do anything, because the main's head suddenly flew up, and behind him stood an agent holding a bloody sword. The protagonist froze in amazement, not believing that everything had ended so abruptly, and his heart could not calm down for a long time. And on the ground, the monster was already lying in pieces, and the sight of this spectacle caused a mixture of horror and relief in everyone around. Sheathing his sword, the man declared that the target had been neutralized, his calm voice sounding confident, as if such situations were familiar to him. He came closer, saying that he was Jung Hyun-soo, a special forces agent, and thanks to the hero's actions, everything was resolved quickly enough and without unnecessary casualties. And he asked to see his magician's license, please, because he needed to confirm his identity to pay the reward. And the procedure required precision. The agent paused. The rank of C seemed unexpected, since he had thought at least B, and his surprise clearly showed how much the hero's actions exceeded expectations. Behind the man, Kim Seon-woo saw familiar silhouettes, and his heart sank unpleasantly, because the appearance of these people could complicate the situation. His face broke out in a cold sweat, because there was no way to avoid an explanation, and the tension was only increasing with each passing second. It was Lee So-jun and Shin Yeon-jun, and their appearance at such a moment seemed extremely inappropriate, causing him irritation and anxiety. The protagonist angrily wondered why they had only shown up now, when they should have come earlier, and his inner discontent grew stronger. Meanwhile, the guys carefully watched the agent and the stranger, trying to understand what was happening around them and catch the smallest details. Lee So-jun thought for a moment and quietly muttered to himself that he imagined it, because he had a strange feeling that he had already seen this person before. He began to slowly approach them, trying not to make unnecessary noise and carefully watching every movement so as not to miss anything important. The protagonist noticed his approach and calmly turned his gaze to the source of the sound, trying to understand the man's intentions and assess the possible danger. So-jun came closer and asked in a calm voice if they knew a guy named Kim Seon-woo, as if he was checking an important guess within himself. A friend behind him was surprised and said that the main character was just the spitting image of him, adding that they looked so similar that one could think of a family connection. The protagonist looked away and calmly said that he was hearing this name for the first time, trying to hide his inner tension and maintain a natural expression on his face. The agent said that he had a fairly typical appearance, so such coincidences happen often, and there was no suspicion in his words. And he continued, advising them to leave before anything untoward happened, thanking them for their help, and making it clear that the situation was under control. But Lee So-jun kept his gaze on the hero as if he suspected something, carefully studying his face and trying to compare what he saw with his memories. Kim Seon-woo responded calmly to the thanks, saying that he only did what he had to do and did not consider his actions to be anything particularly significant. The man said that he would go then, because agents would arrive soon who would take charge of the reporters and completely sort out the entire situation that had arisen. And the main character, standing against the backdrop of the night sky, quietly said words of gratitude, saying that they saved his life, and he is well aware of the importance of this. Suddenly, the system window announced that he had participated in the subduing of a rank V Changkan villain, and this message came as a surprise. And then a notification appeared that a small change in the plot had been detected, and the reward was 5,300 points, and the causality had been increased. It was as if he realized that if in his past life, when he was inactive, Lee Soo-jun had died, then by intervening now, he could change fate and save him. And most importantly, he wondered whether he would ever be able to return to the real world. Because this question had been bothering him for a long time and constantly troubling him, the guy exhaled and decided that he had nothing to worry about, because now he understood his goals and was ready to act confidently, without doubting himself. In order to protect Lee Soo-jun and obtain causality, he must actively intervene in what is happening and not allow events to continue as before. It became clear to him that he needed to act decisively and without delay, because only in this way could he change his fate and fulfill his plans. Kim Seon-woo glanced at the trident and thought that it was awkward to drag it to the dorm. So everything turned out well because he had worked hard today, and he came to a 5-star hotel for magicians called Hansen, where luxury was combined with magical amenities. The guy walked down the corridor, remembering that Hansung Group is a global corporation with influence in many areas, and he understood the importance of its presence. The conglomerate, wielding power, authority, and money, played a major role in the original story, determining the fates of many characters. Suddenly, the protagonist's attention was drawn to voices coming from the next room, and he stopped to figure out who exactly was talking. And he saw a stately man, realizing that it was Han So-jin, the vice chairman of Hansung Group, who was first in line to inherit the huge company. He was informed that the vice chairman had been informed of his younger sister's desire to attend the dinner, and this news caused the man noticeable surprise. The man responded by saying Soyeon's name and said that he understood, since they hadn't seen each other for a long time, and the meeting could be really important for both of them. A slight smile appeared on Kim Seon-woo's face as he remembered that Han Se-yeon was also here, which opened up new possibilities for further action. He walked into his room, where there were neat, soft chairs, a small table, and a plasma TV, creating a cozy atmosphere suitable for relaxing after a long day. Finally, the protagonist sat down and laid out his things on the table, trying to put his thoughts in order and decide what exactly he should do next. And I thought, because the spear stands out too much, so I will definitely have to sell it. And the magic book might come in handy later, along with the herbs. But for this, he will have to wait until tomorrow, since now it is too late, and any transactions could arouse unnecessary suspicion among outsiders. The sun was rising outside the window, and a professional voice was heard from the television, wishing good morning to the viewers. The presenter continued, saying that it had become known that the secret floor of the test tower had been cleared, and this information had generated great interest among viewers. She reported that the hidden floor was passed by a certain ES rank mage, who then single-handedly pacified the raging mane in the park by the Han River. This was shown on all screens, because the Association of Magicians highly praised the heroic act of the magician Kim Jin-woo and is considering raising his rank. Passers-by on the street were surprised, saying that all this happened in one day, because he fought one-on-one with the mane and won. System windows appeared in front of Kim Seon-woo. He received the achievement Little Hero and was happy, because he received 21,000 points. Rising from his chair, he said that now that his identity was more or less confirmed, he could move on to the next stage of his plan. As he approached Hansung Pharmaceuticals, the boy decided that going to see Han Se-yeon would be the right move, as she had already helped him and deserved his gratitude. The girls were discussing the man standing there who had been shown on TV, and one of them was wondering if it was really him standing right in front of them. Kim Seon-woo smiled to himself, realizing that being famous wasn't so bad after all, as people's attention sometimes brought certain benefits. Suddenly, the guy's attention was drawn to a man standing nearby, and he immediately realized that this stranger could be related to the Han family or their entourage. He was the weapon of the Han family, the S-rank mage Chang Sugi, and his presence spoke of the importance of what was happening, because such people rarely appear without a reason. The receptionist was surprised and said that he couldn't believe he was seeing someone from the news, because such encounters happen extremely rarely. The protagonist showed the license, introduced himself to Kim Jin, and said that he would like to sell the herbs obtained in the tower, asking that the director evaluate them. The room was filled with the sense of wonder that such a much-discussed figure had decided to visit her in person, as such visits were always met with attention. Hansung Group's youngest daughter, Han Se-yeon, smiled and said that the items he brought surprised her even more than his unexpected appearance. But she noted that the item didn't even have the basic mana stocks that herbs should have, which made the find especially odd. The girl stated that the herb was a little difficult to handle, but it was an incredible find, and she was curious how he knew about its properties. Kim Seon-woo smiled and said that he had studied medicine for a long time, so he was able to recognize the characteristics of the plant and understand its true value. He explained that the divine herb was a special type of plant that enhanced the effects of medicines, although it had no effect on its own. He added that currently no one knows how to properly handle this herb, since its processing is extremely complex and requires special knowledge and care. Therefore, he decided to hand it over to a brilliant pharmacist, believing that only such a specialist would be able to unlock its potential and use the plant effectively. Han Se-yeon said she didn't quite understand all the details, but she admitted that the offer seemed decent and asked what conditions he wanted to put forward. The protagonist immediately replied that he wanted to receive 500 million won as an advance payment, considering such a sum fair for such a rare find. He added that he wanted to obtain 0.5% of Hansung Pharmaceuticals shares, counting on long-term benefits from the cooperation. The girl was surprised to hear about 0.05% of the shares and said that he must have a poor understanding of the scale of their huge group. Kim Seon-woo responded that stocks were more important than cash, because if the sacred herb were to go on sale, it could monopolize the pharmaceutical industry. But she said that the shares were not negotiable, suggesting that he ask for something else, since such conditions were beyond the pale. As expected, he decided to ask for VIP membership in the underground auction, as well as the ability to create potions and purchase items without restrictions. Of course, the guy clarified that he would pay full price for them, emphasizing the seriousness of his intentions and demonstrating his willingness to abide by the rules. The heroine smiled and said that he wanted her to run errands for him, although she understood that his requests had a certain logic, and the protagonist promised that in exchange he would reveal Vice Chairman Han Se-jin's weakness to her, hinting at the importance of this information for her plans. After these words, Han Se-yeon's eyes widened in surprise, because she did not expect to hear such a thing, and understood how valuable such information could be. He said that she wanted to gain control of the Hansung Group. That was true, and his words sounded confident, as if he had long ago learned her true intentions. Kim Seon-woo continued coldly that she was even willing to quarrel with her family for this, since corporate power always came with harsh decisions. The news continued, reporting that such were the heroic deeds of the magician Kim Jin-woo, and now Chang Khan is dead, which caused a heated discussion among the viewers. The mafia-looking heroes sitting there discussed how they could have definitely stopped what had happened if they had intervened at the very beginning of the rampage and not hesitated. They said that if they had intervened at the very beginning of the riot, they could have prevented what happened, since the delay only increased the chaos. One of them, in a rage, smashed a table and shouted that they could definitely stop what was happening if they acted decisively and had no doubts. But the man sitting next to him coldly replied to Baek Kang to calm down, because it was an order from him, and there was absolutely no point in arguing with the order. And he continued that if they help someone who is rioting among people, they will expose themselves, because intervention will attract unnecessary attention. But the heroes screamed, "Damn it," asking how much longer they would have to hide like this, because such a life does not bring confidence and only increases the tension. His eyes glowed red, and he said that he needed to kill that bastard Kim Jin-woo, otherwise he would never be able to find the peace he longed for. The man asked if he was sure, as it seemed that Kim Jin-woo had become close to his client, and such connections could seriously complicate further actions. He exhaled angrily and said that he was quite sure, because he knew perfectly well what his client was capable of and understood the full danger of his true nature. He added that they don't know what kind of person his client is, because he is capable of destroying even his own family, while maintaining a cold smile. He said that his client was the kind of man who would destroy even his own family with a smile, and there was a mixture of rage, fear, and deep disgust in his voice. A handsome man with a warm smile approached his sister, demonstrating confidence and calm, as if their meeting was a long-awaited event. She waved and smiled back, saying, "It's been a while, brother." And there was genuine joy in her voice at the unexpected meeting. They were riding in a limousine, and the man said that he was glad to meet after so many years, because time had changed a lot, but their connection remained the same. The man asked her how the company was doing, trying to speak calmly, although he knew that the responsibility that lay on her could be too heavy. She sighed and said that there was a lot of work and managing people was exhausting, admitting that she was mentally exhausted and needed support. The hero replied that his father had been hasty after all, since she was still so young, and he had already transferred the shares to her, placing a huge responsibility on her. He added that if it was too difficult for her, she could hand them over to him, because when he became chairman, he would appoint her vice chairman. Han Se-yeon clutched her phone angrily and thought that he shouldn't ridicule her, because such words sounded like an attempt at manipulation and pressure. Meanwhile, Kim Seon-woo said he had saved the data well, as having 2 accounts should be safe, and he felt confident in his actions. He decided that meeting Han Se-yeon was the right decision, because she even sold her spear for him, showing unexpected support and reliability. And he laughed, saying that he returned home with a calm soul, because the work he had done allowed him to relax and feel relieved. Han Se-yeon must have reliable sources too, and he knew that she was probably checking the information. Such caution was typical of the Han family. But the character of a girl like Se-yeon demanded precision, and her background also obliged her to take risks carefully. Suddenly, he received a message saying that the sender would help him for exactly 1 month. And this sounded unexpectedly confident. The protagonist was delighted, because everything happened faster than he thought, and he realized that these conditions were completely suitable for him and allowed him to move forward. But he realized that if he acted like Kim Jin-woo, he would attract the attention of the main characters, because in the original, there was a revenge plot connected with him. Kim Seon-woo started searching for the detection feature in the store and pressed his lips together when he saw the price of 50,000 points, because it seemed insanely expensive, but necessary. And, having pressed the button, he decided that he would consider this the price of life, because the purchase could change a lot, and he confidently confirmed his decision. A few days later, there were 4 flasks on the table, and he heard words that these were exactly the potions that he had asked to be prepared in advance. A girl in a black cap and glasses said she added sacred herbs to them, warning that the side effects increased along with the main properties. Looking at the flask neatly placed in front of him, Kim Seon-woo said in a drawn-out voice that it looked good and fully met his expectations for today. The girl narrowed her eyes slightly, noticing that all this looked suspicious, because a powerful magician might actually need such potions. And she was perplexed as to how he knew about her and her brother, since such information was usually carefully hidden from strangers. Suddenly, Han Se-yeon spoke about her brother's weak point that he had mentioned earlier, because she had checked the information through her channels and was very surprised. And she admitted that he had always seemed like a shady person to her. But such information made her think much more seriously than before. She exhaled heavily, as it was hard to believe that he would actually commit murder, especially given her previous doubts about his character. There were many more corpses discovered there, which made the situation much more grim and gave her an unpleasant feeling of unease. His contact with the suspect Maine was discovered, which further strengthened suspicions and made everyone even more wary. The protagonist knew about this, of course, thanks to the novel, which described similar events in detail and revealed the hidden connections between the characters. Han Seo-jin is a dangerous character driven by greed. He teams up with the Mains and gradually becomes a villain, influencing the development of the entire story. He didn't know how to explain this, and calmly said that he would tell him everything necessary if 5% of the company's shares were transferred to him. Han Se-yeon snorted in displeasure, noting that he could have just said he didn't want to talk instead of using such strange conditions for the conversation. After that, Kim Sun-woo suddenly remembered and asked about the arena ticket, as this issue remained important to him. The girl admitted that she got a ticket, but it turned out that it was personalized, so he would have to go with her without exception. Then everything became clear, because that was why she dressed like that today, trying to look appropriate for the upcoming event in the arena. The heroine asked what exactly he was planning to do there, since his intentions seemed suspicious and too vague to her. The guy calmly replied that he had earned enough money, and now he needed to increase it, using the right moment to do so. Han Se-yeon screamed indignantly, demanding an explanation, because she didn't want to hear that he was going to spend everything she had transferred on bets. She trembled angrily, claiming that he had gone mad, because such behavior seemed to her completely reckless and dangerous. She jumped up angrily, declaring that their deal would be off at the end of the month if he continued to behave like this. The hero heard a system announcement that the character Han Se-yeon was deeply disappointed in him, and her interest in him was rapidly declining. But taking the white and gold mask in his hands, he calmly thought that such experiences no longer had any significance for his further actions. After all, by the time they leave the arena, he will definitely win her trust, using the right opportunity and his own confidence. Two security guards wearing identical masks stood outside the building, creating a tense atmosphere and closely watching every movement of the visitors. A girl and a guy calmly approached one of these guards, trying not to attract unnecessary attention from those around them. A purple VIP bracelet was placed on the hero's arm, denoting a special status and granting access to restricted areas of the arena. A calm, confident voice was heard behind him, asserting that it had been a long time since they had had VIP guests of this level. Kim Seon-woo's eyes widened in surprise, as he instantly realized that this man was clearly not a random visitor to the arena, but an important figure. A stately male silhouette in a red mask, reminiscent of a demon, gradually appeared from the darkness, which increased the tension around. It was the S-rank player and top-tier villain Ha Ryung, whose sudden appearance in the arena always meant that something truly serious was about to happen. The guy understood perfectly well that his appearance was expected, because Ha Ryung really should be here, since he is the owner of the arena. The man, with a slight smile, wished them a pleasant time, creating a feeling of hidden threat, as if he was watching their every move. And without saying anything else, he calmly walked away towards the metal bars, leaving behind a tense atmosphere. Kim Seon-woo pursed his lips in displeasure, deciding that the main thing now was not to get involved with him in order to avoid unnecessary problems. Several small lanterns shone around the dark arena, creating a gloomy lighting and emphasizing the danger of what was happening. And above, people in masks were gradually gathering, carefully watching the arena and awaiting the start of the upcoming fights. Han Se-yeon noted that there were quite a lot of people there, and the atmosphere really seemed quite lively and tense at the same time. And when the main character said that it was probably because of Yan Hongju, she stopped and asked his name again, surprised by what she heard. He is currently the most popular fighter, a mage who has held the champion title for 3 years now, making him an extremely strong opponent. The heroine thought about it, realizing that she wouldn't make much money on it, since everyone would bet on it without a doubt. And then Kim Seon-woo calmly said that this is precisely why, in order to raise enough money and get tangible benefits, one must act this way. And he confidently declared that he wanted to make a bet. And not just a simple one, but a really big one, in order to make a strong impression on everyone. His pupils narrowed sharply, and he clearly pronounced the number 530 million, causing surprise in everyone standing nearby. And he continued speaking in the same calm voice that he was betting 530 million on Yan Hongju's opponent, contrary to the crowd's expectations. The masked worker began to noticeably stutter as he apologized, and loud whispers from surprised onlookers could immediately be heard behind him. Han Se-yeon shouted in complete shock, asking if he was sure, as he knew nothing about Yang Hongju's opponent. She explained that he was a newcomer who was making his debut today, and such a bet seemed completely crazy and unjustified. A familiar demon mask lay on the table, evoking unpleasant memories and increasing the tension among all the people present. The man was in complete shock, because someone actually bet 530 million on Yan Hongju's opponent, which seemed incredible. The worker bowed, stating that they said the man was wearing a rabbit mask, which made the situation even stranger. He remembered that it was the VIP guest who had arrived recently who had attracted the attention of all the employees, because his appearance seemed too unusual. And he said that for people like him, such a sum is probably just pocket change, since rich people often have strange tastes. A male voice loudly shouted Kim Jin-woo's name, claiming that he had appeared in the underground arena, causing surprise and excitement among the spectators. The other man calmly replied that he heard that he came with Han Se-yeon, which made the situation even more intriguing. The red-haired man smiled contentedly, admitting that he had been irritated by the lack of information about him, and now there was an opportunity to find out everything. He ordered the car to be prepared, declaring that they would definitely avenge Changhan tonight, without any intention of delaying their plans. A heavy spear suddenly flew into the boy's chest, knocking the wind out of him and causing him to stagger, causing shock among those watching. Everyone listened attentively to his cries for mercy, observing what was happening with grim interest and showing no sympathy. Throwing back his opponent, the warrior with the spear snorted in displeasure, claiming that he should have surrendered immediately, without wasting his time. And the host joyfully announced that they had a winner for the first match, causing a loud reaction from the crowd around the arena. The hero confidently waved his hand victoriously to everyone, showing that he felt great. Although the tension around the arena was growing stronger. While the loser was being led away, everyone around was shouting loudly that this psycho had given up, and one spectator indignantly claimed that he had bet on him. The crowd began to furiously shout at him to die, trash, demonstrating the brutality of the underground arena and the complete lack of sympathy for the participants in the fights. Han Se-yeon sighed heavily, noticing that no one in this underground arena knew mercy, and this atmosphere seemed frighteningly natural to her. However, the organizer will not allow deaths because the arena rules are strictly controlled to avoid unnecessary consequences and maintain order. When everyone had finally calmed down, a loud voice was heard from below, attracting the attention of the spectators and announcing the beginning of the next important stage. The fight between Liang Liang and Yan Hongju begins, causing an immediate surge of interest among everyone present in the arena. In this match, 2.8 billion is bet on champion Yan Hongju and a full 530 million on newcomer Liang Liang. The protagonist grinned, realizing that everyone had decided not to take any risks and had bet on the champion, considering his victory practically guaranteed. The guests chatted, discussing what kind of psycho had single-handedly poured 530 million into Liang Liang. After all, although the coefficient is sweet, one must know one's limits. Kim Seon-woo calmly thought that everyone could talk as much as they wanted, because if everything really worked out, he would raise almost 6 times more. A muscular man appeared in the shadows of the arena, his appearance immediately increasing the tension, as such fighters were made for significant fights. The fighters began to enter the arena, attracting the attention of the spectators, who were already anticipating the spectacle and discussing the possible outcome of the upcoming fight. Upon seeing them, the girl became indignant, asking if this was really Liang Liang, since they were in completely different weight categories. The protagonist chuckled nervously, admitting that he was indeed thinner than he had previously thought, perhaps because he had not yet had time to fully grow. In fact, he came here not only for the money, because in the plot of the novel, the villainous Chayun group plays a huge role, influencing events. Liang Liang eventually joins them, becoming an important figure, and the hero wanted to see at least one of his fights with his own eyes. That's why he wanted to at least once see him fight, to see how strong he was, and how he matched the description in the original novel. Trying to catch his breath, Kim Seon-woo thought that there was no need to panic, because he remembered the original perfectly well and knew how events should unfold. Liang Liang had never lost a single fight in the underground arena, and this thought gave him confidence, despite the frightening difference in strength. The enemy contemptuously declared that Liang Liang's level was too low. He was too lazy to even bother, because he didn't believe that he would have to waste time on such a weakling. And advancing on him, he coldly said that everything would end very quickly, showing confidence in his own strength and complete superiority. But the guy quickly dodged the blow, demonstrating an unexpected reaction, which caused some of the spectators to look at each other in surprise. His bones were clearly visible, and fear was reflected on his face. Yet, he continued to stand despite obvious physical exhaustion, and suddenly he received a swift blow from the champion, so strong that his body suddenly bent, and the spectators gasped in surprise. And with all his might, he flew into the stone wall, hitting it so loudly that the sound echoed throughout the entire underground arena. The crowd shouted that he deserved it, showing no sympathy, as cruelty was considered a normal part of the spectacle here. And the pale protagonist was no longer confident in this man's victory, realizing that the situation looked much worse than he expected. A solid white car stood on the street, waiting for its owner, its shiny body reflecting the dim light of the street lamps. The man in it calmly said that they were going to the underground arena, emphasizing the seriousness of the upcoming task and his own determination. He wanted to rush in right now, but he knew that if he ruined Ha Ryung's event, he would definitely be in trouble for such an act. He asked the driver what time it would all end, and he calmly replied that the event would end at 22:30, giving the exact time. The hero smiled slightly, deciding that there was absolutely no need to rush, because the wait would definitely pay off when he finally killed him and completed his plan. Meanwhile, the unfortunate guy was hit by numerous blows, each one growing louder, bouncing off the stone walls of the underground arena. The champion continued to swing without showing the slightest mercy, and each of his blows became more powerful, demonstrating a clear superiority. And he dealt them heavily to his opponent, as if he wanted to completely destroy his spirit. While the spectators watched with grim satisfaction, he told him not to forget his place and to get lost, emphasizing that he considered him unworthy of even standing before him in the arena. And he threw him back with a powerful spinning blow, sending his body flying far to the side, as if it weighed almost nothing to him, emphasizing the difference in their statuses. The guy didn't resist and just banged against the walls, losing strength, as if his body had already stopped obeying after so many blows, until he lost consciousness from such crushing blows that a deep dent was left on his t-shirt, showing the strength of the champion. The champion began to confidently and victoriously wave his hand to the crowd, and numerous spectators loudly shouted the name of Yang Hongju, expressing admiration for his success. The protagonist froze, not believing what was happening, and quietly uttered words of surprise, wondering if he had truly correctly understood the situation around him and realized what had happened. The crowd continued to make noise, and the protagonist tried to comprehend whether Yang Hongju had really won, because what was happening seemed completely impossible to him. Suddenly, a sharp blade pierced his chest, and he felt his body losing strength and his consciousness rapidly plunging into darkness. As he slowly turned around, the man saw his opponent, who was somehow still standing despite being badly injured. The champion began to bleed from his mouth, and he could barely stay on his feet, trying to understand what exactly was happening around him in this tense moment. The battered guy slowly began to stretch his hand towards the champion, as if trying to reach him and finish the confrontation that had begun. Holding the blade, Yang Hongju began to rush towards his opponent and loudly shouted the word, "Bastard," expressing rage, despair, and determination. And Liang began to summon more blades on his hands, strengthening his own attack and preparing to deliver the finishing blow to his opponent, who was barely holding on. And in one go, he released all the summoned blades forward, directing them straight at the target, leaving no chance for the champion to dodge. They all hit the champion, and his body jerked in intense pain, as if each attack fired had simultaneously pierced him and drained the last of his remaining strength. His eyes rolled back in pain, and he began to wheeze, barely holding on to consciousness, as if his body could no longer cope with the stress he was experiencing. He was barely able to stand on his feet, but eventually he slowly swayed back, losing his balance, as if his body had completely stopped obeying him at that moment. And completely pierced by the blades, he fell to the ground without making a sound, as if all his strength had finally left him with no possibility of return. And he didn't move anymore, lying motionless, as if he had turned into a lifeless statue, not reacting to the noise of the crowd or to what was happening around him. All the spectators stood silently, not understanding what exactly had happened, and not daring to utter a word, as if fear had paralyzed their thoughts and movements. One of the guests muttered words of surprise, trying to comprehend what had happened, because he had never expected such an outcome and could not believe what he saw. Han Si-yun was discouraged and tried to figure out if Yang Hongju had really lost, because what was happening seemed completely impossible to her. All the guests began to shout, calling the champion a coward, accusing him of weakness and inability to worthily finish the fight that should have been his triumph. And Kim Seon-woo smiled and calmly said that he had already finished his business, so it was time for them to leave, ignoring the noise of the crowd. The heroine shouted that she wanted to go with them, expressing her determination not to be left behind, since what was happening seemed too important to her. And the man in the devil mask admitted that it was impossible to call it a coincidence, because he couldn't bring himself to say such words without doubt. He thought about it and decided that Liang had only won because Yang Hongju had let his guard down, allowing his opponent to take advantage of the opportunity to strike. But this bet was made with clear intent, and the man understood that such decisions are never made randomly or under the influence of emotions. He then ordered Manager Chong to come over, and he asked if his sir had called, trying to understand what exactly needed to be done at that moment. And he ordered to find out what the man who hit the jackpot today was doing, because such luck is rarely a simple coincidence without hidden reasons. Han Se-yeon asked in surprise who he really was and how he knew that Liang Liang would win, because it looked too suspicious. The main character only briefly said that it was his intuition, not wanting to reveal details that could raise unnecessary questions or suspicions. And he himself thought that today he had hit the real jackpot, because thanks to the bet, his account now had more than 3 billion, which seemed incredible. And the system announced that he had earned the Player of the Century achievement, and the character Han Se-yeon trusted him again and showed a strong interest in his actions. He had just spent money on a skill called Killer's Sense, and the points were already starting to return, as if the system had prepared a refund for him in advance. But suddenly the system announced that it had detected those who had attempted to kill him, and explained that the passive effect of the Killer's Sense was capable of detecting hostile intent. This meant that someone really wanted to kill Kim Seon-woo, but he didn't understand who exactly could decide to take such a step against him. This thought made the guy wary, trying to assess the situation, because such threats never arise without reason and always require attention. Only one group came to mind, because in the original there was also someone who was thirsty for revenge for Chung Han, and this made the situation dangerous. Taking a quick glance at the protagonist, the girl asked what was wrong with his face, since his expression seemed too tense and anxious for an ordinary moment. Kim Seon-woo then said that he was asking Ms. Han Se-yeon for a favor, trying to speak calmly, although inside he felt a growing sense of unease. Suddenly, their car stopped abruptly and began to turn to the side of the road, as if the driver had noticed something important and decided to change route without warning. The driver pursuing them asked what to do next, since they had changed direction and now had to make a decision to not lose their target. The red-haired man smirked and told them to stop the car, considering this to be an excellent opportunity to finish off the boy who had become a problem. This turned out to be a good reason to finish off this guy, because the red-haired man believed that such a chance should not be missed, even when the target is weakened. The hero looked around and realized that Han Se-yeon was nowhere to be seen, which made him wary, as the situation was becoming more dangerous with each passing second. He wondered if this guy had really killed Chung Han, because it seemed incredible. But what was happening made him doubt his beliefs. He was frail and his aura was weak. But in the meantime, Kim Seon-woo was drinking potions, trying to regain his strength to withstand the upcoming battle against a strong opponent. Several flasks began to fall to the ground, breaking and leaving marks as he hastily prepared for a collision that could no longer be avoided. And wiping the potion from his lips, the boy shouted to come out, showing that he was ready to meet the enemy face to face despite the fatigue and stress. He began to beam and continued to say that he had long ago noticed how the enemy was holding him at gunpoint, understanding the true intentions of the hidden pursuer. The man was surprised, because the aura suddenly changed, although he still did not feel any particular threat, trying to understand what exactly had happened to the enemy. He came out quickly and said that it was impressive to watch the changes that were happening to the main character and to appreciate his new abilities. He began to summon a multitude of fiery spears, preparing for an attack, because he understood that hesitation could cost him victory and even his own life. And as he sent them forward, he shouted that he had noticed surveillance and that it was time to end it, directing the fiery spears straight at the target. And magic appeared in the guy's hand, gathering into a dense stream which he was preparing to release to meet the enemy's attack on equal terms. And he also released it forward, directing the force precisely along the trajectory, trying not to give the enemy the opportunity to dodge or seize the initiative. The auras merged with each other like fire and water, creating a powerful flow of energy that made the air around tremble with tension. But the man only laughed loudly, as if what was happening amused him, and did not show the slightest fear in front of the main character's strength. And he admitted that he still had 2 more volleys left, showing confidence in his own strength and his intention to continue the fight to the end. A huge explosion occurred at the side of the park, illuminating the area with a bright light, and the sounds spread far around, frightening random passers-by. The girl looked around nervously, realizing that everything had begun, and now they would have to face the consequences that could no longer be stopped. She remembered her question about his face, realizing that the protagonist's expression really did foreshadow the danger he had sensed in advance. And then Kim Sun-woo said that it seemed like they were being chased, confirming her fears and indicating that the situation was getting more serious. As he was taking out the potions, Han Se-yeon asked who it could be, mentioning Han Sung Group's competitors, and he replied that it seemed like the right thing to do. The protagonist asked to go to some deserted place because he needed to catch the enemy, and he understood that otherwise the situation would get out of control. The girl was surprised and asked if he was sure he could handle him in a fight, since the enemy looked too strong and dangerous for a normal clash. Kim Seon-woo admitted that it would be difficult, as his mana was much higher than B rank, and such an advantage made the opponent extremely dangerous. He was absolutely confident, and that's why he asked her for help, realizing that without support, his chances of winning would be significantly reduced in the upcoming battle. And then she began to turn towards a deserted place, trusting his words and realizing that they simply had no other way out now. Because she trusted his abilities, believing that the protagonist knew what he was doing and was capable of dealing with even such a dangerous opponent. And she wished him to return alive, calling him Mr. Kim Jin-woo, because she was worried about him and understood the risk of the upcoming clash. Looking at the enemy's magic, the protagonist grinned, saying that for him it was a piece of cake, since he had previously specialized in strengthening. He stated that he had previously specialized in strengthening, showing confidence in his own abilities and the intention to continue the fight without the slightest doubt. The man laughed and said that he would continue to just dodge, showing self-confidence and the intention to bring the fight to a logical conclusion. And again, he summoned a multitude of fire weapons, increasing the pressure on the protagonist, because he understood that a protracted battle could give him an advantage. Pointing them at the guy, he asked how he felt about it, demonstrating his strength and trying to psychologically suppress his opponent before the decisive clash. The protagonist became nervous, realizing that the enemy had become even faster, and now any mistake could lead to defeat or serious consequences. Kim Seon-woo barely managed to dodge and run away from such a fiery onslaught, trying to keep his distance and find the right moment for a counterattack. The enemy clicked his tongue in displeasure, realizing that his attack had missed its target and preparing to continue the pressure to prevent the hero from recovering. The boy understood that the elixir's effect would end in less than 2 minutes, and this forced him to act faster and more decisively. The system announced the activation of the Great Nature Heart Effect, stating that within 1 minute, the recovery speed would increase to 1,000%. The red-haired man was surprised, because he could not understand what was happening and why the protagonist's aura suddenly became much more powerful and brighter. He couldn't understand what the hell was going on, because the aura had become much more powerful, and this completely violated his expectations regarding the upcoming battle. The protagonist took a stance, preparing for a rapid run, and concentrated all his strength in his body, realizing that the next dash would decide the outcome of the battle. And he rushed forward, leaving behind a dense stream of magic that stretched behind him like a fiery trail, emphasizing the speed and power of his movement. The man, no longer so confidently, summoned his spears again, realizing that things were going badly, since the enemy was becoming faster and stronger with every second. He decided that he had to block the attack at any cost, since delay could lead to defeat, and concentrated all his strength on defense. But he instantly dodged and was dangerously close, closing the distance, as if he knew every move of the enemy in advance and anticipated his actions. The man fought back, leaving a wave of fire from the spear in front of him, trying to create a barrier that would at least slow down the protagonist a little. But the protagonist seemed indifferent. He summoned magic into his hand, strengthening the blow he was preparing to deliver with maximum precision. And with all his might, he struck the enemy in the stomach, forcing him to bend over. Because the force of the blow was much higher than expected. Steam was rising from his stomach, and the man was barely breathing, trying to stay on his feet, although his body was almost no longer obeying him. But Kim Sun-woo knew he couldn't open up, because the slightest mistake could lead to defeat, and he had to press while he had the opportunity. The enemy was hit with numerous blows, and each one forced him to retreat as the pressure grew stronger and his strength gradually left him. The guy just clicked his tongue, realizing that he couldn't hit the brain at that angle, and tried to change his position to deliver a more accurate and decisive blow. But suddenly, a new thought occurred to him, and he realized that he could use the situation differently if he got close enough to the enemy. And he ran closer to him, closing the distance, because he understood that this was the only way he could realize his plan and end the fight in his favor. Grabbing him by the neck and lifting him up, Kim Seon-woo was delighted, because from here everything was clearly visible, and he could deliver the decisive blow. The red-haired man nervously shouted "Stop!" realizing that the situation was getting out of control. And now he found himself in an extremely disadvantageous position in front of the enemy. And the main character sullenly decided that it was all over, because the enemy could no longer resist, and all that was left was to finish what he had started without delay. But suddenly, Kim Seon-woo was surprised, because he felt a strange surge of energy that should not have appeared, and this made him wary. He couldn't believe what was happening, because the situation was changing too quickly, and the enemy's new strength seemed completely impossible at the moment. The system increases mana regeneration speed by 500%, and after the effect ends, mana depletion occurs for 30 minutes. Kim Seon-woo suddenly became nervous, mentally begging fate not to do this now. He didn't understand why the hell everything was collapsing around him inside right now. The enemy had terrible burns. His skin was charred in places, and bones were already showing through the torn wounds, frightening the hero with their lifelessness and whiteness. He began to summon the fiery spear again, gathering mana in his palms. The air trembled, and sparks flared around the enemy, foreshadowing a new blow to the hero. His eyes reflected anger, dark and heavy. It had been building up for years, and now it was bursting out, distorting the man's face like a beast. And he declared that he would kill the boy right there, without mercy, as if he were carrying out a routine order, paying no attention to the fear or pleas of the young man. But he didn't have time to do anything else, because he suddenly received a blow from behind. The world turned upside down, and his consciousness plunged into darkness. The male silhouette behind him silently swung his sword and cut his opponent in half. Blood splattered, and the protagonist only watched in stunned silence. The protagonist was discouraged. His heart was pounding. His thoughts were confused. But he still breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that the mortal danger had passed for him. After all, the long-awaited guest had finally arrived, the very magician about whom legends circulated, and the hero felt hope returning to his heart. Chang Sugi, an S-rank mage and a formidable weapon of the Han family, appeared before them, radiating power, and his presence overwhelmed even the experienced warriors nearby. The man mercilessly swung his sword. Covered in fresh blood, he was called the Sword Demon Chang Sugi, and this name inspired fear in many experienced fighters. He was considered one of the most powerful heroes in history. His fame grew over the years, and his opponents trembled at the mere mention of his name. He knocked out Baek Kong with one blow, who was fighting on equal terms with the A-rank mage, demonstrating incredible power and frightening determination. The old man coldly asked how some pathetic mercenary dared to attack the youngest daughter of the Han family, his voice sounding dangerously calm. Han Se-yeon approached them, calling out to Mr. Kim Jin, asking if he was okay and if he was injured anywhere, her voice trembling slightly. The guy smiled at her, saying that fortunately it was nothing serious. He didn't need help. He hadn't wasted his time until help arrived. The heroine admitted that, of course, her life was also hanging by a thread, and she still felt a slight tremor in her own hands. Pointing to Chang Sugi, she said, how could she not call the strongest person she knew, since the situation required decisive action? The system announced that Han Se-yeon's character had trusted him again, a reward of 1,000 points, and Kim Seon-woo smiled, finding it quite pleasant. The old man asked if the young lady wished to report this to the chairman, as such incidents usually did not go unnoticed. After all, an attack by a mercenary was considered a serious matter, and such incidents were usually thoroughly investigated, as they could have consequences. But the protagonist admitted that he wouldn't advise spreading rumors, because if they found out about the attack on a person from Hansen's group, there would be a terrible uproar. Kim Seon-woo knew that there was no need to exaggerate events that were not in the original, since any deviation could lead to undesirable consequences. The girl thought for a moment, admitting that he was right, because if this came to light, they would only create more problems for themselves, complicating an already difficult situation. Han Se-yeon approached the old man, suggesting that he keep the incident a secret, as publicity could harm everyone involved. He replied that he understood the young lady and promised to keep the secret, as he understood the importance of her request and the possible consequences of disclosure. 3 days later, Kim Sun-woo lay in bed, browsing his phone, enjoying the peace that finally allowed him to relax a little. In gratitude for saving him from Baek Kang, Han Se-yeon offered to find any information for him, showing sincere appreciation for what they had experienced together. And this is what he asked her about. Namely, the timing of the release of potions from sacred herbs on sale, hoping to receive important information. She was written about in newspapers, where Han Se-yeon was called a brilliant manager and pharmacist, emphasizing her talent and outstanding abilities in work. For this moment, he went all in and bought shares of Hansen Pharmaceuticals, counting on rapid growth that would change his future. It was now 8:59, with 1 minute remaining, and the protagonist was tensely watching the time, waiting for the market to open with bated breath. Finally, the market opened, and the long-awaited moment arrived, allowing the hero to see the first results of his risky but well-thought-out decision. The arrows on the charts flew up from the phone, reflecting the rapid rise in price, and the hero's heart began to beat faster with anticipation. The protagonist rejoiced with delight as he watched his calculations pay off and his investments begin to generate impressive profits. Kim Seon-woo thought that before the regression, he would never have earned enough to buy a house in his entire life in the dungeons, and this realization shocked him. There was a time when he couldn't even imagine that money could be made so easily, and it left him with mixed feelings. And this caused mixed feelings, because easy money seems simultaneously a blessing and an unsettling reminder of the unpredictability of fate. Han Se-yeon wrote to him, offering to have lunch tomorrow, and added that she had a gift especially for him. This surprised the guy, but he still came to the building of the Velour Cafe, trying to understand why the heroine decided to make an appointment. And inside, the guy saw the heroine, who was sitting calmly at a table, and said that she had arrived early, although he himself was surprised by her punctuality. But she just grinned, explaining that this habit had developed long ago, since she always preferred to arrive early in order to control everything. The protagonist admitted that Hansen Pharmaceuticals stock had risen quite a bit, and said that she had made his day, causing the girl to smile slightly. Han Se-yeon asked how much he had earned, assuming 3 billion in one day, and added that she considered it a modest token of her appreciation. He admitted that it all happened thanks to her, calling her the director, and asked what gift she mentioned, expecting to hear something important. Handing over the photo, the girl said that she had found out who the mercenary who had attacked them was, and her voice sounded serious and confident. His name was Baek Kang. He was a famous killer who only disguised himself as an ordinary person, hiding his true nature and danger. During her investigation, she learned that someone had frequent dealings with him, and this information made her more wary than usual. And it was her older brother, Han Se-jin, whose connections with the mercenaries turned out to be much deeper than she could have previously imagined. The protagonist thought about it, because he knew that he was hanging out with mercenaries, but he didn't think that Baek Kang was actually one of them. Kim Sun-woo asked what kind of gift she meant, because if there was no benefit, he didn't understand why she called it a gift. The girl chuckled, saying that he was still just as calculating, even after they saved each other's lives, and handed him a real gift. She said she called him today because she would be busy for a while, and wanted to convey some important information in advance. Standing up, she stated that now that she knew about Han Se-jin's connections with Baek Kang, it was obvious who was behind the attack on them. She admitted that she can't stand being in debt to anyone, whether it's a favor or an insult, and intends to act independently. Han Se-yeon quickly moved away, leaving the hero slightly confused, as her determination always amazed him. The guy knew that So-yeon's assumption was still just a product of misunderstanding, because she did not have a complete picture of what was happening around them. But the fact that her brother was a villain didn't change, and sooner or later, he would also stand in Se-yeon's way. In that case, eliminating Han Se-jin with Se-yeon's hands seemed like a good idea, as it would allow him to avoid unnecessary suspicion and maintain his own safety. Suddenly, the heroine called out to him, saying, "Ah, yes, Mr. Kim Jin-woo," and her voice sounded soft but confident, attracting his attention. And adjusting her hair, she said that she hoped the gift would suit him. Her voice sounded soft, and her gaze expressed sincere concern for his fate. She added that she chose the gift herself, trying to take into account his taste, and wanted it to remind him of the moment they shared together. The protagonist smiled and said thank you, accepting her attention, because such gestures always touched him and made him feel warm support. He opened the box and saw a bracelet, carefully and beautifully made, and he immediately realized that the girl had put a lot of effort into her choice. The description said that it was a very durable bracelet, imbued with mana, and its properties could be useful to the hero in difficult times. As Kim Seon-woo admired his gift, a purple system window appeared in front of him, softly illuminating the space and attracting his attention. The protagonist raised his head sharply, feeling the tension return, as such notifications rarely appeared without a serious reason. It said that the character Ha Ryung was interested in him. The reward was 1,500 points, and this made the hero wary. The man was sitting in his office when suddenly the room began to fill with smoke, obscuring the outlines of the furniture and creating an unsettling atmosphere around him. Chung Hae appeared before him, bowing and greeting the master. His appearance seemed sudden, but was completely in keeping with the manner of service. Ha Ryung asked if he had come about the 10 Demon Council. His voice remained calm, although there was a hidden wariness in it. Bowing even lower, he replied that yes, but first he would like to ask something, trying to speak respectfully and avoid unnecessary emotions. He said that he was sure that Ha Ryung had heard that his close friends Chung Han and Baek Kang were involved in certain matters. He then added that both had been killed a few days earlier, and this news had caused him great anxiety, forcing him to look for an explanation for what was happening. And in both incidents, according to him, one magician was involved, whose appearance coincided with the tragic events and aroused many suspicions. Judging by what Baek Kang managed to find out before his death, this man had recently visited the arena where important and dangerous events took place. He asked Mr. Ha Ryung if he had ever heard the name Kim Jin-woo, trying to catch his reaction and see if he knew anything. Ha Ryung began to think, recalling the photograph he had seen earlier, and gradually realized that the situation was much more complicated than it seemed. And then he realized that this was the same VIP who had bet on Liang Liang, and this discovery made him more wary than usual. The chandeliers softly illuminated the dark office, creating a tense atmosphere, and the man felt his muscles involuntarily tense with anxiety. The man's muscles tensed, because if the other man had any information about Kim Jin-woo, he asked him to tell him immediately, promising bloody revenge. But Ha Ryung indignantly called out his name and summoned dark magic, his voice sounding menacingly calm, suppressing any attempts at resistance. He was indignant, saying that if he had decided to touch his client, he should be prepared to answer for the consequences, which could be extremely serious. He trembled, falling to his knees, begging for forgiveness, assuring that he would not lay a finger on Kim Jin-woo, if only he would be spared and allowed to leave alive. Ha Ryung stated that he should simply convey the message of the 10 Demon Council without adding anything extra, as that was the only requirement. The hero admitted that the sacred relic, the altar of the prophet, had revealed a prophecy to them, and his words sounded especially heavy in the tense silence of the office. In the year that the child born to destroy the mains comes of age and awakens, the king of the mains will fall by his hand, according to an ancient prophecy. Ha Ryung thought, echoing the expression of the child of prophecy, and asked if there were any other details that could help understand what was happening. And if the prophet's altar is to be believed, this 18-year-old child is now at the Magic Academy, hiding among the students and avoiding unnecessary attention. In the Magic Academy, there was that very child of prophecy, hiding among the students and teachers every day. The protagonist silently looked at the table with the artifacts, realizing that any mistake could lead to serious consequences, and he needed to be careful. He knew it was time for Kim Jin to lay low, as the attention of powerful opponents could be disastrous if he showed his strength too early. After all, it was still too early for him to get involved with Ha Ryung, and the hero clearly understood that a direct conflict now would lead to undesirable consequences for him. And now he had more important things to do that required concentration, because any mistake could disrupt his carefully constructed plan of action. A magical scroll opened before him, glowing softly, and the hero felt magical energy filling the air around him. The B-rank Shield Magic Book described the creation of a barrier that blocked one spell, and the cooldown was 12 hours. Midterm exams were just around the corner, and tension was rising among the students as everyone understood the importance of the upcoming tests for their future. It was there that students had to prove their mettle in front of the bigwigs, demonstrating the skills that would shape their future education. This is a key event for Lee So-jun's future. But this time, the exams are important for another reason, related to the upcoming changes. The child of prophecy, Lee So-jun's future ally, and the one born to destroy the mains must prove himself during this period. In order to lure out the child who had not yet awakened, the hero understood the need for a precise plan. So he thought out every action in advance. The mains would enter the academy at exactly 1600 hours, and the hero had taken this moment into account in order to prepare for the inevitable clash. And they will be completely destroyed by Lee So-jun. Because that's how it happened in the original story, which the hero remembered all too well. Kim Seon-woo thought about it. Because the scale of the event seemed small, but it was precisely in this episode that many important clues were hidden. The man asked the students to note that, in addition to the exam schedule for next week, he had another important announcement. They were indignant, believing that they had already been flunked by the exams, and therefore did not understand the meaning of additional news, although some asked to tell about his love. But the teacher said that every year they ask the same question, because training is a real fight, and a real fight always remains training. Before their exams, the second-year students will conduct several outposts in free sparring mode, which should help them strengthen their skills and prepare. Lee So-jun was surprised to hear the words about free sparring, as such a format seemed too chaotic to him, although he understood the necessity. The man replied that anyone who didn't find a partner today could simply watch or train alone, after which he ordered everyone to disperse around the area. Yu Ara, standing behind the hero, was angry because Lee So-jun was ahead again, and the girl assured herself that this time she would definitely not give in to him. And the main character, watching them, smiled. Because So-jun and Yu Ara would inevitably become a couple, as happened in the original story. It's good that the heroine managed to seize the initiative a little, because otherwise the situation could have developed completely differently and led to undesirable consequences. And yet, she didn't think that no one would want to be her partner. Although this was not the first time something like this had happened to her. Although, why was she surprised? Because even if you are a genius of theory and barrier breaking, those around you rarely strive to work with those they consider weaker. No one wanted to be on a team with the worst student in the class, and the girl understood this perfectly well, although such thoughts caused her unpleasant pain. Looking at those standing among the crowd, Kim Seon-woo understood that such worries did not matter, because he had already made his choice in advance. After all, he had already decided who would be his partner, and now all that was left was to wait for the right moment to announce it openly and confidently. Lee So-jun barely managed to dodge the flames, realizing that his opponent had no intention of holding back and that such an attack could easily cause harm. Behind him, he saw the burnt asphalt, which made him realize how dangerous the situation could have become if he had hesitated even for a moment. He sighed, realizing that he had almost died because the flame had passed too close, and the hero realized how dangerous this training had become for him. Yu Ara was indignant and asked if this was all that So-jun was capable of, deciding that first place should definitely go to her from now on. The hero looked at his reflection in the blade of his sword and tried to understand how ready he was to continue fighting, despite the fatigue and doubts inside. He calmly told Yu Ara not to get cocky, because the hero was not going to give in to her without a fight, and wanted to show his true strength. The heroine shouted to him that she hadn't even warmed up yet, and her confident voice sounded as if the real battle was just beginning for her. In the room, the girl looked around, trying to calm her breathing, because her thoughts were confused, and anxiety was gradually turning into irritation. And then she looked out the window where Lee So-jun and Yu Ara, the Academy's first and second place runners-up who seemed out of her reach, were training. Looking at Lee So-jun and Yu Ara, the Academy's first and second place winners, the girl felt envy mixed with admiration and quiet hope. She began to summon ice flows, and thought that she shouldn't pay attention to other people's words because unnecessary doubts only interfere with her concentration on training. The more she compared herself to geniuses, the more insignificant she felt. Because constant comparisons destroyed her confidence and made her doubt, she recalled the student's words that perhaps she should take Yoon Hae-young as a sparring partner, since she was ranked 82nd. In theory, it seemed really good, but in practice it remained weak. And this contrast constantly became a source of ridicule. Some even felt genuinely sorry for her, because the girl definitely had talent. But it was of almost no use in battle or life. But she remained a good person, and many admitted that it was pleasant to talk to her, even if her combat successes left much to be desired for everyone around her. The heroine released a multitude of ice crystals out of anger, allowing her emotions to burst out, since it seemed completely impossible to contain them any longer. They flew into the training barrel, and the girl hoped that at least this attack would be accurate enough to lift her spirits a little today. But at that very moment, the ice flows bounced off the surface of the barrel and fell down, finally destroying her fragile self-confidence again. She screamed, asking why nothing was working, when she was trying so hard. But her words were drowned out in the empty room and returned as a dull echo every time. Kim Seon-woo appeared at the door and calmly said that her icy incarnation was no good, although there was a hint of interest in his voice. He approached, saying that this was not all, because there was still a lot of work ahead, and today's failure could be only the beginning of serious changes. Your ice wasn't cold enough and your accuracy was noticeably off. And Kim Seon-woo knew that such mistakes showed a lack of basic skills. It was immediately obvious that she had obvious problems with the basics because her movements remained uncertain and her magic responded inconsistently. So he decided to take responsibility for what he had done, because in the original, Sojun's advice during the dungeon clearing would have helped her rise higher. He knew that this advice could have helped her rise to 6th place if she had listened then. But now everything depended only on her. The protagonist stated that even though she was weak now, if she stayed close to him, he would make sure that she would no longer be a burden. Pointing her finger at him, the girl declared that everything was clear to her now, because his words sounded as if he was trying to assert himself at her expense. She said that since he himself didn't have the guts, he decided to assert himself at her expense. And such a thought only increased her irritation. The guy chuckled and said that maybe that was true, because sometimes the truth sounds unpleasant, especially when the person has nothing to say in response. He added that she simply had nothing to say in response, which is why she was angry, because such words hurt her pride and made her react too emotionally. The girl nudged him sharply with her shoulder and said that in the dungeon he seemed like a normal guy, but now she was beginning to seriously doubt it. Apparently she was mistaken, because now the girl looked at him differently, realizing that her first impression had been too hasty. Kim Seon-woo became noticeably nervous, thinking that he might have gone too far, as his words might have hurt her more than he had intended. But she became furious and suggested settling the matter in a sparring match, wanting to test how tough the worst student in the course was and prove her own strength. He was delighted, deciding that she had finally taken the bait, because the opportunity to fight her gave him a chance to show off his skills and change her opinion of him. Before the guy could finish speaking, ice cubes were thrown at him, and he realized that she had no intention of waiting, starting the fight without warning. He looked back as the ice cubes sank into the floor, realizing that her attacks were becoming more accurate and her mood was clearly worsening with each passing second. And she unceremoniously declared forward, showing that she did not intend to stop, because her determination only grew stronger, pushing her to new attacks. The protagonist ducked sharply, dodging another blow, as the speed of her magic was increasing, and hesitation could lead to serious injury. In this way, he dodged the blows, trying to remain calm, because he understood that she needed to throw out her emotions. Kim Seon-woo thought about it, because as soon as she became more serious, the density of the magic changed, and now her attacks felt much more dangerous than before. He admitted that this was quite good, because her magic was becoming denser and more dangerous, and such progress showed that she was beginning to reveal her potential. But you attacked too simply, because ice mages must take advantage of their versatility, and she needs to learn to use her power in a variety of ways. Summoning a huge ice flow, she declared that it was not enough for him, as she wanted to test his reaction and make sure that he was truly capable of withstanding such an onslaught. And she asked him how he felt about it, watching his movements, because it was important for her to understand how ready he was for the further development of the fight. The sharp tip started flying straight towards Kim Seon-woo, and he felt that hesitating could lead to serious injury. He barely managed to dodge and jump up, realizing that her strength was growing and her attacks were becoming more accurate, as if she had finally found the right rhythm. The heroine began to examine her hands, trying to comprehend what was happening, because for the first time, magic obeyed her so easily, as if the elements themselves had decided to help. What hadn't worked, no matter how hard she tried, suddenly worked, and the girl felt surprise rising inside. She herself was shocked because such a result seemed impossible. But now she saw that she was capable of more than she had previously thought. People need the right incentive to unlock their potential, and she knew that this fight was the push that would allow her to take that important step. Kim Seon-woo knew that provoking her was the right decision, because it was the strong emotions that helped the girl awaken her hidden potential. She became indignant and asked how he was going to win if all he did was run away, since such behavior seemed to her a sign of weakness. And she ran at him, asking if he really didn't want to be in a relationship with her, because her irritation only grew with every movement he made. The protagonist admitted that all novice mages have the same weakness. They rely too much on long-range attacks and forget about close combat. And he began to advance on the girl, showing that he intended to move on to more active actions, because only in this way would she be able to understand her own mistakes. Summoning magic, he reminded them that they were too easily knocked out in close combat, and that such vulnerability made inexperienced mages especially predictable. And he threw his opponent back with one blow, showing the difference in experience, although he understood that her progress was already noticeable and required further development. And then he held the magic up to her face again, demonstrating control over the situation, because he wanted to make sure that she understood the limits of her own abilities. But suddenly the magic ball evaporated, as if dissolving into thin air, and the hero realized that her reaction had become faster than he had previously expected. The protagonist smiled, saying that it had been a good sparring match, as both had gained valuable experience, and her growth had turned out to be much greater than he had expected. Yoon Ha-young looked at him in surprise, trying to comprehend what had happened, because her own power had appeared unexpectedly, and she did not understand how it had happened. And falling to her knees, she sighed and admitted that she had lost, because there was no point in resisting any further, and her strength was completely exhausted. She said that she really should learn from him, because she saw the difference in experience and realized how important the knowledge that she still lacked was. The guy extended his hand to her and said that she simply did not know how to reveal her talent, because her potential was obvious to the attentive eye. And he offered his help, showing his willingness to support her, because he understood that the right mentoring could change her path. She was surprised by such actions, because she did not expect such kindness, and her heart trembled at the thought that someone really believed in her. And shaking his hand, she agreed, accepting his offer, because she understood that such a chance comes rarely and could change her future. By saying that she would give him a chance, she acknowledged him as her teacher, because she now trusted him enough to allow him to guide her along the path of development. The system announced that Yoon Ha-young's character had become interested in him, and her interest level rose, indicating that their bond had become significantly stronger. The faculty had a luxurious, rich corridor and staircases covered in gilding, creating an atmosphere of grandeur that emphasized the status of the academy. Holding an ice cube in his hand, Kim Sun-woo said that they would work on adapting to the elements, because without it, it is impossible to feel true strength and control it confidently. Any magic begins with getting used to one's power, and he wanted her to understand the importance of this stage, because without it, development becomes slow and unstable. Adaptation is an understanding of the elements, and it is precisely this that determines how well a person casts spells, because the connection with the force determines the accuracy of magic. In other words, without this base, no amount of training will raise its level, because the lack of a foundation makes any attempts at development too chaotic. Clenching her hand into a fist, she snorted and said that she knew what adaptation to the elements was, although inside she felt a slight doubt in her own knowledge. And almost completely immersed in ice, Yoon Ha-young shouted that this was the first time she had heard of such a method, because such an approach seemed strange and unexpected to her. He chuckled and said that feeling the elements is the fastest and easiest way. Sometimes it is direct contact that reveals possibilities. The seemingly abandoned building looked especially gloomy at night, creating a sense of danger as the shadows inside seemed alive. And inside there were corpses, and dark smoke was flying in the air, filling the room with a heavy atmosphere that weighed on the mind and caused anxiety. Chon Hae asked if everyone was there, and his calm voice sounded especially clear as the tension around them grew stronger with each passing second. 3 guys were kneeling in front of him, and one girl said that, as he ordered, they had gathered all the operatives operating in the academy area. The man calmly stated that the infiltration of the academy to search for the Child of Prophecy was scheduled for next week, and there would definitely be no cancellation. Our spy reported that security is noticeably lighter during exams, and this can be taken advantage of if you prepare everything in advance and act carefully. Both heroes smiled quietly, because the time had finally come. But the girl asked Mr. Chun-hae what his idea was to ask Mr. Ha-ryung for help. He remembered the boss and said that everything had fallen through, and now it was impossible to count on his participation, despite previous promises and joint agreements. He explained that the boss had matters far more important than the fate of their race, so he had no intention of interfering in what was happening at all now. But the heroine firmly stated that 4 rank 5 fighters would definitely not be enough to kill the Child of Prophecy, and everyone understood this without a doubt. The guy mockingly said that she needed help to finish off the brat Young Hyun, and she replied that she was an idiot, and added that security was weak right now. The school will be full of scouts from major guilds that day, and their attention will make any attempt at a covert operation by the attackers difficult. He asked if she thought she could handle them alone, as even experienced fighters rarely act without support in such conditions. Chun-hae told them that she was right, but things would be different if they blocked everyone's paths, and then the situation would completely change for their entire group. Purple magic appeared in his hand, and it gradually condensed, forming a dense flow of energy, and began to form a stable magical structure. And he made a dome out of it that slowly expanded around it, creating a protective shell that could hide its presence and withstand serious blows. Everyone smiled, because the Great Demon Barrier was considered a rare technique, and its appearance gave them a significant advantage over any enemies. The man said they could frolic as much as they wanted, and promised to join later once he had completed his own preparations. First the element, then the form of ice. And he reminded that the correct sequence is important. Without it, it is impossible to create a stable embodiment. He said that she should represent ice, even if it is not nearby, because the feeling of the elements is born within and does not depend on the surrounding conditions. He told her to imprint this feeling into every cell of her body, so that the connection with the elements would become natural and would not require constant tension or control. And so the heroine finally created a huge piece of ice that slowly rotated in the air, reflecting the light and demonstrating her confident growth in skill. She blushed with joy and embarrassment, because such a result appeared unexpectedly quickly, and she herself did not expect such success in training. And clenching her fist, she shouted that it had finally worked, and her voice trembled with joy because long attempts had finally yielded a tangible and confident result. She said that she had created the ice spear herself and looked at it with admiration, because before something like this seemed impossible and too difficult. Kim Seon-woo was pleased that just a couple of days of training had produced such progress, and he reminded her that he had always talked about her natural talent. She replied that teacher Kim Seon-woo was right, and said that from now on she believed every word he said, because his instructions really helped her develop. The protagonist cleared his throat and asked if she was frozen, as her hands were visibly shaking and her skin looked too pale after a long workout. A flushed Yoon Ha-young declared that she needed more ice, even though her breathing was ragged and it was clear she was barely maintaining her concentration. But looking at her red hands, he realized that she was clearly in pain, although she tried to hide it, continuing to stand straight and not retreat. And yet he said that she needed to be patient a little longer because it was important for her development, and the result would definitely justify the efforts made. He immediately closed his eyes so as not to look at it, because it was difficult to watch her pain, although he understood the need for such training. All this is necessary so that she can become a worthy ally of Lee So-jun, because without strength and fortitude, she will not be able to stay by his side. The girl even screamed, because the tension was growing too quickly, and her body could not withstand the load, although she tried to remain steadfast. The heroine was shaking completely, because the cold penetrated under her skin, and every movement was difficult. But she stubbornly stood and did not allow herself to weaken. And one of the students, who happened to be passing by, was watching them, and her gaze immediately stopped on what was happening, causing great bewilderment and anxiety. She was shocked, because she didn't understand what the hell they were doing, and she believed that such violence was unacceptable at the academy, so she decided to intervene. The excessive cruelty at the magic academies seemed abnormal to her, and she decided that she had to report it to the teachers immediately. Suddenly, she heard a voice behind her, and someone calmly said that it was always wonderful to watch talented students develop. The students started pointing forward, and teacher Lee Hyun said that she was talking about adapting to the elements, adding that she had been aware of what was happening for a long time. She said that she had been observing everything that was happening for a long time, trying to understand the hidden motives behind all the students' actions. Student Hae-young has greatly improved her mana manifestation, and this in such a short time is amazing. But the teacher noted that such progress requires support. Even more striking was the responsiveness of the student, who understood the problem and came to his friend's aid without hesitation or expectation of gratitude. And all it took was a response. Because sometimes just one timely action can change the situation and support a comrade. The girl shouted that it was Kim Sun-woo, and the teacher replied that she thought that So Yuna only remembered the names of the best students and ignored the rest. She was indignant, because now he was still the last one in the top, and it seemed strange to her that the teacher was even mentioning him among the strong students of the academy. Since he was so eager to help others, she wondered when he would be able to work on his own skills, because without development, he would not be able to survive. Yet people only look at the results, and no one cares how much effort it takes to make progress if a student is considered weak. She asked how about giving him a chance to prove his abilities, because sometimes it is the opportunity to prove oneself that allows a student to discover hidden potential. The teacher smiled and said that it was worth waiting for the midterm exams, because that's when everyone would be able to show their strength. The protagonist looked at the system window, offering a spatial pocket for 30 kilograms and a discount valid for 5 days. It was a valuable item, as it allowed one to always have the necessary things with one, remaining useful both in battle and in the ordinary everyday life of the student. He even burst into tears, because the discount appeared precisely when he did not have glasses, and he could not afford such an important purchase. He began to think that 11,500 points in 5 days was too much, and he urgently needed to come up with a way to earn the required amount. He decided that he needed to come up with a way to scrape together some points, because without them, he wouldn't be able to buy an item that could seriously help him in the future. Soft rays of light filtered into the cozy room, creating a calm atmosphere, and this made the space especially warm. And in this office stood Yu Ara, Park In-hwan, and Kim Sun-woo, waiting for an explanation, because they were called here not just like that, but for an important reason. The teacher said that these 3 students were selected for advanced study of embodiment, and this should be considered an intensive course for the students. The protagonist thought, because Lee Seo-jun was in the advanced reinforcement group, and if he got there, he would be able to be near him and observe his technique. Park In-hwan, a second-year student and 5th-place finisher, shouted that he was against Kim Sun-woo joining the advanced group. He stated that since the 5th-ranked student would be in the same group with a complete loser, it was wrong, because the level of the participants should match. He asked Yu Aru to speak up, hoping to gain support, but his voice sounded irritated, as he felt the situation was humiliating. But she coldly replied that she didn't care who would be in this group, because such decisions did not affect her own goals and future development. He trembled with anger, because he considered her words offensive, and said that it was no wonder why she had no friends, because she behaved too arrogantly. The teacher asked Sun-woo what he thought of In-hwan's opinion, since the decision on inclusion in the advanced group should take into account the positions of all participants. The guy said that if the problem was his rating, he would simply raise his own, because he was ready to prove his abilities and demonstrate his real level on the exam. She said that was good, and added that before joining, he had to prove his abilities in the midterm exam. She said that he needed to be at least in the top 2, and asked if he could do it, because without that, he wouldn't be able to be included in the advanced group. He was followed by a student who said that she would follow him, as she was interested in watching his progress and possible growth among the strong. The second-year midterm exam was held in a cooperative battle format, requiring students to work together to defeat a monster. He and his partner had to fight a summoned green giant, which was distinguished by high endurance and required precise actions. If you aim for a weak spot, you can kill it instantly. But each monster's weak spot is located in a different place, and it is extremely difficult to notice. so most students got good grades simply by surviving the monster's attacks. But the real geniuses sought to find a weakness. The heroes began to hack at their opponents and won, acting in concert, as their training allowed them to quickly deal with the threat. And the other participants were already moving forward, preparing for the next stage of the tests. And one of them said that it was time to begin their climb to the top of the rankings. They announced that the path to the top of the rankings was now beginning, and they called on everyone to move forward, because only perseverance allows one to achieve true success. The protagonist asked to clear the way for him, because he was going to show his abilities, and he needed space. Yoon Hae-yeon began to cast magic, and the ground became covered in ice, creating a slippery surface that helped the allies control the battlefield. Everything happened so quickly that the spectators could barely follow the movements of the participants, because every step could change the outcome of the battle. Kim Seon-woo jumped up, and the voices of the students could be heard discussing that this was the guy who had disgraced himself in the public test. Everyone laughed, saying that he had taken a bribe and wondering if he would run out of mana again, as this had happened before. The system announced that 254 people were anticipating his actions, and the reward was 1,000 points. They were confronted by opponents, goblins, who moved quickly and aggressively, creating a threat that required immediate reaction and precise action. The system announced that the outsider privileges had been activated, and the protagonist felt the power within him grow stronger. But this time, he had no intention of becoming a clown, because he was going to prove to everyone that he was capable of fighting on equal terms. The protagonist began to summon a multitude of magic, concentrating energy around himself, and streams of power began to swirl, creating an impressive spectacle. And he fired it at the goblins, directing each charge precisely to the target, because hesitation could lead to defeat and the loss of vital points. One of the goblins roared loudly across the arena, showing his rage, and his cry echoed throughout the space, causing some of the students to flinch. And swinging with all his might, he ran forward, trying to crush the hero with one blow, because the monster sensed the threat and sought to attack first. Kim Seon-woo laughed, saying that it would all be over faster than he thought, as his confidence in his own abilities grew with each successful move. But suddenly, he saw one of the spectators behind him, and the unexpected presence of this man made him lose concentration for a moment. Fear was reflected in the boy's eyes, because he realized that the situation could be much more dangerous than it seemed at first, and there was no time left to think. Behind the stands, Chung-hae sat looking at his watch as if waiting for a certain moment, and his calm seemed especially unsettling. The magic in the hero's hands began to shine more strongly, and he felt the energy inside him grow, pushing him to decisive action and a quick attack. And after the shot, everyone shouted that he couldn't even hit the target, calling him a loser. Although for the last one in the ranking, the result was not the worst. The protagonist couldn't understand how Chung-hae ended up at the academy, because his appearance meant that what was happening was connected to much more serious events. This meant that the main attack was bound to happen, and he realized that there was too little time left to prepare for the possible threat. At 1600 hours, right after the end of the exam, something important was going to happen, and this thought did not leave his head. Due to his own thoughts, Kim Seon-woo did not hear what the student was screaming, as he was completely immersed in anxious speculation about the impending event. Suddenly, the goblin struck the ground hard, and a powerful vibration spread throughout the arena, causing many participants to lose their balance and retreat back. The force of the blow sent the protagonist flying backwards, barely managing to stay on his feet, as the blow was too powerful and could have seriously injured any unprepared student. Suddenly, 3 ice spears created by an ally flew forward, and they quickly approached the target, leaving a cold trail behind them. They hit the goblin's hand and began to freeze it, slowing the monster's movements and creating a chance for a decisive attack from the team. Yoon Hae-young started running up to the guy, shouting at him to wake up, because the main character could barely stand on his feet and was losing his balance, although he tried to stay calm. She began to lift him, carefully resting his body on her shoulders, trying to maintain his balance and help him regain his breath after the unexpected and difficult collision. But a huge goblin appeared in front of them, swinging his arm wide, and the girl recoiled in fear, realizing that the blow could be fatal for both of them. And the guy suddenly used magic, focusing on his internal energy, directing it forward to stop the enemy and protect the girl from the impending danger. and he struck the monster, releasing a stream of power that tore through the air around him, forcing the goblin to retreat back under the pressure of a powerful magical impulse. And the monster simply evaporated into a black haze before them, leaving behind only a faint smell of burning that quickly dissipated into the air above the arena. All the spectators stared intently at what was happening, unable to utter a word, because what they saw completely destroyed their previous ideas about the hero's capabilities. Everyone started chatting, discussing the incredible power of the struggling student, admitting that their hearts were pounding harder than usual from the unexpected and impressive sight. One of the spectators paused to remark that this guy was truly showing his worth, surprising everyone with an unexpected confidence and strength that no one had noticed before. And everyone rejoiced, admitting that they hadn't expected to see such a fight, because the girl next to him also demonstrated an amazing level of embodiment and confidence. Yoon Ha-young began to hug the protagonist, rejoicing at their shared victory, because the girl sincerely believed that they succeeded thanks to mutual support and the hero's unexpected strength. He received a lot of points, and he thought that the exam was not important now, because what was happening around him seemed much more significant than an ordinary grade. The clock read 12 o'clock, and the hero realized that the time had deviated from the original, disrupting the usual course of events that he remembered well. This meant that changes had already begun, and the protagonist began to wonder how much his own actions could influence the plot, which had previously seemed unchanged. Do his actions really influence the development of history, since even saving the academy could now go differently than in the hero's past life? If so, even saving the academy could go wrong, as any deviation could change the fates of people connected to this place. They ranked second after Lee Seo-jun and Yu Ara, and a worried Yoon Ha-yeon approached him, asking if everything was okay because he looked tired. He waved it off, saying that he was just a little tired and was going to take a break, and suggested that the girl go to the gym because he wanted to tell her one important thing. The girl was upset, deciding that she had screwed up after all, because she felt like she had let the hero down, even though she had tried her best and didn't want to let him down. But the guy said that this was not the issue, asking her to be more confident, because the girl was perfect today, showing a strength that she had not demonstrated before. She smiled shyly and quietly said thank you, because the girl felt relieved, realizing that the main character really appreciated her efforts and believed in her abilities. Waving her hand at him, she shouted at him to get a good rest, adding that he didn't need to come to training today since the hero deserved a short break. But he himself began to think, realizing that since the flow of time had been disrupted, any future events could develop differently than in his past life. He decided that it was necessary to check how much the plot deviated from the original, since even small changes could lead to serious consequences for all participants in the story. If everything had gone according to script, Lee Seo-jun should have appeared now, and the hero listened carefully to the noise around him, waiting for the familiar moment. And indeed, there he was, confidently stepping forward, as if he fully understood the attention his appearance was attracting among the assembled students. They handed him cards, offering him entry into Norivest, promising not to leave until he agreed, because many wanted to get such a student. Student Lee Seo-jun was offered the opportunity to join Sigma and receive a personal apartment, emphasizing the benefits that could significantly facilitate his further studies. The boy sheepishly said that he was only 18 and it was too early to join anything, since he had not yet decided what path he wanted to take in the future. They started pointing at the cards, assuring him that there was nothing to worry about, suggesting that he just take the business cards, since they had even skipped the third-year student selection for his exam. Suddenly, a voice was heard announcing that here he was, Seo-jun, and the hero turned around, realizing that he had finally been found among the noisy crowd gathered around the exam. He was told that teacher Jung An-chul was looking for him because he wanted to discuss the results, and Seo-jun immediately understood the importance of such a challenge. Others began to discuss that this was the same laggard who unexpectedly showed a confident fight, forcing many to reconsider their opinion of his capabilities. They noted that the growth potential was impressive, as the guy demonstrated skills that usually only appear after extensive training and significant experience. Lee Seo-jun looked at them in surprise, not expecting such attention, because he was used to people treating him much more calmly and indifferently, and he shouted that the teacher should not be kept waiting, promising to return to the proposals later, because he understood the importance of discipline and respect for the mentor. The heroes tisked, noticing that he had broken away too quickly, since he was one step away from signing, but still chose his duty to the teacher. The others discussed whether they should go and watch the third-year exams, as the most interesting and intense matches were still ahead. Jung Hyun-soo from the Special Forces asked the Sunbae how he felt about Seo-jun's fight, because he wanted to hear the opinion of a more experienced observer. Kim Dok-hyun, the leader of the Special Forces, responded that the fight was quite well executed, noting the confidence of the movements and the stability of control over the performance. Worthy of the third disciple of the chairman of the strongest magician, Kim Jin-chul, because his technique looked confident, and his control over his power remained stable even under the pressure of the audience. The guy is still green and has little real combat experience, but observers noted that such potential is rare among students of his age and level of training. The man smiled, saying that he regretted not being able to talk to him during the incident on the Han River, because then, many things could have been clarified. The leader asked about the last student, wanting to hear his comrade's opinion, because he usually noticed details that others missed during observations. He replied that he was talking about Kim Seon-woo, because for someone who was lagging behind, he had incredible combat instincts, allowing him to quickly react to dangerous situations. It's not just a gut feeling, because he instantly analyzes his opponent's weak point, demonstrating skills that are usually only developed after much practice. This is only possible with experience. And observers were surprised at how an 18-year-old boy could acquire such abilities, since his age clearly did not correspond to his level of skill. They laughed, discussing where an 18-year-old student got his experience, since such skills seemed too developed, although the situation really did seem funny. But the student who approached Seo-jun looked like the magician Kim Jin-woo, and this resemblance made some people think about a possible connection. His name was Kim Seon-woo, I think, and the name was quickly remembered because the guy had already managed to attract the attention of many observers with his unexpected behavior. It was strange, since 18 years old was considered too young to use the Okadiya incarnation, but the boy showed confidence as if he had mastered such a technique long ago. Kim Seon-woo's name is worth remembering because observers have already begun to discuss his abilities, noting that such talents rarely manifest themselves so early and so vividly. The teachers discussed where she had been, and the girl replied that she had been late with her course, trying not to draw unnecessary attention to her tardiness. There were a lot of people near the academy, and the noise of the crowd created a tense atmosphere, making the students feel responsible for what was happening around them. Sitting on the steps, Seo-jun said thank you, noting that he almost got stuck there forever, as the crowd literally blocked his way to the exit. He asked why he had been called to a place where a crowd would gather again, and the protagonist replied that it would be useful to look ahead to next year's exam. Kim Seon-woo continued, explaining that everyone had gone to the teachers' stands and that they had a different entrance, so there would be no crossover with them. Doesn't he want to hold on to first place? The hero asked, reminding him that such an opportunity doesn't come around often and requires serious preparation. Seo-jun smiled, saying that if they sat quietly, no one would notice them, and that would allow them to calmly observe what was happening. The main attack took place in the hall where the third-year students were taking their exams, and it was there that it was easiest to contact the necessary people for further action. It was the easiest place to connect with the right people, because the third-year hall was considered the main hub where the interests of teachers and scouts converged. No one knew when the attack would begin, so the protagonist decided to keep Seo-jun in the hall, and at the same time find Chun-hae there to talk. He understood that this was the easiest and fastest way to protect the child of prophecy, so he asked if anything unusual had happened at the academy after the exam. The student smiled and replied that he was talking about scouts, calling such visits nonsense, since for the academy, this is a completely normal thing, a completely usual phenomenon. Kim Seon-woo smiled, deciding that the main plot was still largely intact, meaning he could breathe a sigh of relief and stop expecting an immediate disaster right now. Finally, the sparring began, and the crowd cheered, because the spectators had been waiting for this very moment, when the tension of the fight would reach its highest point in the arena. A female voice came from the stands, announcing that the scouts had entered the third-year exam hall and taken their places to watch the matches. She continued speaking, emphasizing that the spy had not lied because all the information about the time and place coincided with reality completely, without the slightest error. The man inquired about the rest of the situation, wanting to make sure that preparations for the attack were going according to plan, and that no one had made any serious miscalculations. They replied that they had hidden monster summoning circles throughout the academy, placing them so that no teacher would notice the preparations in advance at all. Wherever possible, they set traps, placing summoning circles primarily in dense bushes to conceal their preparations and prevent the teachers from noticing any suspicious signs in advance. But Jin-san would definitely go berserk at the sight of people, so he was sent to quiet places away from the crowd to avoid unnecessary noise and possible unexpected clashes. "Well done," the man said, calling Young Hyun a good girl. And she replied that it was only because Mr. Chung Hae was with them that everything worked out. Rising from the bench, the man said that they would begin then, and his voice sounded calm, although the tension around him was becoming more palpable with each passing second. He announced the start of the hunt for the child of prophecy, and those present felt the atmosphere change, filling with anxiety and the hidden threat of what was happening. A powerful energy was directed at the opponent, and the spectators noticed how the space trembled when the force collided with the girl's defense, barely maintaining her balance. The girl barely blocked the attacks, barely maintaining her stance as the enemy's pressure grew, and her strength gradually waned under the incarnation's continuous onslaught. She raised her hands and said she surrendered, acknowledging that she could not continue the fight because further resistance could lead to serious injury. The announcer announced that Park Min-ye had surrendered, and his voice sounded confident, confirming the end of the fight and recording the result for all observers. And they had a winner, because the outcome was obvious, and the spectators were already preparing to welcome the new champion, who demonstrated impressive strength. It was Kim Chang-hyun, and the crowd greeted his victory with respect, as he demonstrated confidence, strength, and precision rarely seen among third-year students. Lee So-jun was delighted, saying that the third-year exam was truly impressive because each participant showed a level worthy of the academy's best. Sunbae Kim Chung-hyun was considered the epitome of performance, and Sunbae Park Min-ye's movements were so sharp and precise that viewers could barely follow them. The protagonist couldn't understand what was happening because he had been scanning the arena the entire match, but Sean Hae never showed up, which seemed extremely strange. Suddenly, Sojun interrupted him, asking who he was looking out for so diligently, since the hero's expression looked too focused. The guy replied that he was simply wondering if some guild might want to recruit him, as such offers sometimes appear after successful exams. And Sojun admitted that compared to the beginning of the semester, the hero had grown incredibly, and anyone who saw his exam would be completely amazed. But he asked how he trained to become so strong so quickly, since such progress seemed too rapid for an ordinary student. A purple barrier appeared around the heroes, and the space shook, making everyone feel like something out of the ordinary was happening. Kim Seon-woo couldn't understand what was happening, because this couldn't be happening, especially considering that such an event had never happened in his past life. How is this possible if such an event did not happen in a past life? And the protagonist felt that reality was again deviating from the plot he was familiar with. He began to pound his fist on the barrier, trying to break through the defense. But his efforts were useless, because the purple surface did not react even to strong blows. Others began to get indignant, asking where the barrier came from, considering what was happening to be someone's inappropriate joke, and demanding that the teachers be called for an explanation. Everyone around was puzzled, trying to understand what was happening, because the situation was becoming increasingly alarming. And the noise of the crowd increased, reflecting the growing anxiety of the students. Behind the others stood a suitcase that no one noticed right away, and its presence seemed strange, as if it had ended up there completely by accident. Dark magic began to shine through the suitcase, slowly filling the space, and the spectators felt the air around them become heavier and colder. Everyone turned to see the portal begin to open, and the shadows within it began to move, creating a sense of impending danger for everyone present. A multitude of red eyes emerged from the portal, and the spectators recoiled, realizing that the creatures that had appeared posed a danger that could not be ignored. The man just laughed loudly, watching the crowd's reaction, as if he was enjoying what was happening, and his calmness looked frightening. And he ordered the goblins to join the fight, and they jumped out of the portal, filling the arena, making everyone understand that the real battle was beginning. Alarming words came from the speaker, that monsters had infiltrated the academy, and that the students and guests needed to urgently get to safe zones. The monsters began to run chaotically along the streets of the academy. Their numbers grew, and people in panic tried to hide in buildings to escape the threat. Teachers, scanners, and mages were trapped inside a barrier that prevented them from going outside to help the students in danger. There was absolutely no help to be expected from anywhere. So the child of prophecy had to reveal himself and show his strength in order to save all the people present. Suddenly, a man armed with a fire weapon appeared and began to destroy the monsters one by one, and his actions surprised the students. The man standing behind the tree watched what was happening. He was very angry, and his gaze expressed dissatisfaction with the situation around him. It turned out to be a special squad consisting of 2 people armed with sharp weapons. They quickly killed all the monsters and restored order in the academy. Students took to the streets and began discussing the Special Forces' actions en masse, taking notes on their phones and sharing their impressions with each other. They came to watch Seojin's match, and now they are saving people and destroying monsters. Their actions came as a surprise to all the students present. Since the Special Forces team came specifically for him, that means Captain Kim Dok-hyun has already taken everything into account. And as soon as the barrier falls, they will immediately join in. If the Special Forces intervened, they could turn the tide of the battle. But the problem was that the barrier remained unshakable. The Special Forces fought against the monsters that attacked in a crowd. They did not know how to break through the barrier, and their efforts seemed useless against such protection. The mages begged to be saved. The students screamed and regretted not staying in the arena because it was safer there than in the chaos-ridden academy. To quickly remove the barrier, another A-rank support mage, Instructor Kim Konjik, was needed. Such mages were almost non-existent. "Look," he said, because alone he would have been messing around for half an hour, and during that time anything terrible and irreparable could have happened to people. Half an hour. They were surprised, because 2 Special Forces agents couldn't last that long. It wasn't just a matter of time, but also the strength of the barrier. Chang Hei's barrier technique was considered one of the best in the world, even in the original. And if it weren't for the surprise attack, no one would have been able to overcome it. Sojin wouldn't be able to defeat him because the barrier was too strong and was created to stop even the strongest opponents. He would have to intervene himself, he said, allowing himself to try, since there was no other way out, and the students' hope depended only on him. Their eyes opened in surprise, as if they had seen something incredible. And at that moment, everyone realized that the situation could change thanks to his intervention. The heroine, A-rank support mage Yang Young-eun, was lucky to be nearby. Her presence inspired confidence and gave the students a chance to save them. She said that she would take care of everything. Her smile on her face looked calm and confident, and this calmed those around her a little. If he now accused the girl of being an enemy, it would only arouse suspicion and slow down the rescue. So he decided to remain silent. The magician put his hands forward and began to cast a spell. His movements were confident, and the energy gradually gathered around and intensified. She said that she would start from this side, and the others should help her remove the barrier, because only through joint efforts could success be achieved. The magician began to cast her spells more and more powerfully, and everything around began to be colored in the purple color of her spell, creating a tense atmosphere among the students. Thank God, since the teachers have a plan, they will get out soon. But he said no, and everyone immediately looked at him warily. And why? They asked. The hero answered that he would explain later, and offered to go together to show them what was happening and explain the situation. Something was wrong, the mage said as he cast another spell, his voice filled with anxiety and his hands shaking with tension and concentration. When she removed the lock on one side, the lock on the other side would immediately be released, making the task incredibly difficult and almost impossible. The barrier wasn't being removed, it was being strengthened. And this made the task even more difficult, as each new layer of protection became stronger and thwarted any attempts at destruction. The teacher turned out to be smart. Her gaze immediately caught the changes in the magic, and she realized that someone was interfering with the process of removing the barrier. "We need to distract her," said the mysterious man standing behind her, watching what was happening, his voice cold and determined, as if he had foreseen everything. He began to cast some kind of spell with one hand. His movements were quick and precise, and energy gathered around him. The Special Forces continued to fight off the green monsters. Their attacks grew more and more violent. But the fighters confidently held their positions and did not allow the enemies to break through. The monsters screamed in terror as they fought the special forces, their voices shrill, and even the bravest of them began to lose confidence. Their black eyes widened in horror and confusion. They didn't know who this special forces unit was or where they got such incredible power from. Some of the monsters simply began to run away from them, fear completely taking over their minds, and they preferred to flee rather than continue the fight. One member of the special forces unit smelled the scent of victory. His face became confident, and he realized that the outcome of the battle was gradually tipping in their favor. The monster decided to attack the magician from behind, jumping on him from above. But his movement was noticed, and the situation became extremely dangerous. A warrior from the special forces saw the monster jumping on the mage and reacted in time, piercing it with his sharp sword, saving the life of his ally from a deadly attack. The monster fell, pierced through, its body collapsed to the ground, and it died, leaving behind only traces of blood and horror in the eyes of the students. A warrior stood next to him, holding his sword firmly thrust into the monster until the last moment, until it finally stopped showing signs of life. The warrior asked if the heroine was okay, taking the sword out of the monster's body. His voice sounded calm, but his eyes showed concern for the magician. "Yes, thank you for saving me," the mage replied, her voice trembling. But she tried to remain confident, knowing that help had arrived in time and saved her life. "So, they are trying to remove the barrier from the inside and outside," said the warrior. His words sounded serious, and everyone around immediately looked at each other warily. The special forces continued to kill the monsters that kept coming, their attacks becoming more and more violent. But the fighters confidently held their positions and did not give up. "Sunbei, you almost got hit," one of the students said. But the warrior replied that if he had been hit by such nonsense, he would have had to hand in his special forces badge. "Seriously," said one of the warriors as he charged at the monsters, his face set in determination and his movements swift and confident with every strike. "There's no need to worry. He swears on the honor of the special forces that they will protect them," the warrior said. And the mage answered well, her eyes filled with gratitude and hope. "Thank you very much," the magician replied with a satisfied face, her voice sounding soft and confident. And the students felt relieved, because help came in time. "Why did they come beyond the arena?" asked one of the warriors, his words sounding wary. "Because he did not understand the true purpose of the event. Because there is no one here, this is where they will break through the barrier," said the magician. "But what about the main entrance?" asked another, his voice trembling. "That support mage Yan Yengen is an enemy. She pretends to remove the barrier, but she strengthens it," the students shouted indignantly. "What? We need to tell everyone immediately," the warrior said. "But for now, this is just a guess. There is no evidence." And his words raised doubts among the other members of the group. Another asked for proof, since the hero was invited to a special class on breaking barriers. But it was not a fact that they would believe him, the magician replied, his face serious. "So the plan is this. He will remove the barrier, and the other one will go and tell everything," he said, his voice sounding confident and decisive. "If it is not a simple student who speaks, but a recognized genius, they will listen," said the magician. His words sounded convincing and inspired confidence in the listeners. The other warrior confirmed this with his facial expression. His gaze was firm and determined. He clearly supported what was said and was ready to act further. "I understand," said the warrior. "In short, he can take it down." His voice sounded confident, but his eyes showed anxiety and anticipation of an answer. "Now they will find out," said one of the warriors, putting his sword in its sheath. His voice sounded confident, and his eyes carefully followed what was happening around. One warrior knelt down and began to decipher the magical formula, his hands moving confidently, his gaze focused on the symbols. He sat and continued to decipher this magical formula. His breathing became even, and his thoughts were completely focused on the complex magical signs. "The great demonic barrier," the mage said, her voice filled with alarm, and everyone around her immediately became wary, realizing the seriousness of the situation. The barrier was broken. Everyone around was horrified. Their faces expressed fear and bewilderment, because no one expected such an outcome of events at the academy. The warrior continued to decipher the formula. His hands did not tremble. He was focused and determined to complete the task. "Nonsense," said the warrior, rising from his knees and stopping his work, his voice sounding firm and his face expressing confidence in his own words. He reminded his interlocutor of the need to resolve the situation and demanded an answer to the question. His words sounded serious and demanding. He inquired about the reason for concealing his powers and noted that it would be useful for people to know about the capabilities of their interlocutor. He demanded that what had happened be kept secret, speaking calmly, although his gaze showed a firm determination to keep the secret. The barrier was destroyed and everything was once again illuminated with a bright light. The students closed their eyes from the unexpected radiance, and the warriors cautiously prepared for a new attack. "Useless idiot Yan Zhen. She couldn't even hold the barrier," said the mysterious man who was watching from the side, his voice sounding disdainful and cold. But the girl was indignant, because she had put a double seal on whoever did it, the magician said. "Thank you for your efforts, Instructor Kim Yoon-jin, Magician Yang Young-un. They will sort it out themselves," said the warrior with a confident face. Walking forward, his steps were firm, and his gaze expressed determination and readiness for battle. The monsters began to attack again, their screams echoing through the street. And the warrior continued to chop them with his sword, his movements fast and precise. He began to hit them with his powerful fists. Each blow was accompanied by a roar, and the monsters fell one after another, unable to withstand his power. The monsters began to fly apart from his powerful blows, their bodies colliding with each other, creating chaos, and the warrior continued to confidently deliver new blows. Teacher Lee Hee-yeon also joined in and began to kill monsters with her magic. Her spells were bright, and her power was enough to defeat even the most resilient enemies. She began to deal devastating lightning strikes at them, her energy tearing through the air, and the monsters fell, unable to withstand the power of her magical attacks. Lightning struck the monsters directly, sending them flying in all directions, their bodies charred and the ground around them covered in traces of destructive force. The warrior saw the teacher's devastating attack and began to clap for her, his eyes expressing admiration. And the students felt confident. "Excellent work, Teacher Lee Hee-yeon. And Teacher Jung An-chol's strike is still as deadly," the warrior said, his voice respectful and firm. "Thanks to them, they finished here quickly. It's an honor for a hero to see the special forces in action," the student said, his words sounding sincere and inspired. "They don't know yet where the instigator of chaos is hiding, so they will regroup and begin searching," the warrior said, his face expressing determination. "She doesn't know about the instigator. But there is one suspicious person here," answered Instructor Eugene. Her voice sounded serious and her gaze was focused. She walked up to the magician and grabbed her by the clothes. Her movements were sharp, and the students watched in surprise, not understanding the reason. "What exactly did the heroine do when she removed the barrier?" the instructor asked, her voice sounding demanding, and her eyes closely watching the magician's reaction. She didn't understand what had come over the instructor and asked him to calm down. "She could be a main," the warrior said. His words sounded calm but wary. "Main, this is too much. Is this really how you talk to the one who saved you?" said the student, his voice sounding indignant and firm. The warrior looked at what was happening and asked if they should intervene. His voice sounded wary, but the answer was firm. Not yet. They needed to wait for the right moment. "She only took so long because she had to adjust to their pathetic level," the mage said, her voice sounding cold. "The barrier was restored every time they removed it. So," the warrior asked, his words sounding serious, and his gaze focused on the magician. "Instructor Kim Yoon-jin, is this Sojun, the same one who was at the third-year exam?" the warrior said, his voice sounding wary and demanding. "How does Sojun know about this?" The hero felt strange vibrations in the barrier, he said. His words caused surprise and alarm among the students. He remembered how the other warrior had asked him to keep everything a secret. His thoughts returned to that moment, and his heart began to beat faster with tension. He also understands how barriers work and doesn't like lying to teachers. "But there is no choice," he said, his voice sounding calm but firm. "Since even Sojin confirms that something is fishy, by the way. Is there an A-rank support mage named Yang Young-un listed at the academy?" the warrior asked. The boys began to look at each other. Their faces expressed doubt and anxiety. They clearly did not know how to react to what they heard and what to do next. "Curse," the mage said with an angry face, her eyes flashing with anger, and her voice sounded sharp, causing fear and confusion among the students. "Mr. Chun-hei, what should they do?" the mage asked, her voice wary and her gaze fixed on the teacher, waiting for an answer. "What must be done?" the teacher answered fiercely, his voice sounding firm and decisive. And the students felt the tension. One of the special forces looked at this mysterious teacher with great surprise and exclamation. His eyes widened and his face expressed bewilderment. "Here it is. This is his doing. Take it." The warrior rushed towards him. His movements were quick, and his voice sounded decisive and firm. They suddenly rushed to attack the teacher. Their steps were swift and their weapons glittered, creating a tense atmosphere around the event. He magically disappeared quickly, leaving behind a dark blue glow, his disappearance causing shock and confusion among the students and warriors. Young Yonggun, main rank. "And that means things are getting serious, Sunbae," the warrior said, his voice sounding worried and his face expressing tension. "If the mission fails, there is only one thing left," the traitorous mage replied, her words sounding cold and her eyes flashing with determination and anger. She began to quickly attack everyone around her. Her movements were swift, and her magic tore through the air, creating chaos and fear among the students. And her eyes burned with a red flame. She wanted to kill everyone. Her face expressed rage, and the energy around her became more and more destructive. "Kill as many people as possible and die," she said, her voice sounding eerie. And the students felt horror, watching her madness. One of the warriors suddenly drew his sharp blade. His movements were quick and confident, and his eyes expressed determination and readiness for a fatal blow. And with a swift movement, he cut off her head. His face remained calm, and the students around him froze in horror, watching such a swift action. "Then the girl was in the wrong place," he said with a confident and contemptuous look. His voice sounded cold, and his words pierced the silence around. His eyes were shining. He was confident in what he had done. His face expressed determination, and his heart beat evenly and calmly. Nearby lay the bloody body of one of the people whom the sorceress had managed to kill. The blood was spreading across the ground, creating a terrible picture. All the others stood next to the body to pay their respects, their faces expressing sorrow, and their hearts filled with sadness and gratitude. "Thank you for your help, Captain Kim Do-kyun." A year has passed since their meeting at the chairman's house. Seo-jun, the warrior said, his voice sounding respectful. "He becomes an excellent magician. And then, he will take the reward for killing the main," the captain said, his words sounding serious and firm. "I should have asked for the account number beforehand," he thought jokingly, his face breaking into a slight smile. But his eyes remained focused and serious. "Really, it's Kim's son who should be thanked," he said, his voice tense and his face filled with worry and confusion. Something nearby exploded, and the hero bent over to stay on his feet, his body shaking from the force of the impact, his heart beating faster from the strain. The explosion threw him several meters away. The ground shook, and the air filled with smoke and fire. His body hit the rocks and walls. A large flame of fire appeared. It grew stronger and stronger, illuminating the space around. The students closed their eyes, and the warriors prepared for a new attack. "No!" he screamed, clenching his teeth in anger, his voice loud, his face expressing determination and readiness to continue the fight. The child of prophecy rose from the flames, her eyes sparkling and her body glowing with energy. The students stood frozen as they watched the incredible appearance. Traun Hakyu Ara, second year, second place in the Omhli Magic Academy, is disappointing, said the mysterious man who appeared out of nowhere. "And this is the same genius who supposedly rivals Lee Seo-jun," he said, his voice sounding contemptuous and his face expressing displeasure. "Or is this ballast preventing her from fighting at full strength?" "How did this happen?" he said, his words sounding mocking and harsh. The heroine said that she had to help Ara and would fight with her. Her voice sounded decisive, and her eyes sparkled with rage. The other one replied not to interfere and to run. Her voice sounded firm, and her face expressed seriousness. She wanted to protect her from mortal danger, and she said that she could handle it herself. The girl rushed up to attack. Her movements were quick and decisive, and her eyes sparkled with rage and determination to win. The man asked with a smirk, Was that all? His voice sounded mocking, and his face expressed contempt and self-confidence. He said that he seemed to be lost in thought, and that she was not the one he needed. His words sounded cold, and his gaze was indifferent. And he grabbed the girl tightly by the throat. His hands were strong, and his face expressed confidence. He was not going to let her go so easily. He said that her rich, mana-filled blood was making it impossible for him to hold back, his voice sounding creepy and his eyes sparkling with greed. The girl closed her eyes. Her face showed that she was in great pain. Her breathing became intermittent, and her body was shaking. He continued to hold her by the throat with a confident face. His gaze was cold, and the strength in his hands did not weaken for a moment. The other girl shouted to release Aru and begin the fight with her, launching an attack against the wizard, her voice sounding determined and her eyes burning with fury. She said that tears welled up from such friendship, falling to the ground without strength. Her voice sounded quiet, and her face expressed gratitude. The wizard asked if she thought it would help defeat him. His voice was mocking, and his eyes sparkled with confidence and contempt for his opponents. She said that she knew it was impossible to win, but her eyes were burning with determination, and the girl rushed into the attack, not wanting to leave her friend alone, and that she would not leave her friend to die. Her voice sounded firm, and her heart was filled with strength, ready to resist the evil wizard. The girl began to cast a spell on the evil wizard, her hands moving quickly, and energy gathered around, creating a tense atmosphere. She released a stream of energy into the attack and struck the man in the shoulder, drawing blood, her power proving unexpectedly destructive. The man did not expect such a powerful force, and his face twisted in pain. Blood flowed down his shoulder, and his eyes expressed rage. The wizard said that this power surprised him. Holding his wounded and bleeding shoulder, his voice sounded surprised and worried. She said she was surprised there was no ice, but more importantly, her mana was being used up at a breakneck speed, her words sounding serious and tense. The girl fell to the floor from exhaustion. Her breathing became intermittent and her body trembled. She could no longer continue the fight. The man said with a smirk that the child of prophecy, the mage born to destroy the mains, had been found. His voice mocking, but his eyes sparkling with confidence. He declared that he would kill her with his own hands. His voice was cold, and his face was determined as he prepared to deliver the fatal blow. The protagonist calmly stated that this would not happen, and spoke about the child of prophecy, calling him a key figure in the events taking place. Using the magic of the heart of great nature, Kim Seon-woo continued his attack, declaring that he was the only one who would die here. The man angrily shouted at the hero to stay back, expressing both rage and fear at the same time, as he realized how dangerous his opponent was becoming. And he used a lot of magic, trying to stop the hero, using different spells that created flashes of energy around him. But suddenly, a magical shield erupted from the boy's bracelet, absorbing the blow and creating a dense barrier around the hero, completely protecting him. And he began his attack on the enemy, moving confidently and quickly, using every opportunity to get closer and deliver the decisive blow. The protagonist, without stopping, approached closer and closer, demonstrating calm and strength, and his steps became heavier. Then the man fell to his knees, realizing that his strength was leaving him and that resistance was pointless before the power of the hero. Not understanding what was happening, he shouted out so much mana. Where did the brat get such strength from? And his voice trembled with horror mixed with despair. Kim Seon-woo replied that he had more experience than he seemed, and his calm tone clearly showed confidence in his own abilities and accumulated knowledge. But the enemy gritted his teeth, saying that he would not die alone, and his voice trembled with rage mixed with despair. He glanced at the girl lying behind the hero, trying to understand her condition, and doubt, mixed with unexpected fear, flashed in his eyes. And he jumped up to her, shouting, "Child of prophecy," as if he hoped to use her as a last chance, although he understood that the situation was already completely out of his control. The boy looked at him in confusion, not expecting such a movement, and his gaze became colder, reflecting his readiness to act quickly and decisively. And he delivered a precise blow to him, leaving no opportunity for the enemy to dodge. And the hero's movement was fast, confident, and completely devoid of unnecessary emotions. Then the enemy fell dead, covered in blood, and his body went limp, showing that the resistance was over. The V-rank villain Jinsan was successfully defeated, and the system seemed to mark the event, recording the result and emphasizing the significance of the victory. Causality increased by 0.4, and the hero felt a slight change, as if the world recognized his actions. The Savior achievement was earned, earning 3,000 points, and this mark became confirmation that the hero had taken an important step that would influence his future. The guy thought that he had woken up a bit early, but she was a good girl, and this thought sounded in his head calmly, without any unnecessary self-confidence. The mains will continue to attack the academy, and thanks to this, Yoon Hae-yeon and Lee Seo-jun will become stronger, gaining experience that will change their future path. Yoon Hae-young was lying unconscious, and her breathing was weak but steady, which gave hope for a quick recovery from the difficult events. But Kim Sun-woo was glad that the two girls were alive, and his relief was felt in every movement, despite the fatigue that had accumulated after the recent battle. A post appeared online that the mains had invaded a magic academy, and Lee Seo-jun, the first macaw, and two other students fought back, sparking a heated discussion. And no one understood what this was all for, because the attack seemed pointless, leaving many questions to which there were no clear answers yet. Yu-ara lay in bed, a pitiful sight, and thought I was being celebrated as a hero, although she didn't lift a finger, feeling awkward. And then she saw Yoon Hae-young, and told her to run and march to bed, trying to hide her embarrassment, but her voice sounded firm, confident, and a little stern. The heroine was outraged upon hearing the news and said the academy had blown things out of proportion, expressing dissatisfaction with the exaggerated rumors surrounding recent events. And Yoon Ha-young said with a smile, "They just want you to rest. The exams are over, so relax." And her words sounded soft, homely. Yu-ara admitted that she heard that Yoon Ha-yeon was fighting with the main while the heroine was unconscious, and her voice trembled with surprise and gratitude. The heroine smiled shyly and said that anyone in her place would have done the same, trying to hide her awkwardness, but her voice sounded sincere and calm. When she was alone, someone extended a helping hand to her, and this memory remained deeply imprinted, reminding her of the importance of support, and she wanted to return the good, feeling an inner need to repay in kind, because the care she received had become a meaningful and warm experience for her. And this decision gave her the courage to stand up to Maine, allowing her to overcome the fear that had previously constrained her movements. So when the going gets tough, it's okay to accept help, Appa. And her words were soft, emphasizing the importance of mutual support. The heroine became angry when she heard the word help, and her eyes shone with anger, bringing back old wounds that she tried not to remember. She remembered the burning house, and images of fire flashed before her eyes, destroying everything around, leaving only fear and helplessness. The parents screamed at their sister to take Aru and run, their voices sounding desperate, trying to save at least part of the family from the impending disaster. Back then, the little girl called out to her parents, not understanding what was happening, and her voice was drowned out by the noise of the fire that was consuming the house and hope. But it was too late. The logs of the house collapsed on them, and this moment remained in her memory forever, turning into a heavy and painful recollection. Clutching the blanket, she declared that she didn't need anyone's help, and her voice was filled with pain mixed with stubbornness born of past tragedies. Yoon Ha-young hesitated and said that now she could at least say thank you, her words sounding cautious, as if she was afraid of touching the heroine's old wounds. She added that if Sonu hadn't come to save them, they would already be dead, and her voice trembled, reminding her of the fear she had experienced. Yu-ara was surprised and asked if Kim Sun-woo had saved them, not understanding what her friend was talking about. And her confusion was completely genuine, and the girl called the hero, telling him to tell her everything himself, Sonu. And her gaze expressed anticipation mixed with slight excitement before hearing the truth. The protagonist greeted her and asked how she was feeling. His voice was calm and his gaze remained attentive, assessing the heroine's condition after what she had experienced. He said that he was asked to give something, 5 million won for winning the main, and noted that this amount was her share. The girl raised an eyebrow and asked why he was suddenly giving it to her, and there was a mixture of disbelief and surprise in her voice. She said that it was he, Kim Sun-woo, who killed the main. And her words sounded confident, emphasizing her conviction in the fair distribution of credit. The hero replied that when he arrived, the main was already breathing on his palm, and everything happened thanks to her firepower and the support of Yoon Ha-young, which played a decisive role. Ara jumped out of bed and quietly said that she was ashamed to accept money for other people's merits, since she considered it completely wrong. She asked to split the 5 million with Yoon Ha-young because she believed that such a decision was the most honest and fair option. Blushing deeply, she added that she thanked the hero for saving her and admitted that she felt awkward about her own helplessness. After these words, she abruptly ran out of the room, trying to hide her embarrassment and not let the hero notice her inner agitation. Kim Seon-woo thought for a moment and noted that he had planned to establish a relationship with Ara through Yoon Ha-young, and now he wondered if he had been hasty in his actions. The system announced that the character Ara was interested in the hero and indicated that the interest level was 1 and the reward was 2,000 points. The heroine grinned and thought that she was simply embarrassed by a certain amount of attention, since Ara had always been proud and preferred to hide her emotions. He finally got the chance to open the sail and saw a spatial pocket that could hold up to 30 kilograms. Ara walked down the hallway and thought about Kim Seon-woo, realizing that no one would believe such a blatant lie, even if they really wanted to believe it. She recalled that when she passed out, Main was completely fine and didn't even go berserk, which meant that Kim Seon-woo had defeated him completely single-handedly. The guy, who had neither embodiment nor support, showed talent in all areas, like a genius who surprised everyone. Yoon Ha-yeon's recent successes seemed especially significant, and she understood that they were made possible thanks to the hero's intervention. These achievements were also due to Kim Seon-woo, and the girl gradually realized how great his hidden potential was. The heroine wondered if the hero was so strong, then why did he pretend to be a gray mouse? And why did he prefer to remain in the shadow of those around him? At their age, there was only one reason to hide one's strength, and the girl felt that this reason was connected to difficult experiences from the past. The heroine remembered the terrible faces with red eyes, and an anxiety arose inside her that she had long tried not to remember. The thought that the hero's family could have been killed by these bastards made the girl feel the weight of her own suspicions, which were becoming increasingly gloomy. Outside, a bright and beautiful sunset was visible through the window, and its warm light slightly softened the tense atmosphere around. Kim Seon-woo approached Yoon Ha-young and calmly clarified that she hadn't told anyone about it, as talking too much could have drawn unwanted attention. Yoon Ha-young replied that she did everything as the hero said, because unnecessary attention would only interfere with training, and she did not want to cause problems. She said that the main thing for her was the desire to study her own power, the power capable of destroying mains, and this gave the girl confidence. Compared to the original story, Yoon Ha-yeon awakened the power to destroy the mains a month earlier, and the hero understood how much this would change the events. The hero believed that even though the girl was still inexperienced, if she began to develop her strength now, it would be a huge help in the future battle with the mains Kogol. The protagonist stated that he would create a training plan for the girl, and added that they would work out together to avoid mistakes and speed up progress. Suddenly, the girl carefully grabbed the hero by the sleeve of his sweater and quietly admitted that she was curious to know only one thing that was important to her. Yoon Ha-yeon said that she heard that the hero ran to the training room immediately after the barrier was released and asked if it was related to her. The girl blushed and admitted that both during the exams and during the attack, the hero constantly took care of her. Kim Seon-woo froze in amazement, not expecting to hear such words from a girl who usually tried to hide her emotions. The hero sharply responded that the girl had misunderstood everything and wanted to immediately stop her guesses so as not to create unnecessary misunderstandings between them. He said that he believed in Yoon Ha-yeon's potential, and during the attack, he simply ran to the site of the explosion, and there was no hidden meaning to it. She sighed with a smile and said that she now understood the situation differently, although there was still a slight tension inside that she tried to hide. Kim Seon-woo smirked and asked if the girl was thinking of something else. But Yoon Ha-yeon immediately shouted no, trying to stop such hints. Yoon Ha-yeon admitted that it was unlikely that such a thing would have occurred to her, since the girl considered herself a bright and innocent heroine, not prone to such thoughts. The hero understood that she needed to be where she was destined to be, and promised to try to provide her with the conditions necessary for further growth and safety. Yoon Ha-young said okay, and added that she shouldn't overthink things, as such thoughts only hinder her from focusing on her development. The girl handed over an envelope and asked the hero to take at least this, explaining that there were 7.5 million won inside. Yoon Ha-yeon said it was tuition and reminded him that they would continue working together, calling him a teacher, which sounded especially sincere. The hero thought that children really didn't understand the value of money, although for him, such sums didn't pose much of a problem given his experience. Kim Seon-woo proudly announced that they would begin full-fledged training starting tomorrow, and was about to explain the plan to the girl. But suddenly, his attention was drawn to a notification that arrived on his phone, and the hero immediately felt that the message could be something unexpected. Looking at the screen, the hero saw that his face was filled with surprise, since the content of the notification was completely unexpected. The hero didn't understand what exactly had happened, because the notification looked like a message about the receipt of funds, and such a situation seemed strange to him. The hero wondered why everyone was so eager to shower him with money, and he felt that this kind of attention was beginning to make him slightly irritated and tired. After the exam, the hero was finally able to fulfill teacher Lee Hee-yeon's condition, and this brought him satisfaction, as he had long been striving for something like this. The special group for gifted individuals seemed like an important step to him, and the hero understood that participation in it would open up new opportunities necessary for further development. Before the regression, the hero had never even set foot in this place, and now he felt how much his life had changed after returning to past events. Third-year first-place student Kim Chung-hyun and third-year fourth-place student Park Min-ye were strong students. First-year first-place finisher Seo Khan and second-place finisher John Min-ki were also on the top list, and the hero noted their potential. Suddenly, a guy's cry was heard calling Kim Sun-woo, and the hero turned around, realizing that they wanted to involve him in a conversation or tell him something important. Yu-ara frowned at the hero but said nothing, and her silence seemed heavy, as if she was hiding thoughts she didn't want to voice. It would be much easier to influence key events from here, Kim Sun-woo thought, his face expressing calm, and his hand waving to the guy who called him. He finished off the half-dead man and thought that he could now sit next to them. But the reminder sounded harsh, because teacher Lee Hyun's conditions had been met. Then he should have guessed to get out of here. Otherwise, Park In-won himself would have thrown him out. "Mr. 72nd place," he said angrily. The other students shouted at Park In-won to stop, their voices loud and their faces expressing dissatisfaction with what was happening, the tension in the air increasing. He understood how much the class's average ranking had dropped because of who they were protecting. Kim Seon-woo's time on the exam was 22.43 seconds. Except for the test at the beginning of the semester, Kim Sun-woo was actually ahead of Park In-hwan, Yu-ara said, her voice calm and confident. "So let him sit and keep quiet. It is Park who is lowering the rating," she said, after which Park's face turned red with anger and resentment. Yu-ara didn't know why she was so worried about this idiot. But Park was thinking. His eyes were doubtful, and his voice was quiet. He didn't think he could do what was asked, Park said, swinging his fist at the boy, his face filled with rage. Kim Seon-woo grabbed Park's fist, stopping the blow. His movements were quick and confident, and his eyes expressed determination and calm. "You need to control yourself," Kim Seon-woo said, his voice sounding firm and his face expressing calm. He wanted to stop the conflict and maintain order. Park responded by cooling down. His voice sounded cold and his eyes expressed irritation. He was not going to give in and continued to maintain tension. Suddenly, someone unexpectedly hit Park on the head. His body swayed, his face distorted in pain. The students around him froze in shock. The attacker then kicked him in the stomach again, and Park flew down the stairs, his body hitting the steps. He fell to the very back of the auditorium and writhed in pain. His breathing became ragged. His hands were shaking. He could not get up. Kim Seon-woo thanked his protector, his voice sounding sincere, and his eyes expressing gratitude for his help in a difficult moment. He was watching the exam, and he had talent. This defender turned out to be a warrior from a special forces unit. His words sounded serious, and his face expressed respect. Some in the audience were shouting for Paku to be helped, while others were shouting that he deserved it, because he deserved punishment for his actions. It seemed he had started too harshly, the defender thought. his face expressing doubt, and his eyes looking at the students, assessing their reaction. "Do they want to send them back to the academy?" the man from the Special Forces said angrily, his voice sharp and his eyes flashing with anger. There were many mains lurking there. They were not tracked down, but gathered and attacked the academy. "It's time to put them in their place," the warrior said decisively. True, most mains act alone unless the king orders them to. They easily infiltrated the academy, which means they had a spy helping them. So Hyunsu had to work there and find out what the mains were looking for, and who the spy was. His task was set clearly and strictly. Special Forces agent Jung Hyun-soo was pleased to meet him, sent from the Magicians Association. His voice sounded confident and his face expressed seriousness. If he is from the Special Forces, does that mean the students will be involved in cleanups or counterterrorism operations, the students ask? Under his leadership, the group was to scout out areas where monsters were spawning, and the hero spoke confidently, conveying a sense of calm to the students. He reminded them that the mission was dangerous, so anything suspicious had to be reported, and his words were stern, setting the right work ethic. The hero explained that there was no real threat there, as they were heading to a closed training ground, and he spoke calmly, without unnecessary tension. He reported that one dungeon had already been completely cleared, and that magical surveillance circles could be used to track suspicious people. Students in the specialized group had more freedom of movement than the rest, and a possible spy could be hiding nearby. This is probably how Jung Hyun-soo thought, carefully analyzing what was happening and trying to understand what hidden intentions there might be. There was indeed a spy in the school, but he had acted cautiously and was now lying low, concealing his steps from anyone who might notice his presence. The most important thing now was to help Sojun obtain an S-rank item from the hidden level of the dungeon, as his success could change the course of the game. The hero also had to support Soyuna, who was going on a mission with Sojun, because her persistence and endurance could play a role. The teacher raised his sword and struck the floor of the auditorium, attracting the attention of the group, and his command was clear, signaling the beginning of the operation. He ordered them to split into pairs and move to their designated areas, and his orders sounded confident, leaving no room for doubt. One of the students thought for a moment, considering himself the odd one out, but he understood that the team draw would not change, and his thoughts were filled with internal doubts. He arrived at the designated area and wanted to say something, but again he thought, assessing the situation and trying to figure out how best to start the conversation. There was a girl standing next to him, smiling thoughtfully, as if she already knew what would happen next and was calmly watching the situation unfold. Kim Seon-woo was so upset that he had met this girl, and her mood changed subtly, reflecting the tension between them. The guy thought that many people were trying to get closer to him and allowed himself a slight smile, watching the students who were closely following his actions. These two were different from the others. Their movements were confident and restrained, and they did not try to show unnecessary emotions. The hero understood why Senior Lee So-jun might not like him, but he couldn't figure out where such irritation came from when they met. Kim Seon-woo confidently said it was time to move out, and his calm tone set the rhythm for the entire group as they prepared to begin the operation. One student complained that he wanted to be alone with a cute freshman, and his displeasure sounded as if he had already resigned himself to it. Kim Seon-woo pointed out that there was no need to throw a fit over something like that, and another guy responded that it was easy to reason when a girl shows interest in someone. The students talked about Seo Yuna, thinking that she was the most beautiful among them all, and her confident smile really made many people feel uneasy. Another guy started crying because he wasn't the one who went with her, and his despair looked so genuine that the others didn't even know how to react. There were magical nobility among the students, but the girl had no intention of interfering in their disputes, and her cold tone made her position clear. So Yuna was different from Yu Ara, and her calmness was combined with an inner strength that was evident in every movement, the man said. The guy, with a broad smile, declared that from now on he would serve the boss faithfully and truly, not retreating at anything on the way to the end. The night sky filtered through the dense treetops, and the protagonist felt the silence of the forest pressing down on him like a foreign, heavy veil of dreams. Everyone around him thought that in any case, it was he, Kim Sun, who was lucky, and they whispered about it behind his back almost with envy and fear. The girl snorted quietly and thought that it didn't matter. Since they weren't happy with each other, It would be even easier to part without words today and forever. The worst student in the academy suddenly became friends with Sojun, and now he somehow slipped into the special group, causing surprise among all observers. He also trained, perhaps, the worst student in the class, turning her, through effort and patience, into a noticeable member of the special group in the eyes of those around her. His behavior seemed incredibly suspicious, and the protagonist understood that behind such kindness there was certainly a calculating goal. Kim Seon-woo sighed, feeling like a hole was about to be drilled into the back of his head, as a notification came through that Seo Yoon's character was interested in him. He pointed forward and calmly noted that it looked like there really was something there, and suggested that he and the girl check the place out right now. She replied that yes, and decided that whatever he was planning, it would not work on her, because she was cautious from experience. She mentally promised to disrupt his plans, and decided that she would not allow the protagonist to use the situation for his own purposes. The protagonist looked at her in surprise, trying to understand what exactly the girl was planning, because her behaviors seemed too secretive and alarming to him. He noticed that it was written all over her face that she was planning something, and this made him more wary than usual in such situations. So Yuna was obsessed with the idea of currying favor with Lee Seo-jun in hopes of strengthening her own position. And this obsessive goal completely controlled her actions. She tried her best to increase her authority, and this greatly irritated the guy, who saw only calculation in her behavior. He decided that if he used it correctly, he could get the story back on track and prevent things from getting out of control. The heroine stated that the more she watches him, Sunbae Kim Sun-woo, the more amazed she becomes, because at the beginning of the semester he was so humiliated. She added that if he was going to rely only on force, then everything could go sideways, because such a path always attracts danger. She warned him that he would attract too much attention and make enemies if he continued to act so bluntly and recklessly. Her background, talent, and appearance were considered ideal. As they said, So Yuna had it all from birth. But in reality, it was just a facade. Living up to the family standards required considerable effort and determination, as So Yuna understood that any weakness could ruin her image. This was the secret to So Yuna's perfection, who maintained a flawless facade for years while hiding the tension within. Being kind to everyone, but sticking only to those who strengthen her authority became a rule for her, which she observed daily, without allowing herself to deviate. So Yuna's pretense was a survival strategy, as she needed to fit in with the elite to maintain her position and not lose respect. The girl smiled and said that he understood her words perfectly, hinting at the events that had happened today and had noticeably changed their general situation. No one said it out loud, but besides Sunbae Park In-hwan, there were others who didn't want to see him in the special group next to them. There were also those who absolutely did not want to see him in the special group, believing that he was not worthy of such a place and was disrupting the usual order. The protagonist smiled and said that it didn't matter, because he was determined to move forward, regardless of other people's doubts and discontent. He stated that he had a goal, and he would definitely achieve it in the special group, even if he had to overcome resistance and mistrust from those around him. Fear appeared in So Yuna's eyes as she realized that the situation was getting out of control, and that further events could lead to unexpected consequences. She remembered her father's words, who said that he had planned out her entire life and asked her to simply follow the plan without asking unnecessary questions or doubts. "It's all for her own good, So Yuna," he repeated, and the girl felt these words weighing on her, making her doubt her own desires. After this, the girl lowered her eyes, trying to hide her inner turmoil, because thoughts about the future were becoming more and more difficult and disturbing for her. She then stated that she seemed to now understand why the teachers were so supportive of him, Sunbae, and why they supported him more than other students. She asked what he intended to achieve in the special group, as it was important for her to understand his true intentions and possible influence on future events. Suddenly, he heard the killer's instinct, sensing a sharp change in the air, and realized that danger was approaching faster. And pushing So Yuna away, he shouted at her to watch out, trying to protect the girl from the threat that he noticed only thanks to his heightened instincts. The spear fell past the heroine, and the protagonist wondered if this was an ambush, since such attacks rarely happen by chance in such conditions. Kim Sun-woo asked irritably if the enemy had gotten it right, because what was happening seemed too stupid and dangerous at the same time. Park In-hwan came closer and declared that this was his last chance, because if he valued his life, he needed to sit quietly in the academy and not show himself. The protagonist laughed and asked what exactly he meant, since Park In-hwan's threat sounded empty and unconvincing to him. The guy clearly didn't expect such a reaction and gritted his teeth in anger, realizing that his words hadn't made the desired impression on his opponent. And Park shouted at him that otherwise he would die, trying to intimidate the main character, although he understood that he was not inclined to give in to pressure. A black-violet eye appeared in the tree branches, observing what was happening, and the heroes realized that they were being watched with particular interest. It was Yu Ara, who was summoning flames to attack, preparing to intervene in the conflict if the situation got out of hand too quickly. The heroes thought about it, because they knew that this was the captain's order, but they doubted whether there really could be a real spy among these children. The Counterterrorism Task Force and support mage Baek Yejin watched through the eye, observing every movement of the participants in the training area. The soldiers understood that if the main spy was really here, he would try to get in touch, since they had been given free rein to check. They were ordered to report immediately if anyone acted suspiciously or left the training area, as such signals could be important. The woman said she didn't know whether they were spies or not, but she doubted that such behavior could be ignored in such a situation. But these guys are going to kill each other now, the woman thought, watching what was happening, because the tension between them was growing too quickly. His impressive casting speed amazed the observers, and no matter how much of a ghoul he was, he truly deserved 5th place in the rankings through persistence. He understood that if he delayed, he could disrupt the plan. So he tried to act quickly, not allowing the enemy to gain an advantage. So Yuna yelled at Sunbae that if they wanted to fight, they should do it during practice and not cause chaos among the students. She yelled at him, asking if he understood that he was disgracing the academy, and added that Sunbae Park Ivan was also behaving inappropriately in a similar situation. She demanded that they put aside their complexes in front of Sunbae Seojun and Sunbae Sunwoo, because their behavior looked ridiculous and inappropriate. The student became indignant and asked why everyone was on this bastard's side, since he believed that no one noticed or appreciated his own efforts. Suddenly, shouts of "no" were heard, and everyone turned around, realizing that the situation was rapidly getting out of control and required immediate intervention. The woman gasped when she saw that the magic circle was destroyed, as this meant a loss of protection and the possible beginning of much more dangerous events. The soldier stepped forward and said that he had promised not to let the students get hurt, so he had an obligation to intervene even if the situation seemed hopeless. He shouted one last time that he would separate them in return, ordering them to continue monitoring the other areas and call for help at the slightest threat. It was Park In-hwan and Kim Sun-woo who had had a fight today, and with them was Choi So-yuna, the daughter of one of the 5 great families of magicians. She hoped that nothing serious would happen, since such conflicts could lead to consequences that would affect the entire academy. Pak yelled that he should have kept acting like a clown, like he had at the beginning of the semester, because then no one would have taken him seriously. He asked who he thought he was, trying to compete with him, because he believed that Kim Sun-woo had no right to challenge a man of his level. The heroine closed her eyes and whispered that she could no longer block because the tension was growing too quickly and the strength was gradually leaving her exhausted body. Suddenly, she heard a voice ahead, which reminded her that he had told her to move away because it was really dangerous here and the situation was becoming more and more unpredictable. And Kim Sun-woo summoned a magical shield, creating protection around himself and the girl to prevent a possible attack and maintain control over what was happening. Frowning, the guy declared that he would deal with the enemy himself, since he had no intention of allowing anyone to interfere in a fight that he considered his business. Previously, he simply stood and watched Park In-hwan's atrocities, believing that a background character should not interfere with the development of the main plot. He believed that a background character had to remain on the sidelines, since intervention could change the course of events and disrupt the usual order. He was sure that he should not interfere with the plot, but what was happening forced him to reconsider his own beliefs and take a more active stance. But this bastard was just a passing character who appears at the beginning and has no significance in the further development of the plot. The protagonist used the heart of great nature and jumped up from his seat, feeling a surge of strength that allowed him to act faster and more decisively. He moved closer to his opponent, and Puck declared that even the enhancement magic would not help him, trying to hide his own fear behind rudeness. And Kim Seon-woo answered him that if he had any problems, they should be resolved with him and not involve strangers. And grabbing him by the face, he reminded him that involving outsiders was unacceptable, since such actions could lead to serious consequences. Pressing his hand harder, he slammed the guy into the floor, demonstrating superiority and forcing his opponent to realize his own helplessness in this situation. So many cracks appeared behind, because the force of the impact was so great that the ground could not withstand the pressure and split. Fear appeared on the boy's face, as he realized that he no longer had control over what was happening, and was unable to resist the main character's strength. And the main character asked him to name at least one reason why he should spare him, because such actions cannot remain without consequences. Pak fell to his knees and began to cry, and decided that he would not go anywhere because he understood that resistance was pointless and could lead to an even worse outcome. He said that the protagonist is not always right either, and asked to simply forgive him, hoping to avoid punishment and preserve the remains of his dignity. The girl behind him was indignant and said that he was wasting his mana, since the situation was already under control and further actions were pointless. He replied that he had not intended to maim him anyway, since he understood that such cruelty would not bring any benefit and would only make the situation worse. The protagonist told him to get out of there as far as possible, because if he saw him again, the consequences would be extremely unpleasant. Pak asked if this meant that he would keep what happened here a secret, because he was afraid that the information would reach those who could punish him more severely. But Kim Seon-woo declared whether he was leaving or not, because he had no intention of wasting time on empty talk when the situation required decisiveness. And sitting down on the ground, he decided that he would let him suffer at least once, because such a lesson could keep him from further stupidity. You could see Pak running away, trying to hide as quickly as possible, because fear completely controlled his actions at that moment. The observers shouted to Sunbae that Park In-hwan, who had just fought, was leaving the training ground, and this required an immediate report. One of the soldiers replied that he had received the message and was prepared to pass on the information, since such cases cannot be ignored. From this moment on, the task force's full attention will be focused on him, as his behavior is suspicious and requires careful observation. The guy said that he barely escaped from that bastard Kim Seon-woo, because the collision turned out to be much more dangerous than he initially expected. But there was a man following him, and he wondered why this man had followed him, because such pursuit seemed strange and disturbing. Kim Seon-woo remembered that from now on, all the attention of the task force would be focused on him, and he understood that he had to act more carefully. He didn't want to have much influence on the plot, since any intervention could change the course of events and lead to unpredictable consequences. The girl said that beating Park In-hwan, the 5th-ranked student at the academy, while being in 72nd place, meant that the rankings needed to be revised. She added that if he really wanted to kill her, she would never have won, because the difference in strength was too great. Kim Sun-woo became embarrassed and said that she probably wanted to join Lee So-jun's team, but ended up getting into this with him. A system notification about Choi So-yuna's level 1 interest in him appeared in front of Kim Seon-woo, and he carefully studied the unexpected message. The heroine smiled slightly, trying to hide her excitement, and her calm gaze made the protagonist think about the reasons for such unexpected behavior. And then the heroine admitted that at the beginning of the semester, she had a low opinion of him, calling him Sunbae, and she spoke about it calmly, without unnecessary emotion. She thought he was a mediocrity who had decided to attract attention to himself. And the heroine recalled her previous impressions, comparing them with the current ones. But recently, the girl noticed changes that forced her to look at the hero in a new way, gradually changing her previous beliefs. Now he seemed to her like a completely different person, no longer the loser and poser she had considered him to be before. And this surprised her more and more. The protagonist asked if this was true and inquired how she saw him now, trying to understand the meaning of her words and catch the hidden nuances. The girl thought for a moment and said that, in a word, he was interesting. And her voice sounded soft, as if confirming the sincerity of what she said. And the guy realized that his talent as a clown would not go away, although he tried to look more serious than usual, hiding his awkwardness and inner embarrassment. And looking at the starry sky, she suggested continuing their journey, saying that they had rested enough, and asked if the hero could continue walking calmly. Looking at the time, Kim Sun-woo said that it was already late and suggested that they sit a little longer, hoping to prolong the quiet moment with the girl. So-Yuna smiled and said that she needed to find something and show the result so that people like Park In-hwan would no longer dare to humiliate the main character. And suddenly she saw a huge cobra in front of her. And they froze, not understanding where this dangerous creature had come from, disturbing their peaceful evening rest. And then the heroine immediately screamed, frightened by the sudden appearance of the monster, and her voice echoed around, causing everyone to tense up. The boys summoned magic, realizing that it was a training monster, meaning the danger was not mortal, and he had to act quickly. But suddenly, the cobra was cut down by light magic, and a bright flash illuminated the space, causing both of them to look around in surprise, searching for whoever had intervened. This made So-Yuna's face blossom. She realized who did it, and her eyes filled with admiration when she saw a familiar figure in front of her. Clenching his hand into a fist, the protagonist realized that everything was going according to plan and felt a confidence that helped him remain calm in a difficult situation. It was Lee Seo-jun who said that he had been walking around here alone and trying to help the others, although there seemed to be no dangerous monsters left nearby. The girl stated that for a genius like him, a sunbae, this was probably nothing, and her words sounded sincere, emphasizing her respect for his strength. The girl stated that for a genius like him, a sunbae, such a situation was really a trifle, and her confident voice emphasized her admiration. And she continued, saying that if he signed a sponsorship contract with her family, he would shine even brighter. And the guy promised to think about it later. Kim Seon-woo thought about it, because the location and the participants were ideal, and the main thing was that the key event remained unchanged. He knew that if he led Choi Seo-yuna to the dungeon, monsters would appear on the way, and this could change the course of his carefully prepared plan. He had originally planned his route to cross paths with Lee Seo-jun, and he had thought through every detail to make it look natural. Now, all he had to do was point the way, and he shouted to the others to look there, directing their attention in the right direction to continue moving. They were surprised, trying to understand what kind of light it was that suddenly appeared ahead, and carefully approached to examine the source of the glow. So Yuna said that the light was coming from inside the cave, and her voice sounded excited, as if she sensed a hidden danger lurking inside. The protagonist smiled and said that it was very curious because the unknown attracted him, and he offered to check what exactly was hidden inside. A special quest appeared before them, where the training dungeon was listed as inactive. And this caused confusion, because such phenomena rarely happened. A rare phenomenon appeared before them, as a dungeon within a dungeon was considered almost impossible, and the heroes immediately realized that they had encountered something unusual. It turned out to be much more difficult than ordinary dungeons, but if they cleared it, the reward would be much more valuable. And this thought gave the heroes determination. The trial tower was watching them, and the air was filled with mysterious mana, and the hidden floor of the trial tower was also considered a special hidden level. The hidden level appeared in a dungeon that they disabled and modified, and it raised questions. Lee Seo-jun and Choi Seo-yuna had to join forces to defeat the boss, and their teamwork became the key. In this episode, Lee Seo-jun not only receives an S-rank weapon and attracts attention, as a press conference with the Korean genius awaits. The most important thing was something else, because it was here that the mentally matured Choi Seo-yuna became Lee Seo-jun's ally, making a serious decision. The protagonist said that he had, of course, prepared everything so that they could easily clear the level, and his confidence helped the others remain calm. Kim Seon-woo proposed to challenge the dungeon, and his voice sounded confident, as if he already knew that they could handle the upcoming trials. But Lee Seo-jun replied that there were too many variables in the hidden levels, and that they needed to report to the special forces first to avoid any unforeseen consequences. Meanwhile, So-yuna looked at her reflection, trying to understand the strange feeling inside, and her gaze became more and more attentive. The heroine looked more and more closely into the water, noticing subtle distortions, and her breathing became quieter, as if she was afraid to disturb the fragile silence around her. She began poking her finger into the surface of the water, watching the ripples spread out, trying to figure out what exactly had caught her attention in this place. A roar was heard calling her to come closer, and the voice sounded muffled, as if coming from the depths, forcing the girl to involuntarily take a step forward. And the voice ordered her to come in, and her body seemed to obey, although her mind resisted, feeling anxiety and an incomprehensible pressure around her. An unpleasant feeling like a cold wave ran through the protagonist's body, and he realized that something dangerous was happening, requiring immediate intervention. They called out to the girl, trying to stop her, but she seemed not to hear, and the tension in the air became more and more palpable. The monster began to smile, and his expression looked frightening, as if he was enjoying what was happening, watching the helplessness of those around him. It was a rank 5 ghost witch, and she grabbed the monster by the neck, demonstrating her strength and complete superiority over it. The guy shouted for the girl to wake up, hoping to reach her, as her consciousness was gradually falling under the control of the dangerous creature. But the witch only giggled, saying that the girl now belonged to her, and her laughter sounded cold, as if she enjoyed the power over her victim. The monster attacked first, and its movement was swift, causing the heroes to instantly tense up, as the situation was becoming more dangerous than they had initially expected. The plot deviated from the original again, and the protagonist realized that events were going differently than he had expected, which complicated further actions. A portal appeared behind them, its flickering light filling the space with anxiety, causing everyone to turn around and try to understand what was happening. Lee So-jun shouted out what was going on around him, his voice tense as he didn't expect to see something like this in the training dungeon. Choi So-yoon was kidnapped by a monster, and the news hit hard, making everyone realize the gravity of the situation and the need to act immediately. Kim Seon-woo declared that they should follow him because they needed to save the girl, and his determination gave the others confidence. He said that if they waited, Choi So-yoon would die, and his words were stern, emphasizing the urgency of what was happening. He explained that this monster could absorb mana and asked what would happen when it completely sucked it out, causing the others to wonder. He said they needed to sort this out themselves right now, as delay would only make the situation worse, and his confidence helped him stay focused. The hero drew his weapon and said he was ready, and his determination became the signal to begin rescuing the younger girl. They ran to save the youngest, and every step was filled with anxiety because time was against them, and the danger was getting closer. The Special Forces agent pinned the guy to the ground and shouted, demanding that he tell who he was in cahoots with and what the unknown men's goal was, suspecting the worst. He was curious about why he had started to run, and he tried to understand the hero's motives, suspecting hidden intentions and possible lies. The hero screamed that he couldn't say it, and his voice sounded desperate, because the truth could lead to even bigger problems. The man pressed him harder and said that he was going to take pity on him if he confessed. But now everything depended on his will. He stated that Park In-hwan, a second-year student at the Magic Academy and 5th in ranking, was the suspect, and the situation became increasingly complicated. On suspicion of conspiracy with the mains, he declared him under arrest, and the words sounded cold, like a sentence, leaving no choice. He said into his earpiece that he had detained the suspect and asked Agent Baek Ye-jin to pick him up, emphasizing the seriousness of the situation. But the girl screamed that they had a new problem, and her voice sounded alarmed, because the situation was rapidly getting out of control. 3 students entered the dungeon they were modifying, causing alarm as such actions could lead to unpredictable consequences. The man was surprised to hear that they had entered a dungeon, as it had been turned off and was now just an ordinary cave with no active mechanisms. The girl replied that they had just detected a signal indicating the appearance of a hidden level, and her voice sounded excited, emphasizing the seriousness of what was happening. The boys walked across the icy floor, stepping forward carefully, because the surface was slippery and the cold penetrated to the bones, forcing them to move slower. There was a huge amount of ice and snow inside, and the frosty wind beat against their faces, creating the feeling that space itself was resisting. The heroes trembled as she reinforced the space with the icy mana she had drained from Choi So-yoon, making everything around them feel dangerous and unstable. The hero turned red, saying that he still hadn't managed to do so much, but at this rate he would soon be able to cope, although the situation remained tense. But suddenly a warm coat was thrown over Lee So-jun, and he was surprised, because he did not expect such care, especially at such a dangerous moment. Kim Seon-woo smiled and said to put this on, since it is insulated and it will immediately become easier. showing that he had prepared for the cold conditions in advance. He explained that it was always cold in the hidden levels, so he stocked up on warm clothes, using the spatial pocket for convenient storage. Lee So-jun was surprised by the spatial pocket and asked where he got the money for an artifact worth 100 million. But Kim Sun-woo replied that it was shares. The warm fleece coat increased cold resistance by 20%, a feature that made it especially useful in icy conditions. Suddenly, the guy shouted for them to wait, because Choi So-yuno was in front, and his voice sounded excited, attracting the attention of the others. She waved at them and shouted that she was there, asking for help, and her voice trembled as if she was holding on with all her might. Lee So-jun was delighted and said that they needed to get her out of here quickly, because staying in such a place was becoming increasingly dangerous. But a clot of magic flew past the hero, and he felt the air tremble, realizing that the attack was aimed directly at them. The clot hit So-yuna directly, and her body twitched as if something inside was resisting, causing everyone to tense up even more. The girl created an ice shield to protect herself from the blow, and her eyes flashed with a cold light, showing that she was no longer in control of herself. She laughed and said that the hero had a keen sense, calling him a human, and her voice sounded alien, as if the witch was speaking through her. The protagonist stated that she was being controlled by a ghostly witch, and in order to save the girl, they would have to catch the witch, acting as carefully as possible. The witch licked her lips, saying that he had icy mana, and called it a delicacy, as if anticipating the opportunity to absorb even more power. She shouted that once she absorbed this girl, she would gain even more power, and her words sounded threatening. Then she said she would take care of them, and her voice was filled with malice, as if she enjoyed the fear she was causing. Lee Seo-jun drew his lightsaber in preparation for battle, and his determination became evident as he realized there was no other way out. The Phantom Witch was undead, so she was vulnerable to Sojun's light magic. But the situation was complicated by the fact that she was in someone else's body. The guy also began to attack, trying to act carefully, because any wrong move could harm the girl under control. He understood that the witch was now in someone else's body, and this made the fight especially dangerous, requiring precision and caution. Choi So-yuno was ranked first in the first-year rankings, and her power made the witch even more dangerous, amplifying every attack. Her main specialty was manifestation, and this ability allowed her to use mana especially effectively, enhancing any technique. The girl's additional specialization was strengthening, which made her body and magic more powerful, making it more difficult to free her from the witch. They can only defend themselves, the students said, their voices filled with anxiety and their faces filled with determination as they prepared for the coming battle against the witch. They rushed up and crossed their swords against each other. Their movements were fast and their eyes sparkled with determination and strength. Their blows were so powerful that sparks and fires flew from their swords. The air was filled with tension, and the earth trembled. The boy rushed towards the witch with all his might for a strong blow, his face expressing determination and his eyes burning with rage. The witch gripped her sword tightly, her hands trembling with tension and her eyes sparkling with determination as she prepared for a mortal fight, after which she began to cast a spell. Her voice was quiet and her hands moved quickly. Magic gathered around, creating a dangerous atmosphere. The boy swung his sword hard but missed. His face expressed despair, and his eyes looked at the witch, who confidently dodged. She jumped back from him. Her movements were quick and precise, her face calm. She was not afraid of his attack. "I can't bring myself to hit the girl," the witch said with a furious grin. Her voice sounded mocking, and her eyes sparkled with contempt. "What pathetic attacks," she repeated, parrying the guy's attack after attack. Her movements were confident, and her face expressed superiority and strength. Sojun and Kim Sun-woo confidently repelled the witch's attacks. Their movements were fast and precise, and their eyes expressed determination and strength to confront the enemy. Quick stance changes, a unique feature of the ice attribute, and synergy with the environment allowed them to enhance their attacks and defend against magic. The boy looked up in frightened surprise. His eyes widened and his heart started beating faster. He didn't expect such a sudden appearance of a threat. An ice block appeared next to him, almost hitting him, its cold glow reflected in the student's eyes, creating a tense atmosphere. They looked in bewilderment at the appearance of ice blocks around them. Their faces expressed alarm, and their breathing became increasingly intermittent. The path was cut off. A circle of ice blocks formed around him, their cold glow restricting his movements, creating the feeling of being completely trapped. "Look at yourselves. They are driven into a corner. There is nowhere to run," said the witch. Her voice sounded mocking, and her eyes sparkled with an evil fire. Everything around was shining with blocks of ice, and the witch's attacks did not stop and came one after another. Her magic was strong and destructive. "Come on, tell me what to do, Kim Sun-woo." "He has a plan," Lee So-jun asked, his voice sounding anxious and tense. "We need to find the witch's real body. If the main body is in danger, she will leave Choi So-yuna," he said decisively and firmly. "There's only snow and ice everywhere here." He asked if anyone saw the witch. His voice sounded anxious, and his eyes searched for her among the boulders. "He didn't see it personally," So-jun continued, his face expressing doubt, and his eyes closely following what was happening. He was trying to understand the enemy's hidden movements. Kim Sun-woo began swinging his sword around the ice blocks, cutting them with his blows. His movements were swift, and his face was filled with determination. In the original, he defeated the witch, simply smashed everything there to pieces, but was confident that they would be able to kill her and finish the fight. Just not with your own hands. The enhanced mana elixir increased the speed of mana recovery by 500% for 5 minutes. Kim Seon-woo looked at Seo-jun warily. His eyes filled with doubt and his face was serious, trying to figure out what his comrade was planning. Everything around again glowed with a bright blue color. The ice blocks reflected the light, creating an eerie atmosphere. The students felt tension and fear. A teacher from the Special Forces asked if the student wanted to say that he started the fight and then ran away because he was ashamed of losing. The tied-up student answered yes. "The students should have been checked more thoroughly before acting," he said, his voice stern and his eyes expressing displeasure and seriousness. "Of course, he really didn't know anything," the student shouted. His voice sounded desperate, and his face expressed fear. He tried to justify himself to the teacher. "Didn't they guarantee the student's safety?" the teacher said, his voice serious, admitting his omission. The emergence of a hidden level. If there was a chance to save the students, he would first try to open the entrance from the outside, said one of the teachers, his voice sounding decisive and confident. Otherwise, they would have to pray that the students would clear the hidden level and come out themselves, he said, his words sounding anxious and tense. Everything around began to glow blue again, and someone appeared. His figure was enveloped in light. The students froze, watching the unexpected phenomenon. "Students, please wait," said a woman who suddenly appeared, her voice soft and her face calm. She was trying to reassure them. They were stuck on a hidden level with no way out, the students said with surprise and disappointment, their voices sounding anxious and confused. "If something happens to them, he won't let it go," the teacher said, his voice firm and his eyes determined. "In what sense with his powers?" Kim Sun-woo asked Seo-jun in surprise, his face expressing bewilderment and his eyes looking warily. "In the direct sense, here he can use his power to the fullest," Seo-jun replied, his voice sounding confident and his face expressing calm. The flow of mana in one of them changed. What were they planning there? The witch thought, her eyes sparkling with alarm, and her face expressing suspicion. Kim Seon-woo began to accumulate all his mana in his hands, his eyes sparkling with determination, and his body trembling with tension. He prepared to deliver a powerful blow. Lee So-jun continued to fend off the witch's ice attacks, piercing them one after another with his sword, his movements swift and his face filled with concentration. Lee So-jun heard the words, "You don't have to hide your strength in front of him. Show him what you're really capable of." The voice sounded firm and confident. Come to think of it, the only time he had attacked with full force was during the last major incident. His memories came back with alarm and force. So Jun began to recall that large-scale incident with the monster attack, his heart beating faster, and his eyes expressing determination and fear at the same time. He remembered how he killed them in crowds with all his might, his sword shining, his body moving quickly. He felt power and danger. If he gets carried away, he might harm his comrades, Seo-jun thought, his face expressing doubt and his eyes looking at Kim Sun-woo with concern. The boys continued to fight off the witch's attacks, holding shoulder to shoulder. Their movements were synchronized, and their eyes expressed determination and strength. "Let's give it our all," Seojin said with complete confidence in his eyes, his voice sounding firm and his face expressing determination. "Go ahead, give it a try, you pathetic puppies," the witch said mockingly, her voice sounding cold and her eyes sparkling with contempt and anger. Since he believed in him so much, there was no choice, Seojin said confidently, and took a fighting stance, his eyes sparkling with determination and his body tensed completely. "I'll have to live up to it," he added confidently, raising his sword, his voice firm and his body trembling with tension and anticipation. So much mana, it's simply incredible. The witch was very surprised. Her eyes widened and her face expressed alarm. She did not expect such power. "Lee So-jun, destroy this dungeon," Kim Sung-woo shouted, his voice loud and his eyes filled with determination, believing in his comrade. The main body was in danger, the witch felt. Her heart began to beat faster and her face expressed fear. She understood that the situation was becoming critical. A serious battle against the witch began. Everything around was burning with blue flames. The students held firm. Their eyes expressed determination and strength. The witch began to scream and contort herself from the boys' powerful attacks, her voice sounding furious and her body shaking from pain and tension. "She left Choi So-yuna's body?" Sojin asked insistently, his voice sounding anxious, his eyes watching what was happening intently. A black and blue flame began to emanate from her body. It enveloped the space, creating an eerie atmosphere. The students froze, watching this phenomenon. She freed herself from the girl's body and rose in her usual witch form, her eyes sparkling with malice and her face expressing rage. "She didn't let them take her vessel," the witch screamed angrily, her voice sounding furious and her eyes sparkling with hatred and despair. "Then the witch will die," Sojun answered her, his voice sounding firm and his face expressing determination. He raised his sword and prepared to attack. The witch's eyes lit up brightly and she screamed furiously in anger, her body trembling, and the magic around her grew stronger with each passing second. The boys began to attack her with all their might. Their blows were super powerful and deadly. Their swords sparkled, and the earth trembled from the tension of the battle. Kim Sun-woo continued to cast his spell more and more intensely, his hands trembling with tension and his eyes sparkling with determination. He was not going to stop. "How are things going?" asked one of the teachers standing near the portal on the other side, his voice calm and his face focused. "The portal analysis is 2% complete. Not even a mosquito could get through here," he said, his words sounding firm, his eyes expressing confidence. "It's a shame, but that's the maximum they could do. No matter how much support they could muster, they wouldn't be able to open it up any wider," the teacher said regretfully. Suddenly, one of the teacher's phones rang. His face expressed surprise, and his eyes looked at the screen. He quickly answered the call. Lee So-jun was in a hidden location, a B-rank dungeon, and was asked a question over the phone. The teacher answered yes, due to his oversight, but added that if they waited, they would come out on their own. "They will come out themselves." What were they talking about? They asked menacingly on the phone. The voice sounded stern, and the face expressed displeasure. The teachers froze, waiting for an answer. The teachers stood there, perplexed, not knowing what to do. They waited to hear what they would say on the phone. His eyes expressed anxiety and confusion. Suddenly, a sharp beam of fire appeared from the sky to the earth. Its radiance blinded the students, the earth trembled, and the air was filled with heat and tension. "No, it's light mana," one of the students answered, her voice sounding surprised and her eyes sparkling. She understood that the situation was becoming serious. Sojun's sword couldn't withstand such a large amount of mana and broke. His face showed despair, and his hands were shaking. He didn't expect such an outcome. The body of the freed girl lay next to the boys, and nearby on the ground there was a long ditch dug from a powerful attack. The earth was split. At the end, a new sword was visible. A blue moon blade of ES rank. Sword type. Description: blade imbued with mystical power containing moonlight. "Take it. It's yours." After all, it was he who made the main contribution to the victory over the Ghost Witch, Kim Seon-woo told him, his voice sounding firm. Kim Son-woo took off his cloak and covered the girl who lay unconscious, her face pale and her breathing barely audible. Sojun walked up to the new sword and grabbed it tightly in his hand, his eyes sparkling with determination and his heart beating faster with excitement. He took the sword in his hands. The glow was definitely of rank C. His eyes sparkled with determination, and his heart beat faster with excitement. Sojun looked at Kim Sun-woo. He admired his kindness and fairness. His face expressed respect, and his eyes sparkled with gratitude. Kim Seon-woo sat next to the exhausted girl. So Yuna's level was still too low for such battles. Her body looked weak and tired. This was the aftermath of her power being drained while she was under the control of the Ghost Witch. Her eyes showed tiredness and pain. Sojun gathered up all the items from his broken sword that were lying around, his hands shaking and his face showing his determination to save everything. Kim Seon-woo took out some kind of crystal and held it over the girl's body. It was the heart of an ice spirit, an elixir type, the description of which enhanced her strength. He extended it towards So Yuna's face and began to hold it over her, his eyes filled with hope and his heart beating faster with excitement. The girl's eyes barely opened. Her breathing was weak, and her face expressed fatigue. She tried to understand what was happening around her. The boys looked at her with hope, standing above her, their eyes sparkling with determination and their faces expressing anticipation. They believed in her strength. Why were they all staring at her like that? The girl suddenly jumped up and screamed. Her voice sounded loud, and her eyes expressed irritation and surprise. She really came to her senses and is now full of energy. The guys began to talk jokingly. Their faces expressed joy, and their eyes sparkled with a cheerful light. "Where is she anyway?" the girl asked in great surprise, rising from the floor, her eyes widening and her voice sounding anxious and confused. It would take a long time to explain. "It's a hidden location," they answered. Their voices sounded calm, and their faces expressed seriousness. They tried to calm her down. She was kidnapped by the local boss, and Lee Sojun defeated him. Kim Sun-woo continued to joke, his voice sounding cheerful and his eyes sparkling. So Yuna looked at them and couldn't believe what was happening. Her eyes grew larger and her face expressed great surprise. Suddenly, a portal appeared in front of them, its glow blinding the students, the air filled with magic, and the earth trembled with tension and power. So Yuna jumped up abruptly from this. They were very happy with this portal. It was beautiful. Its light was reflected in their eyes. Wait, before they go out, Sojun told them and extended his hands towards them, his voice sounding serious and his face expressing determination. He was severely depleted of mana. He couldn't get up on his own and asked his friends to help him get up. He lay there and smiled. They stood and looked at him, their eyes expressing anxiety and hope, and their faces were serious. They understood the importance of the moment. There was a smile on his face. It expressed joy and relief. His eyes sparkled and his heart beat faster. He felt victory and peace. They pulled Sojun to his feet and took him by the arms, their faces filled with concern and their eyes sparkling with determination to support their comrade. This time, he had timed the elixir's action perfectly. Kim Seon-woo thought with a smile, his voice confident and his face filled with joy. The three of them walked slowly towards the portal. Their steps were heavy, but their eyes expressed hope. They knew that they would soon come out. Kim Seon-woo's face was pleased and confident. He was happy with the result. His eyes sparkled with joy, and his heart was filled with pride. So Yuna's face also expressed pleasure and a little embarrassment. Her eyes sparkled and her heart beat faster. She was happy about the victory and salvation. They slowly carried the mana-exhausted Sojun towards the portal, their faces filled with determination and their eyes sparkling with hope and strength. The main characters emerged from the portal, where they were already met by the other students. Lee Sojun became the youngest person in history to clear a hidden location. The blue moon blade that Lee Sojun took was later assessed and found to have 2 top-tier options even among the S ranks. Lee Sojun's brilliant exploits made the news. His name became known to many. Students admired him, and teachers were proud of his achievements. And the world began to pay attention to him. His name became more and more famous. Students admired him, and teachers were proud of his achievements. After the interrogation, Park In-hwan was cleared of suspicion. His face expressed relief. His eyes sparkled with joy. He felt free and confident in the future. However, during the investigation into the attack on him and Choi So-yoon, a story emerged about how he bullied students. As he and his gang bullied the other students, their faces expressed fear and their eyes sparkled with despair. They were unable to resist, and he received a disciplinary sanction. His face expressed anger, and his eyes sparkled with hatred. He understood that now everything had changed. Now this man won't get in his way, Kim Sun-woo thought, his face expressing determination and his eyes sparkling with confidence. The fact that the special group's activities were a special forces operation would remain a secret. Their faces expressed seriousness, and their eyes sparkled with determination. And Choi So-yoon became closer to Lee Seo-jun thanks to this incident. Their faces expressed joy, and their eyes sparkled with warmth and trust. They began to spend more and more time together. Their steps were light. Their faces expressed happiness. They enjoyed every moment. It was a bit tiring to calm Yoon Hae-young down, So-jun thought, his face showing weariness but his eyes sparkling with determination. He understood her importance. So Yoona approached Kim Sung, her demeanor awkward and embarrassed, her eyes sparkling, and her face expressing a mixture of anxiety and joy. She learned something interesting from Seo-jun Sr. and wanted to thank him, the girl said, her voice soft and her face embarrassed. Kim Sun-woo was very surprised by this. His eyes widened and his face expressed bewilderment. He did not expect to hear such words from her. She continued to speak shyly, saying that he had decided to save her and was desperately fighting in a hidden location, her voice sounding quiet and trembling. "No, it's all Lee So-jun," the guy answered with a smile, his voice sounding soft and his face expressing light joy and calm. "But it was Lee So-jun who defeated the Ghost Witch, remember," he repeated with a more serious voice, his eyes expressing confidence. The girl looked at him with a surprised and playful face. Her eyes sparkled, and her smile expressed slight amusement and embarrassment. Kim Sun-woo himself was taken aback by her expression and her overall behavior. His eyes expressed bewilderment, and his heart beat faster. She smiled. Her eyes widened and her cheeks flushed. Her face expressed joy, and her heart filled with warmth and slight excitement. "Well, if he said so, Sunbae, then it must be so," So-yoon said. Her voice was soft and her eyes sparkled with trust. She turned around and left with a slight smile. Choi So-yoon's character's interest in him increased by 1. Her interest reached level 2. The reward was 2,000 points, which surprised the students. Kim Seon-woo watched her go, lost in thought, his face tense and his eyes sparkling with confusion as he tried to understand what was happening. A girl with purple hair ran past. Her steps were quick and her face expressed determination. She looked mysterious and confident. "I need to prove myself even better," she thought, her eyes sparkling with determination and her heart beating faster. She wanted to prove her strength. Jungmin Ki went to the gym to work out. His steps were confident and his face expressed determination. He wanted to become stronger and more resilient. He was pleased with himself. His eyes sparkled with joy and his face expressed confidence. He felt that his efforts were bringing results and strength. Because he stuck by Lee So-jun the whole time, he earned a lot of points. His face showed joy, and his eyes sparkled with gratitude. And he bought a new trait, the secret of evolution and adaptation. His voice sounded confident. His face expressed joy. He felt strength. He had been in the cold for a long time and had become immune to it. His body had gotten used to it. His eyes expressed calm. He felt confident. He was in a dark room for a long time and began to see in the dark. His eyes sparkled, and his face expressed determination. He felt strength. In the original story, it would have gone to Jungmin Ki, who came in second place. But everyone has their own items at the glasses store, so it doesn't matter. Kim Seon-woo walked into the gym when suddenly 2 other students called him over, their faces filled with curiosity and their eyes sparkling with interest. "What brings you to the hall?" they asked. "Well, I'm just keeping in shape. Everything is calm with you," Kim Seon-woo answered, his voice sounding confident. Some old man's question. "Everything is as usual." Maybe it is usual for him. "But look there," said one of the guys, pointing with his hand. He pointed his finger at a group of students across the room, their faces focused and their movements confident. Lee So-jun started his Monday mornings with bench presses. lifting such a heavy weight using pure muscle power without any magical enhancement. They looked at them and were amazed at their level of physical fitness. Their eyes sparkled with admiration, and their faces expressed slight bewilderment and joy. Ara was practicing fire magic outside, her hands moving quickly and her eyes sparkling with determination. She looked focused and confident. Ara stood out in particular, declaring that she would show real firepower and gave herself a hell of a workout, said one of the guys in the hall. That's great. Tell her to keep up the good work. Ara works better when she has a goal in front of her. That's a good incentive for her. By the way, Teacher Jung Un-chul is not in sight today, said one of the boys, doing exercises on the exercise machine, his voice sounding calm. He usually hangs around the hall when he doesn't have classes. His presence is always noticeable. Students are used to seeing him nearby during practices. He patrols the academy grounds. It's a secret. But a bloodless corpse was found near the school, their faces expressing anxiety and tension. Could it really be the work of the mains? So what? Even if they attack again, their genius will protect them, the boys said, their voices sounding confident. They trust their lives to Lee So-jun, one of the guys joked, his face expressing amusement and his eyes sparkling with a slight mockery and respect. The mains could attack the academy at any moment because a spy had infiltrated them. Their faces expressed alarm and their eyes sparkled with caution. Suddenly, the same purple-haired girl who had been jogging entered the room, her steps confident and her gaze focused. Her hair shimmered brightly with a purple sheen, creating an unusual glow. The students turned around, surprised by her appearance. It was Park Min-ye, a third-year student, ranked 4th. Her name was known to many, and her reputation commanded respect among the academy's students. She said that Sojin was sweating all over and gave him a towel. Her voice was calm, and her face showed a slight concern and confidence. The girl smiled sweetly at Sojin. Her eyes sparkled with a soft light, and her face expressed slight embarrassment. She stood next to him and looked especially charming. Sunbae. He was as irresistible as ever today, one of the boys said, complimenting her, his voice sounding cheerful and his face expressing genuine admiration. Seojun took the towel and thanked the girl. His voice sounded calm and his face expressed slight gratitude. He tried not to show embarrassment. She said that she was rooting for him. Her voice sounded enthusiastic, and her eyes sparkled with sincere admiration. She did not hide her emotions. She looked at him with burning, rapturous eyes and did not take her gaze away. Her face expressed a strong feeling, and her heart beat faster. The girl remembered how she kissed Sojin on a bench in the park one evening. Her face turned red, and her eyes filled with memories and embarrassment. She bit him so hard into the neck that he even screamed and called for help. Her actions were unexpected, and her strength surprised and frightened him. She had sharp fangs like a vampire. Her face looked scary, and her eyes sparkled with a strange light. She seemed completely different. Then, Sojin barely escaped from her arms and ran away as fast as he could, his heart pounding and his face expressing fear and confusion. The girl remained sitting on the bench and thought about something. Her eyes were thoughtful, and her face expressed sadness. She did not understand her feelings. Park Min-ye was a main of rank B, Chang Yi, the only daughter of main Chang Han. Her background made her dangerous and highly unpredictable. She didn't expect him to show up in person, and asked if he was planning to attack the academy again, her voice tense and her gaze cold. It was the ominous Lord of Cheon-hae, his presence oppressing the space, and the dark energy around him made the air tremble and thicken. He stepped on the head of the guy lying on the floor. His movement was slow and confident, and his face expressed complete indifference to what was happening, and he told her that he had to take care of her. His voice sounded calm but threatening, and his eyes sparkled with a cold and frightening light. She said she was planning to play with the guy a little more, but he said that if there was any noise, they might be tracked down, and he was serious. The Lord asked her about her student life. Her violet eyes lit up. She became thoughtful. Her face expressed irritation and hidden rage. In her situation, it was impossible to get close to Jung Hyun-soo, and Mr. Ha Ryung had forbidden her to take revenge on Kim Jin. Her voice sounded dissatisfied and tense. Every day she had to see the faces of the puppies who had betrayed her father. Her eyes sparkled with hatred, and her heart filled with rage and pain. She asked him what he thought of student life. Lord Chun-hei, her voice filled with disgust and her face filled with deep contempt. Among these puppies, the name Lee So-jun has been making headlines recently. His strength has been discussed more and more often, and his influence has been growing, causing concern among the mains. After the attack on the academy, he was considered the main candidate for the role of the Child of Prophecy. His name was heard more and more loudly, and rumors multiplied. The moment the Great Demon Barrier disappeared during the attack, the Lord suspected something was wrong, and as soon as it appeared, his attention immediately intensified. This overwhelming magical power was none other than the power to punish the mains. There was no doubt that the Child of the Prophecy was Lee So-jun. Then Park Min-ye asked to let her kill Lee So-jun with her own hands. The Lord asked if she could handle it, because she saw his power. She said that he would not understand this. Lord Chong-hei listened in silence. Her voice sounded firm, and her eyes sparkled with purple fire. The fruit of revenge hung right in front of her, but she could not pick it. Her voice trembled, and her heart filled with rage and despair. Not only for personal revenge, but also for the sake of her appearance. She would kill Lee So-jun no matter what it cost her. Her determination was unwavering. This was the mood that the Lord liked. He said this with a grin. His eyes sparkled with a dark light, and his voice sounded satisfied. Chun-hei was not mistaken in his recommendations. For such a young age, she had a very commendable determination. Her strength and fury impressed him. The girls suddenly saw a mysterious man in a black cloak appear in front of them. His steps were quiet, his gaze cold. The air around him became heavier. Park Min-ye looked at the Lord in surprise. Her eyes widened and her face showed tension. She didn't expect to see him here. He told her to join the king's army to attack the Child of Prophecy again. Refusal was not an option. His voice was firm and his gaze was icy. Pukan-san, the hellish dungeon on the 5th floor, was once again attacked by green monsters, their roars echoing and the air filled with the smell of magic. The girl fought them off using magic. Her movements were fast and her eyes sparkled with determination. She was not going to retreat even a step. A magical blue ball formed in her hands, pulsating with energy, and the air around it trembled, creating the feeling of an impending, powerful attack. She fired it furiously at the monsters, sending them flying in all directions, their bodies slamming against the walls and their screams echoing throughout the floor. The monsters did not expect such power and began to run. Their steps were fast and their movements chaotic. They tried to hide as far away as possible. They ran away very quickly, their silhouettes disappearing into the corridors of the dungeon, and the girl stood calmly, watching the result of her attack. She asked if she was doing well. Her voice sounded confident. The guy replied that she had noticeably improved and suggested that she focus on confidently mastering the form. The girl said she was surprised by his unexpected offer to go somewhere for the weekend, although she was even more amazed by the dungeon he found. Kim Seon-woo reflected on how lucky he was, having stumbled upon this place by chance before his regression, when he was a high-ranking mage. He understood that this dungeon was absent from the original plot, and therefore, only he knew about its existence and hidden features. Many demonic creatures lived here, creating ideal conditions for the development of the willpower of a girl named Yoon Hayan. He asked her about what she felt when the power activated, and compared it to her behavior during the recent fight with Ara. She replied that she had only thought about the desire to protect the one who was next to her, and this feeling helped her to discover her own strength. The girl added that she wants to become stronger and one day get into a special group, just like Sonu did in his time. The guy confidently said that if they continued to train every week, then she would definitely succeed and she would cope. The heroine blushed, imagining how the two of them would go down into the dungeon every week. And this thought seemed too much like a date to her. Watching her, Kim Seon-woo thought that at this rate, Yoon Hae-young would be able to get to the right place already in the first semester of her 3rd year. He knew that there was only one thing left for him to do now, and that was to deal with Chang Han's daughter, a girl named Chang Yi. In the original story, Chang Yo grew close to Lee Seo-jun in an attempt to avenge her father, and her actions always led to dangerous consequences. She was considered a villain who constantly wove intrigues, creating an atmosphere of hidden threat and tension around herself. However, Her father was killed by Kim Sun-woo and Jung Hyun-soo, so he didn't understand why she approached Lee Seo-jun first. He felt that there was something wrong with what was happening and suspected that there was a reason behind her behavior that was unknown to him. Therefore, he decided to act in advance, before the girl had time to harm anyone or change the course of events in an unpredictable direction. He was determined to strike first, so as not to give Chang Yi the opportunity to ruin his carefully crafted plan. A girl approached him and thoughtfully said the name Kim Seon-woo, mentioning that she had heard about the recent incident with the hidden level. She said she had been given information about his intention to speak to her, and her voice sounded wary and reserved. Kim Seon-woo replied that the matter was indeed important, and his expression remained serious, as if he was preparing to tackle a difficult task. He understood that the method he had chosen was the only way to get closer to Chang Yi, even though the situation itself seemed unpleasant to him. He handed her the box and spoke words that were meant to create a feeling of trust, although inwardly he doubted the success of his plan. He believed that confession would help them remain alone, and he hoped that this would allow him to direct events in the right direction. The system reported that Chang Yi's character was disgusted by him and issued a reward, recording yet another unsuccessful outcome of his attempt. The girl really did look irritated, and her gaze clearly showed that what was happening was causing her great dissatisfaction and internal tension. The protagonist realized that he had been rejected, although he had expected such an outcome in advance, and tried to remain calm so as not to appear vulnerable. The girl said that he was not her type and suggested that they remain friends, trying to soften the harshness of her words and avoid unnecessary conflict. Inside, she thought that she would never date such a person, and her thoughts sounded much harsher than the words she spoke. He tried to convince himself that he wasn't so unpleasant as to provoke such a reaction, although the system's words sounded especially offensive. In fact, he needed a different character, and the system reported sympathy from Shin Yeon-jun, adding a few points to his progress. The hero covered his mouth with his hand, trying to remain calm, and mentally encouraged himself not to let disappointment show in his expression. Shin Yeon-jun put his hand on his shoulder and said that he hadn't intended to eavesdrop, but was simply heading to practice as usual. He added that Sunbae Park Min-ye deserves respect because she doesn't like unnecessary attention and prefers to stay out of the conversation. The hero then asked Shin Yeon-jun why he hadn't yet started preparing his report on the classical theory of magic, even though the deadline had long since passed. He sighed and admitted that he was doing well in practice, but the theory just couldn't fit in his head, no matter how hard he tried. Shin Yeon-jun visibly perked up when he heard the offer of help, and asked again if it was really possible, as if he couldn't believe his own luck. The protagonist said that he agreed to help, but only on one condition, which was related to his constant activity on the school forum. At this time, students in the cafeteria were discussing a recent post, trying to figure out whether it was really his author, and whispers were spreading throughout the hall. They said he was at the bottom of the charts and wasn't getting any attention, so he was doing weird things to stand out. The system reported that 247 people were interested in him and issued a reward, recording the growing interest in his actions. An image of a character resembling him appeared on his phone, along with a message warning him not to approach third-year student Park Min-ye. It was also written there that the first beauty of the academy, Park Min-ye, now belongs to Kim Sung, a second-year student from Group Ya. The teachers watched the proceedings and chuckled, commenting on how modern children declare their love in unusual ways and marveling at their courage. Song Yuna sat in the library, giggling quietly as she watched the rumors spread and the reactions of those around her. Ara said in a stern voice that situations like this required caution and expressed dissatisfaction with how quickly the attention on Sun was growing. Yoon Ha-young worriedly asked if Sun-woo would be okay, and was worried that what was happening might affect his position at the academy. This time, it wasn't Kim Seon-woo who did the deed, and the situation developed differently than he expected, which made him wary. It was another guy who decided to intervene, even though his involvement was not part of the original plan and created new complications. He whispered that he had published everything as he had been asked, but the result had been unexpected and had backfired. The protagonist said in a quiet voice that the result was different from what he wanted, but thanks to this, he was able to express his feelings quite clearly. He knew that if he involved Shin Yeon-jun in spreading rumors, any news would spread throughout the school faster than he could react. The protagonist whispered that he would support his friend until the end, and his voice sounded confident, although inside he felt tired. He reflected that no one in their right mind would admit it like that. But he needed to create the right situation. He was no longer in last place in the rankings, but, as Choi So-kona said, many continued to consider him an upstart. As long as Chang-yi was involved with a man like him, it became more difficult for her to act freely and harm Lee So-jun. He understood that he had no reputation anyway, so he had nothing to lose, even if the situation looked strange. After these thoughts, the main character winked at the girl, trying to look confident, although his gesture caused an ambiguous reaction. Her friends snorted, calling him disgusting, and he felt their contempt hang in the air like a heavy cloud. They said that strange individuals always stick to beautiful and kind people, and suggested that Park Min-ye leave so as not to waste time. The heroine thought that she needed to kill Lee So-jun, but because of Kim Seon-woo's intervention, everyone was now looking at her too closely. Kim Seon-woo waved his hand at her, wishing her luck, and his calmness only further irritated the girl, who was hiding her own intentions. He thought he would gladly have set up an ambush and quietly gotten rid of her if circumstances had allowed him to act openly. However, for now he had to limit himself to cautious steps so as not to arouse suspicion and not disrupt the overall plan. He knew that something more important was about to happen to Lee So-jun, and that this event would change the course of history. The Museum of American Artifacts was filled with men in business suits, and the atmosphere resembled preparations for an important event. It was getting close to closing time, and staff were asking customers to remember their belongings when leaving, keeping the premises tidy. One of the men said that they were working especially carefully today, and his voice sounded confident and stern. He ordered all suspicious places to be checked and announced the start of a night patrol to ensure the safety of the exhibits. And he approached the Vessel of Souls, which was considered a sacred relic, capable of holding and sealing human souls. 13 years ago, the world was threatened by the international terrorist organization Chayun, and its actions left a deep mark on history. The international terrorist organization Chayun has left a deep mark on history, and its activities have led to numerous tragedies. After a fierce battle, the chairman of the Magic Association, Kim Jin-chol, managed to stop them and killed the leader, Jin Jong-woo, ending the dangerous confrontation. The trophy from that battle, the Soul Vessel, was donated to the Museum of American Artifacts, where it was kept as a rare and significant relic. A voice came from behind, speaking of a sacred relic, and the man turned around, trying to figure out who had approached. The girl approached slowly, saying that the vessel was the main exhibit of the museum, and her gaze was riveted to the shining surface of the artifact. The man thought for a moment and said that she probably hadn't heard the closing announcement since the exit was on the other side. The heroine replied that she wanted to see the relic up close because it was shrouded in mystery, and its beauty should not be hidden in a locked display case. She said that the relic was as dangerous as it was beautiful, and therefore it should be guarded by people who could bear the responsibility. She added that the power of secrecy should serve the common good, and her voice sounded confident, as if she were speaking a long-learned truth. The girl beamed with anger, saying that the man was mistaken and asserting that the Magical Association was only seeking to appropriate the relic for itself. She said that great power must serve a great purpose, and claimed that the Magical Association only sought to appropriate the relic. The man called security and demanded that the girl be removed immediately, considering her behavior dangerous and disruptive to the order in the museum. However, he was suddenly thrown to the floor, and he did not have time to understand who exactly intervened, since everything happened too quickly. A thug approached them, saying that the guards were too weak and offering to bring someone stronger. The man didn't understand how this was possible, since all the museum employees were high-ranking magicians and considered experienced specialists. The security system remained silent, and he wondered why it didn't react, even though the situation had gone too far. The heroine became indignant and said that they had only agreed to intimidate the man and take the thing, and asked why the plan had been changed. The man fell to the floor, not realizing when the girl had managed to approach, and felt fear gradually taking over him. He stuttered as he tried to ask who they were, his voice shaking as he tried to maintain some dignity. And he said that they had taken their god away from them, but their will could not be broken. And his words sounded like a desperate attempt at resistance. The heroine asked in surprise if they really were pathetic terrorists, her voice full of contempt. Then she said that they would pay for insulting their king, and her gaze became cold and hard. The man shouted out the name of the Chayun organization, as if hoping that someone would hear him and come to his aid. Flashes of light were visible outside the window, illuminating the city and creating a sense of impending disaster. These flashes pierced the entire city, and people began to notice what was happening, without understanding what exactly caused it. A second later, the lights went out throughout the area and the streets were plunged into darkness, causing alarm among residents. A message appeared on the phone saying that the connection had been lost, and this only increased the sense of impending danger. Everyone around noticed the sudden change, and a tension hung in the air, as if the city was holding its breath. Television reports have suggested that the Chayun cult, which was thought to be extinct, is behind the recent incident at the American Artifacts Museum. Recordings from the scene were corrupted, but it was believed that the attack was led by one of the organization's leaders, named Bert. The public was demanding an official statement from the Magic Association, and the protagonist realized that tensions were rising. Yoon Ha-young worriedly asked Ara if she was okay, as the girl looked too pale and could barely stand after the incident. She replied that everything was fine, although she felt very nauseous, so she decided to leave so that no one would notice her worsening condition. Watching her go, the protagonist understood her behavior, because the girl was clearly hiding her anxiety, which intensified as the important and dangerous event approached. After all, the first battle was about to begin, and the hero realized that it would be a serious test, capable of changing the future course. The main villainous group of Chayun had to be confronted, and the hero understood that the opponents possessed a power capable of upsetting the balance. Chayun appeared on the horizon again, reminding us of the tragic events of 13 years ago, which left a deep mark on the destinies of people. The once infamous Chayun group staged an attack on a museum of American artifacts, and the aftermath of that attack is still being debated. The CCTV footage was damaged, but it was assumed that the terrorists were acting under the direction of Bert, whose methods were always distinguished by brutality. Chayun Jin exhaled, realizing that there was very little time left, because they barely managed to hide their faces and still made a serious mistake. The girl lying on the couch said that the stupid curator insulted that man, and her voice sounded irritated, as if she was still experiencing what had happened. Chayun Natasha smiled and said that she had to force him to atone for his guilt with blood. Otherwise, he would not have understood the seriousness of the situation. The man would sit down abruptly on the sofa and say that everything had gone too quietly, expressing dissatisfaction with how their last operation had ended. Chayun Ska continued to shout, claiming that in the past they would have trashed the entire block before leaving, and his irritation grew stronger. The hero answered him that times had changed, and Ska must understand that they had acted too recklessly, risking attracting unnecessary attention. Natasha poked him in the forehead with her finger and reminded him that the Special Forces and the Blade of Dawn were hunting them, so caution was vital now. Another girl stated that they needed to lie low, as further actions without preparation could lead to serious consequences for the entire group. She said that Jin was right, and admitted that she had been hasty this time in suggesting that they rush off to Korea to get some rest and get their act together. Others claimed that Korea was full of strong fighters and suggested visiting the magical arena of Seoul to assess the local capabilities. Jin replied that the idea was not bad, but he did not want to cross paths with Kim Jin-chul as it could create unnecessary complications. Bert chuckled and said that the darkest place was under the candle, so no one would think to look for them right under the noses of their enemies. Taking the torn photo, she said that they needed to check something, because the future decisions of their entire group depended on it. She reminded them that the hero knew how important this child was to them, and her voice sounded especially serious and tense. Natasha was indignant, saying that he was constantly getting into trouble lately, and asked where Baek Eun-sung, who was in charge of security, was looking. She said that the decision had been made, and asked Jin to prepare false documents and contact Baek Eun-sung for further instructions. Bert added that she needed to convey to him the news of her imminent arrival, as time was running out and preparations required precision. The protagonist walked up to Kantia's restaurant, thinking about the upcoming meeting and the possible consequences it could bring. He thought that it had been a long time since he had gone out into the city as Kim Jin-woo, and it gave him a slight feeling of nostalgia. The hero believed that he could now act more boldly, since he had not shown himself for a long time, and Heron's interest should gradually fade. The most important thing now was to prepare for the meeting with Chae-yoon and raise his stats so as not to find himself at a disadvantage before the important event. A girl sat boredly at the table, glancing at the door and waiting for the hero, because the meeting was important and could influence further events. Opening the door slightly, the protagonist said that they could simply send a courier, since such meetings usually did not require personal presence. She replied that they hadn't seen each other for a long time, so she decided to say hello in person, wanting to emphasize the importance of their interaction and maintain trust. The girl held out a gift bag and a neat box, waiting for the hero's reaction, and hoping that the gift would actually be useful. She explained that inside was a potion made from sacred herbs and high-strength combat boots designed specifically for difficult situations. Kim Seon-woo was surprised, because the double options made such a thing significantly more expensive than similar products of the same rank, and he did not expect such generosity. The heroine said that she couldn't choose a bad gift because she wanted to support the hero and emphasize the importance of their further cooperation. The table was laden with sumptuous dishes, creating an atmosphere of luxury, and the hero understood that the meeting had been carefully and thoroughly prepared in advance. She maintained that a gift should never disappoint the recipient, as this was her principle, which she adhered to in all situations. Looking at Kang Tia's dish, the hero remembered that in the original, Lee Seo-jun almost fainted from the first bite, and understood the reason for its popularity. He wondered if it was really that delicious here, and he was going to check it out for himself, because his expectations were too high. The subtle mushroom flavor of the duxelle sauce mingled with the spices, and the premium Korean beef lurked within, creating a rich flavor. Paired with the red wine sauce, the dish was a true explosion of flavor, crispy on the outside and incredibly juicy on the inside. Han Se-yeon chuckled, saying that it was worth treating him for such a reaction because the hero's emotions seemed especially sincere. He wiped his mouth with a napkin and said that after such a luxurious reception, he felt embarrassed to remain in her debt. The girl replied that they didn't need the money because they weren't the kind of people who cared about such trifles, especially in such circumstances. The hero asked what could be better than money, trying to understand her intentions and the hidden meaning of the proposal she was preparing. He noticed that she was worried about something, and he understood that her anxiety was connected with the threat of a terrorist attack that was circulating. The hero said that he had his own sources of information, and she knew perfectly well that he was rarely wrong in such matters. Han Se-yeon replied that after the news about Cha-yun, imitators appeared all over the world, and she already had too much to do due to the fight with her brother. Luckily, the one who threatened Han Se-yeon had no connection to Cha-yun, and the hero realized that this made the situation much easier for everyone involved. She was worried about an underground alchemist named Cho Sung-hoon, a small fry who would be caught trying to blackmail Hansung Pharmaceutical. Kim Seon-woo said to check the financial status of the guards, because surely among them there would be someone who got involved with this half-educated alchemist. In the original, it was only mentioned briefly as a trigger for an event, so such an intervention did not disrupt the flow of the plot and remained safe. He possessed information on a level that even a hero did not have access to, and his sources remained a complete mystery to everyone around him. Suddenly, Seo-yeon said that she wanted to discuss an important matter, addressing Mr. Kim Jin in a calm but confident voice, attracting his attention. She continued that she didn't know who he worked for and asked if he would like to move to her, offering favorable terms of cooperation. She claimed that with such an assistant, she would definitely not lose to her brother in the fight for the inheritance, offering a salary of at least 8 zeros and excellent conditions. The hero said that he was not doing this for the money, and his desire to help the lady was absolutely sincere, requiring no additional reward. She smiled and said that it would be boring if he agreed right away, because she expected a more interesting reaction to her proposal. She suggested having dinner again sometime, promising that next time she would make him an offer he definitely couldn't refuse. He replied that he would wait with impatience, realizing that such a meeting could prove important for future events and their interaction. Han Se-yeon's offer seemed tempting, but the hero knew that accepting it would remove him from Lee Seo-jun's storyline, which was undesirable. The active effect, Airwalk, allowed one to walk on air for 5 seconds after infusing the boots with mana, with a 2-minute cooldown. It turned out that they had as many as 3 properties, and the hero was surprised at how successful the hidden level item he had found turned out to be. He considered it fortunate that something so useful had been found on a hidden level, since such finds were rare and always brought benefits. His boots glowed brightly as they filled with mana, and the hero felt the power gradually spread through the material, amplifying every movement. He instantly accelerated, feeling lightness in his body, and understood that the new abilities significantly expanded his capabilities in combat and training. The protagonist literally ran across the sky, experiencing an unusual feeling of freedom, since such a technique was inaccessible to most magicians. Finally, he would fall onto the roof and sigh, realizing that he needed a little practice to fully master his new ability. He sighed and said that he needed a little practice, because the new ability required precision and confidence. The couple was taking a course in magical law, and the teacher reminded them that the students were supposed to be doing a research project in pairs by the following week. In this regard, he emphasized the need to assign responsibilities in advance so that the work is of high quality and meets requirements. The boy woke up shouting that they should at least extend the deadline, since the task seemed too large and required a significant amount of effort. They were told that there would be no concessions, since discipline and responsibility are an important part of the training and preparation of future magicians. Kim Seon-woo thought that he should be able to handle the privilege of being an outsider in one day, and then rest peacefully without overburdening himself with unnecessary things. All he had to do was find a suitable partner, since the quality of the research and the speed of completing the task depended on the choice of partner. Yu Ara approached him and said that Kim Sun-woo should join her, offering cooperation in a confident and calm tone. The other students were outraged, claiming that Yu Ara had taken over Kim Sun-woo, as the top students had decided to band together and take all the credit for themselves. She angrily asked what the difference was, since the choice of partner was free, and everyone could act as they saw fit. The others sighed and said that whoever got there first ate it, admitting that there was no point in arguing and the decision had been made. She asked the guy if he had anything against it, waiting for his answer and carefully watching his reaction. He replied that he didn't have one, but he didn't understand why Yu Ara suddenly started talking to him, since she hadn't shown such interest before. As she was leaving, the girl told him to find her after class, as she would be at the training arena and waiting for him to discuss it. The hero thought that this was even appropriate, since he was still planning to take a closer look at Yu Ara and understand her true intentions. She pinned him against the wall and asked him what he was talking about, claiming that he was hiding something and needed to explain himself. She warned that it was useless to deny it, because she knew who he really was and was not going to back down from her suspicions. He didn't understand what was happening, because the situation seemed strange, and he didn't expect such a conversation from her. Many possibilities ran through Kim Seon-woo's mind, and he tried to figure out what exactly she was talking about, and what made her suspect him. Yu Ara claimed that on the first day of school, he casually blurted out facts about her personal life, which looked suspicious. It was then that she first suspected something was wrong, since such knowledge could not be obtained by chance, and her wariness only grew stronger. She said that, like her, he was affected by Chayun's attack, and that he too was a victim, which explained her interest in him. 13 years ago, the Chayun hunted prestigious families of magicians and minor clans, seeking to seize the power of the mystery and strengthen their influence. Yu Ara belonged to one of the 5 great magical houses, and her line fell at the hands of the Chayun, who stole their treasure. She decided to become stronger in order to take personal revenge on the Chayun, becoming strong enough to kill them without hesitation or regret. For 13 years, she mercilessly tormented herself with training, striving to reach the level that would allow her to fulfill her long-standing vow of revenge. But Kim Seon-woo didn't understand why she assumed that he was also Cha-yun's victim, since he hadn't given her any reason to draw such conclusions. Yu Ara said that vague suspicions arose during the midterms, and yesterday she was finally convinced that she was right. When everyone was shocked by the news, only he remained calm, as if he had been expecting Cha-yun's return in advance and was ready for it. She claimed that his reaction seemed too confident, as if he had known about what was happening for a long time, and this further strengthened her suspicions. She knew this feeling better than anyone else, because the pain she had experienced came back again, reminding her of the past and making her shrink inside from the memories. At first, she was shocked, but at the same time, she felt relieved, because long years of waiting finally gave her the opportunity to breathe a sigh of relief. Yu Ara obsessively declared that the chance to take revenge on them had finally arrived, her voice trembling with the rage accumulated over long years of suffering. But the protagonist asked her not to rush to conclusions, because he understood that such decisions required caution and cold calculation, not emotion. After all, Chayun was a terrorist group made up of S-rank mages, and with their current levels, they simply wouldn't be able to resist. The girl screamed at him not to dare compare them, because her pain was too deep, and rage had long become part of her character. There were tens of thousands of Chayun's victims in the world, and she claimed that he too must have lost something truly precious because of them. Yu Ara continued to say that no one could understand this pain, because she carried it inside for many years, finding no consolation. She had lived with this pain for the last 13 years, and each memory only strengthened her determination to finish what she had started. Suddenly, she saw blood on the guy's sleeve, and he thought that now he'd definitely hit the nail on the head, because he couldn't hide it anymore. Kim Seon-woo began to justify himself, saying that it was not the scar she thought it was, because he did not want Yu Ara to draw the wrong conclusions. The system announced that Yu Ara's character felt sorry for him, and the reward was 1,000 points, which became unexpected and a little awkward. The girl said that she could tell which wounds were inflicted by her own hand and which were not, because such sensations could not be confused with time. She apologized for stirring up painful memories, because she didn't want to cause him any more pain that could hurt him more than before. She said that it would hardly pass as an apology, but she promised to complete the task for both of them, trying to at least slightly make amends for her own guilt. As she left, she mentioned that she would see him tomorrow, and her voice sounded calmer, as if the tension had eased a little and allowed her to breathe more freely. But Kim Seon-woo shouted at her to forget about the mission, because it was more important for him to help her achieve the long-awaited revenge that she had been waiting for so long. He asked her to let him help her take revenge, because he understood how deep her pain was and how much she needed support nearby. And he asked her to remember the first day when their paths crossed, because it was then that he first saw her strength and inner resilience. He said that he considered Yu Aru better than the other two because he saw her character and understood that she deserved more than constant pain. He claimed that he was not lying when he said that she was better than them, because his words were sincere and reflected his true attitude towards the girl. The hero confidently said that he could help her become even stronger, reminding her that she saw Yoon Ha-yeon and understood the importance of support in difficult times. She threw him some ointment and told him to get rid of this scar, because it only bothered him and reminded him of unpleasant events from the past. She continued that if she didn't end them with her own hands, then everything would lose its meaning, because revenge had become part of her path and character. She said that everything would lose its meaning if she did not finish what she started, because her determination had long become the basis of her every action. She told Kim Sung that emotional wounds often leave marks on the body, and he should understand how difficult it was for her to cope with this burden. And she believed that he was talented, and his failure on the first day was probably due to his scars, which prevented him from concentrating and acting confidently. She said that his difficulties were probably related to his scars, as such marks often prevent a person from realizing their own potential. And she argued that he was vulnerable and should not be drawn into revenge, because such a path could destroy a person from the inside and deprive him of support. Her fist trembled as the girl called out to her interlocutor as sister, trying to understand the hidden meaning of what was said and holding back the pent-up emotions. When Yu Ara graduates, the girl also wants to go after the enemies, joining the task force or the Blade of Dawn squad to fulfill her own duty. She grabbed Yu Ara's hands and said that she wanted her only remaining relative to live happily, without repeating her grave mistakes. The girl claimed that she would end Chayun herself because she didn't want Yu Ara to risk her life for revenge, which could completely destroy her fate. She said that victims like them should never happen again, and her determination became firm, cold, and completely conscious. The girl declared that she would personally finish off the bastards from Chayun, because long years of pain had transformed her rage into unshakable strength and inner core. The protagonist reflected that for the closed Yu Ara, sharing something so personal was real progress, showing trust. The system announced that Yu Ara's character felt a kinship with him, and the reward was 1,500 points, adding to the significance of the moment. The hero wondered what to do with this misunderstanding, as the situation was becoming increasingly complicated and required a careful approach. The guy was wondering how he could now say that he had hurt himself, because such an admission could destroy the trust that had developed between them. Resistance to paralytic poison increased by 50%, and the speed of recovery from paralysis increased by 10%. While summoning magic, the hero understood that such a technique required serious training, because without proper preparation, the power could get out of control. Every night, the character purified his mana and thought about how to prepare for the coming events, as dangerous clashes lay ahead. One day, he will have to fight Chayun. And by helping Yuara take revenge, the hero simultaneously helps Lee Seo-jun, preparing the ground for the future. The guy understood that during the next incident he would definitely have to show something, because it was becoming increasingly difficult to hide his abilities. Youngwol, Gangwon-do. The mercenary internship was an elective course in which all students participated, gaining real-world experience. In practice, the groups were formed in advance, received missions from mercenary corps from all over the country, and spent 3 days helping them carry out their assignments. In the original story, their group's mission was to provide escort support for a large mercenary corps, the Gangwon Black Flame. The VIP specifically requested Lee Seo-jun, which made the task more significant and attracted the attention of all the practice participants. Chang Yi was also here and wouldn't attack Seo-jun while surrounded by veteran mercenaries, because even in the original, nothing happened at that moment. Just in case, until the group arrives, the heroes will have to make sure that Chang Yi does not get close to Seo-jun, avoiding possible complications. The protagonist held out a bottle of water and asked if his interlocutor would like a drink, trying to show concern and ease the tense atmosphere between them. She answered in a quiet voice that no, thanking him for his concern, since such attention seemed unexpected to her and a little disturbing to her inner mood. The girl angrily thought that Kim Sun-woo was annoying her beyond belief, and one day she would definitely finish off this annoying man if her patience ran out. The guy smiled, thinking that his efforts for those around him were finally beginning to bear fruit, because the reaction of his interlocutor seemed a little softer. Kim Kae-yoon, an A-rank mage and captain of the 4th Squad of the Black Flame Mercenary Corps, shouted loudly to attract everyone's attention, attracting the mission participants. The commander announced that the group had arrived at the mission site, and now everyone would have to carry out their duties as responsibly as possible, without any unnecessary mistakes. Security confirmed the identities of those arriving and allowed entry, opening the way to the area where they would spend the next few days in intense work. Lee Seo-jun was surprised that such a huge mansion was located right in the mountains, because such a place seemed too luxurious for a simple mission. The man replied that this was precisely where they would be working, and that even a renowned genius like Seo-jun was seeing something like this for the first time, which made the task special. The complexity of the task corresponded to the rank, and the client was a famous artist, which increased responsibility and required accuracy from the entire group. Recently, several paintings were stolen from the mansion's collection, and now the students had to help prevent theft attempts. For the next 3 days, the participants had to protect the mansion from petty thieves, carrying out assignments from the Corps and practicing their skills in real-life conditions. Kim Seon-woo stated that rich colors are used, but the background does not distract from the center of the composition, creating a harmonious artistic solution. The hero noted that this technique reflects the artist's unique perspective, allowing one to discern the author's character through the chosen details and color accents. A girl came down the stairs to them and thanked them for the high praise for her work, because such words meant especially much to her. She introduced herself as Charlotte and said that she was the client who had assigned Lee Seo-jun to this mission, emphasizing the importance of his participation. The artist relied on the students for the next 3 days, expecting them to be responsible, disciplined, and able to cope with situations. Charlotte also singled out Lee Seo-jun, hinting that she was counting on his talent and hoping to see how true the rumors about his abilities were. Kim Sun-woo speculated that this woman was the famous artist who had commissioned Lee Seo-jun, and at the same time, the main villain of this episode. There was a wooden house on the street, and somewhere nearby the windows were boarded up, creating a feeling of abandonment and hidden threat around the area. The heroes at the table asked if Baek Eun-sung had done anything bad, as his behavior seemed suspicious and raised questions among the others. Chayun Baek Eun-sung shouted that he was just doing his job, claiming that he did nothing unnecessary and acted strictly according to instructions. The character claimed to have kept a close eye on Lee Seo-jun, checking his grades, connections, and health, not missing a single important report. She said that she carefully checked his performance indicators and did not miss a single report, trying to fulfill her duties as conscientiously as possible. The man held out a piece of meat and asked everyone to stop arguing, suggesting they eat and calm down, as the tension was only interfering with their work. The hero continued that if Lee So-jun were really in danger, he would have intervened, because such situations cannot be ignored. Jin replied that Baek-eun-sung was not a complete fool, admitting that he was capable of acting wisely when the situation called for caution. The commander shouted at the two arguing men to shut their mouths and eat, as such behavior was distracting everyone and preventing them from focusing on the mission. One of the participants asked if the meeting was really scheduled for 10 o'clock in the evening, and whether it was worth going that far just to see Lee So-jun. Scott didn't understand why he had to disgrace himself by dressing up as petty thieves when he could test So-jun's skills in person without resorting to such tricks. Jin responded that if the group did not want to attract Kim Jin-chul's attention, then they needed to hide their identities, act cautiously, and avoid any steps. Bert's orders were to restrain herself and not kill anyone else. So she had to act quietly, without disrupting the plan or creating unnecessary noise. Scott stated that he was unsure about what was happening, since such a disguise seemed dubious and caused internal resistance. The hero threw a black napkin on the floor, expressing irritation and showing that the situation was unsettling him more than he was willing to admit in words. Scott continued that he could restrain himself, although such a decision was difficult, since his character demanded that he act sharply and not hide behind masks and tricks. There was a sumptuous meal on the table, and the hosts asked the guests not to be shy and to eat in peace, creating a cozy atmosphere before the upcoming events. The artist assumed that the students were tired from the journey, so she tried to show hospitality by offering them a rest. The students thanked them for the treat, noting that they were being spoiled, as they had come for an assignment and ended up at a real resort, which seemed unexpected. Kim Sun-woo thought that the food was delicious, but still not the same as the restaurant where he ate with Han Se-yeon, because that place left a special impression. The hero understood that he was in enemy territory, but for now it was safe here, since the goal of Chayun's people was to test Lee Seo-jun's survivability. The real goal was not an attempted robbery, but a test of Lee Seo-jun's survivability, as the enemies sought to assess his potential in real-life conditions. If Chang-yi revealed her true identity, she would be killed on the spot. So the hero believed that there was nothing to worry about since the situation was under control. The girl couldn't understand why her interlocutor was looking at her with such an idiotic smile, because such an expression seemed completely inappropriate. She claimed that she had seen the news about the youngest A-rank mage clearing the hidden floor, and recalled that he had saved a student with honest eyes. The protagonist rolled his eyes when he heard the expression "with honest eyes," because such a description seemed strange, exaggerated. The girl asked why the student who was with him did not come, since Choi Soyona said that she had family matters and important obligations. The girl assumed that she simply wanted to meet the celebrity, and therefore called everyone here, using a convenient excuse for such a meeting. The artist exclaimed that the family should be proud of such a person, because such achievements are rare and require a lot of work. So-jun replied that he wished it were so, but he had no family, and such words only reminded him of the emptiness of the past and loneliness. So-jun said that he didn't know who his parents were, because the past was shrouded in fog, and the answers remained inaccessible despite all attempts to figure it out. The boy said that if his parents were really alive, he hoped that they were proud of him, because such a thought supported him and gave him the strength to continue on his way. The girl was trembling, and the artist claimed that she had asked an inappropriate question in the heat of the moment, but she still understood her interlocutor's feelings. It was obvious that Chang-yi was barely holding himself back from an outburst, as the tension was mounting and his inner worries were making it difficult to remain calm. The heroine continued that she too grew up an orphan, recalling the loneliness and sadness that accompanied her for many years and shaped her character. She stroked So-jun's arm, trying to convey support and show that she understood his condition better than many who had experienced similar difficulties in the past. The girl said that she realized something important. A family is created by the efforts of people, and not just by blood ties. And this thought gave her hope. The hero smiled, thanking her for her words, because such sincerity seemed rare and helped him feel the warmth that he so lacked. The students thanked their interlocutor for the food, noting that the treat was delicious and helped them relax a little after the stressful events of the day. Lee So-jun said that the mercenaries were tasked with patrolling the area on a schedule, and such a duty required discipline. Chang-yi said that Junior Sojun could spare a minute, hinting at a conversation she had long wanted to start but had been hesitant to take the first step. Kim Seon-woo interrupted his interlocutor, declaring that he had come up with a way to strengthen the patrol route, inviting Lee Seo-jun to immediately go with him for a discussion. A friend noticed that Min-ye became very angry when Lee Seo-jun was taken away, suggesting that the situation could become much more complicated. He whispered that it looked like a love triangle, because the participants' behavior was becoming too emotional and tense. The guy whispered to Ura that she had also seen everything, and asked what they should do now, since the situation was becoming more and more confusing. She remembered Sojun's words about how if his parents were alive, he hoped that they were proud of him. And this thought did not leave her head. The girl couldn't understand what to think, because what she heard evoked conflicting feelings, preventing her from concentrating and making any decisions. Her friend shouted at her that she couldn't just leave, because such behavior looked strange and could arouse unnecessary suspicion among others. Kim Sonu noted that starting from the corners would make the route more efficient, as such a scheme would allow for more areas to be covered in less time. The hero said that it was necessary to send Lee Seo-jun to a place where there would be fewer potential victims in order to reduce the risk and avoid unnecessary problems. The guy claimed that he had a question for the main character, because his behavior on the hidden floor seemed too unusual and required an explanation. The guy said that for someone who had little mana, the hero spent it on the hidden floor as if he had an infinite supply, which seemed strange. The interlocutor claimed that he spammed magical attacks on the enemy's weak points, because he knew exactly one person with a similar fighting style. The character said that from his appearance to his fighting style, Kim Sun-woo looks like the magician Kim Jin-woo, and the similarities seemed too obvious. He was nervous, asking if those around him thought he was Kim Jin-woo, since such a suspicion could lead to unpleasant consequences. Lee Seo-jun replied that the magician Kim Jin-woo was a hero who conquered the hidden floor of the tower and single-handedly caught Maine, being much stronger than Kim Sun-woo. The interlocutor said that he was interested in who Kim Sun-woo learned such techniques from, and why the guy hides his own strength, as if afraid of the consequences. Kim Sun-woo was thinking about what excuse to come up with, because the situation was becoming too tense, and he categorically did not want to reveal the truth. Ura appeared behind him, claiming that he was not hiding his strength because the guy simply had no choice, and circumstances forced him to act this way. The girl said she was out for a walk and wanted to think for a bit, asking if she had interrupted a conversation that seemed quite serious. The guy was surprised, asking why she said that Kim Sun-woo had no choice, because such words sounded unexpected and required an explanation. She replied that magical emissions sometimes become unstable due to a psychological factor, because there is a gap between potential mana. The girl said that in other words, Kim Sun-woo is not hiding his strength, but is restoring his previous potential level. The system announced that Lee Seo-jun's character was impressed, and the reward was 500 points, reinforcing the significance of the event. Suddenly, the hero remembered that Kim Seon-woo had drunk some potions, and such a detail began to seem suspicious, requiring immediate clarification. The guy asked what drug he had taken on the hidden floor, since such an action could explain the oddities he had noticed earlier. The protagonist sighed, admitting that his interlocutor had noticed after all, since hiding such things was becoming increasingly difficult and pointless. He blushed, saying that he didn't want to be pitied, so he hid everything from those around him, trying to look stronger than he felt. The hero left, saying that he would go, and asked Lee Seo-jun to start the patrol from the corners of the mansion along the route he had planned in advance. Lee Seo-jun shouted that he understood, and ordered them to rest, as the stress of recent events required them to recuperate before continuing work. The building was covered in night darkness, creating a sense of anxiety, as events were expected ahead that could change the course of the entire mission. Kim Seon-woo closed his eyes, relieved that he had gotten out of this thanks to Ura's misunderstanding, as the situation could have ended much worse. The hero recalled that Bert had collected some rather valuable things, and such a find could play an important role in the further development of events. The character said that this mansion is one of the hideouts of the villainous organization Chae-yun, which hides many dangerous secrets. Although some of the paintings were painted by Bert herself under the guise of Charlotte, most of the artworks were stolen. The hero claimed that the real treasures of the mansion were not among the paintings, but among the objects that the Chaeyans kept separately in a secret room. The system declared illusion, confinement, destruction, seal, and alarm, listing active effects that could influence further actions. The character used the search function to try to find the item he needed, as without such a tool, it would be difficult to understand magical items. The elixir of inferior mana concealment concealed the flow of mana of rank S and below, lasted for 10 minutes, and cost 5,000, being a consumable item. After drinking the potion, the protagonist realized that everyone was too focused on their tasks to notice that a real thief had entered the mansion. The hero said that he needed to work until a third party caused a stir, because such interference could ruin the entire plan. The system reported that the effect of the elixir of lower mana concealment conceals mana of ES rank and below for 10 minutes, allowing one to act unnoticed. The character wondered what it would be like for those around him to be robbed by a guy with honest eyes, because such a situation seemed almost comical. Yu Ara asked Lee So-jun what rank Kim Sun-woo would have received if he had fought at full strength, as it was important for her to hear an honest assessment. He thought about it, saying that it was difficult to say, assuming approximately the 15th rank, since an exact determination required observation and analysis. The girl was surprised, saying that she expected more, because she thought that Lee So-jun understood what Kim Sun-woo was capable of and would value him more. As she left, Ara said it didn't matter and promised to replace him when her time came, asking him not to wake her up before the appointed time. The guy shouted after him that he had sent the route and asked to check it, because the accuracy of the patrol played an important role in the safety of the group. The protagonist understood that a huge reserve of mana does not make a person a great magician, because precision of control and the ability to maintain control are more important. The character argued that it was important how precisely a mage controlled his power, because without such skill, even great potential remained useless. The hero said that 15th place was not the limit for Kim Sun-woo, as such a level represented only the minimum of his possible potential. The hero said that if this was truly his true level, then such power could lead to serious consequences. Lee So-jun sighed, claiming that it was all a matter of talent, as such abilities could not be explained otherwise, and the nature of the strength seemed obvious to him. Suddenly, something strange caught his eye, making him wary, because such little things often became the beginning of serious events. The hero noticed a female silhouette and thought that there was someone there, because such an appearance looked suspicious and required caution. The character wondered if this could be the elder Minye, since her presence in such a place seemed unexpected and raised many questions. Looking at his watch, Kim Seon-woo decided that he needed to finish everything before a third party came in and created a mess that could ruin the plan. The hero said that deciphering magical formulas and the privileges of an outsider can reveal the structure of any spell, allowing one to understand its mechanism. The character claimed that an opponent of Bertha's level would certainly detect a surge in mana, as such specialists can notice even the slightest changes. The elixir of inferior mana concealment concealed the flow of mana of rank S and below, lasted for 10 minutes and cost 5,000, being a consumable item. The hero repeated that when consumed, the elixir conceals the flow of mana of rank S and below, allowing one to act stealthily and avoid detection. The protagonist chuckled, saying that he would see how the villains liked this, because the situation promised to be interesting and tense. The system declared the activation of a unique outsider privilege skill, allowing the hero to use abilities unavailable to ordinary mages. The character thought that if he turned everything off, the alarm would sound, since such a system reacts to any interference with the protective structures. The hero thought that if he slightly adjusted the spell, only one person would be able to pass through, and such an adjustment would avoid alarm. His foot passed through the portal, confirming that the change had worked, as the passage was only open for one selected user. Kim Seon-woo took a step and entered Chayun's secret room, where important items were kept hidden from prying eyes and carefully guarded. Behind the display cases were valuable artifacts, each of which was of great value, as such things are rarely found. All the display cases were enchanted with protective magic, creating a barrier that was impossible to overcome without special knowledge and precise calculations. With a smile, the hero said that it was time to begin the robbery, because the situation was developing favorably, and the obstacles seemed surmountable. The voices discussed how outsiders often visited the place, as it attracted attention, although such visits usually ended in failure. The guards said that everything was quiet for now, But the captain felt that something was fishy here, because the atmosphere was becoming too tense. The character claimed that the Gangwon province was dangerous, as one step to the side led to an area teeming with high-level creatures. The hero reflected that no matter how valuable the art was, a thief would hardly venture into such a wilderness, since the risk was too great for an ordinary criminal. The captain was indignant, asking what his interlocutor was missing, since their job was to protect and get paid, not to seek adventure. The character said that at worst, this was a staging for insurance purposes, and advised not to interfere in the client's affairs, but to think about how to recruit Lee So-jun. An old man appeared behind the hero, appearing unexpectedly, as if out of thin air, which immediately caused alarm and wariness. The old man cut down his opponents with a single movement, demonstrating incredible strength, since such a technique required great skill. He remarked that they had worked hard, speaking almost mockingly, as if judging their efforts as insignificant. His eyes glowed purple against their black orbs, creating a frightening effect and emphasizing his inhuman nature. Turning to the girl, the old man said that thanks to her, it was easier than ever to follow, because her actions helped him remain unnoticed. Chang Yi stated that Mr. Sung Jin should allow her to finish off Lee Seo-jun, as such an opportunity seemed long awaited to her. The old man replied that they could not act until they were convinced that he was the child of prophecy, and ordered that he be sent on further. Suddenly, Lee Seo-jun pointed his lightsaber, shouting at the elder Minya to be careful, as the threat was getting too close. The girl fell to the ground, screaming in pain and fear, because the attack was unexpected and too strong for her. So-jun, who was protecting her, quickly looked at her, assessing her condition, because he needed to act quickly to avoid the worst. The hero grabbed her hand, helping her up, because hesitation could lead to serious consequences and a new attack. He told her to run inside and save herself, realizing that it was dangerous to stay here because the enemy was too strong. The character said that he had wondered what the elder Minye had forgotten on the street, and now he realized that the situation was much more serious. The hero claimed that an outsider had killed the mercenaries and forced his way inside, posing a threat that could not be ignored. The character said that the strangest thing was that the thief turned out to be Maine, because no one expected such a development of events. The most terrible breath suddenly caught the hero. His bones ached from the growing pressure, and the character realized that such a force was capable of destruction. The sheer force of the pressure seemed to shake the space, and Lee Seo-jun immediately realized what was happening. It was a main East rank, and the hero clearly felt that it was impossible to make a mistake, because such an aura could not belong to someone weak. The hero understood that if he entered into battle with such an enemy, they would all end up as corpses, since their forces were clearly incomparable. The old man declared impressive insight, but such power was too little to destroy the mains, and the hero realized the seriousness of it. The rest of the heroes appeared before him, and he calmly asked if the others were finished, wanting to make sure that the danger was completely eliminated. He was informed that the mercenaries guarding the perimeter had been destroyed, and the hero realized that the situation was becoming much worse than it seemed. Every single one of them was killed, and the hero felt alarm, realizing that such a speed of reprisal spoke of the incredible strength of the enemy. Sung Jin ordered the death of all the students except Lee So-jun, and the hero felt the tension in the air become almost unbearable. This was the king's order. No variables were allowed, and the hero realized that there was no point in arguing, because the decision had already been made. Everyone was shocked by So-jun's words, because the mercenaries were destroyed, the mansion was surrounded by other mains, and the elder Minye asked if she saw what was happening. Chang Yi stuttered as she said that without the younger So-jun, they would have been lost, and the hero realized how scared she was about what had happened. The guy calmly replied to her that anyone in his place would have done the same, because the situation required decisive action and complete dedication. The friend burst into tears as he recalled the love triangle, and poor Kim Kyum-sun-woo looked especially miserable as his feelings were intertwined with the danger all around him. Charlotte had left a couple of hours ago to get drawing materials, and the hero hoped that the girl would not get into danger. Chang Yi was very angry at Lee Seo-jun, declaring that she wanted to kill the hero, but going head-on with these creatures was suicide, and Mr. Sung Jin's orders could not be disobeyed. So the hero understood that any rash actions would lead to catastrophic consequences. The guy noticed that they were in the mountains, There was no communication, and the situation was becoming increasingly tense, because there was nowhere to wait for help. Lee So-jun asked Kim Sun-woo what he thought, hoping to hear at least some opinion that could help him understand what was happening. But no one answered them, and the hero wondered if he really had fallen so deeply asleep, despite the danger around him. Yu Ara lifted the blanket and screamed, demanding that Kim Sun-woo get up, as it was impossible to sleep peacefully during such a tense moment. She looked at the empty bed in confusion, realizing that Kim Sun-woo had disappeared, and anxiety instantly gripped her. Lee So-jun jumped up and said that he would go look for him, since delay could lead to tragic consequences. The students watched him go silently, realizing that the situation was becoming increasingly dangerous and that every step could be his last. Meanwhile, the protagonist clutched the artifact, feeling its power, as it could become the decisive factor in the upcoming clash. The Beast Summoning Scroll was a powerful artifact capable of summoning a hellish serpent, and the hero understood that the summoning time was limited to a few minutes. The spatial pocket weighed 29.7 of a kilogram out of 30, and the hero carefully checked the contents. The Formless Spirit's legacy contained nothing of the level of a holy relic, and the hero noted with disappointment the absence of truly valuable items. But he did get hold of some relic-grade items that might come in handy later, and the hero carefully put them back. All that was left was to return in time, because a third party would intervene in this incident, and everything would end faster than anyone expected. In such chaos, Chayun would have no time for missing things, and the hero understood that now was the time to act without fear of unnecessary attention from his enemies. The third side that would clash with Chayun was already approaching, and the hero felt that the clash was inevitable, because the forces began to converge at one point. Suddenly, the guy saw a silhouette off to the side, and the hero's heart sank, because the figure seemed familiar, but at the same time it caused alarm and wariness. He was shocked to think that this could really be Main, because such an aura felt too powerful, and the hero realized that the situation was becoming critical. And the man with a smile and a knife in his hands laughed, saying that the hero had finally been caught, and his voice sounded especially ominous. He made a sharp swing, advancing on the protagonist, and he realized that hesitation would lead to instant death, so he needed to act immediately. The hero wondered why he was here, because according to the plot, a similar meeting should have happened later, and what was happening seemed wrong. At what point did the plot become distorted, the hero wondered, because events were developing too quickly, and the logic of the world seemed to begin to collapse. The guy took the necessary artifact out of his pocket, hoping that it would help him buy time, because the enemy was too dangerous. It was a scroll of beast summoning, and the hero felt the magic within the artifact begin to awaken, preparing to fulfill its purpose. The type of summoning scroll allowed him to summon a powerful hellish serpent, and the hero understood that it was this power that could save his life. The duration was 3 minutes. The recharge time was 10 days. The durability was 0, and the hero realized that he needed to use the scroll as efficiently as possible. A cobra appeared from a magical glow and attacked the enemy, and the hero saw how the snake quickly wrapped itself around the target. He bought it as a distraction, but now he realized that the snake was much more powerful than he had originally thought. The hero did not expect the snake to be so powerful, because the strength of the summoned creature exceeded his expectations and inspired confidence. The enemy was already tied up with a snake, and Kim Seon-woo began to approach him, assessing the situation and preparing to obtain the necessary information. He said that, judging by the mana, the enemy was an S rank, and warned that he would not repeat himself twice, asking the purpose of his appearance. Main laughed, saying that the hero really thought he was going to hear an answer, since he had no intention of revealing his plans, enjoying what was happening. He continued, declaring that everyone would die at the hands of Lord Seong-jin, and blood gushed out as the opponent tried to break free from his grip. The guy said that he had said too much for a man who was going to remain silent, and the hero realized that the conversation had gone too far. Since he had gone this far, it meant the mercenaries had already been killed, and the hero realized that the situation was becoming critical, since the enemy had clearly acted in advance. The experienced mercenaries fell in an instant, without even a peep, and it turned out that this Song-jin was followed by a decent crowd of mains of incredible strength. He is the right hand of the king of the mains, And the hero wondered why the villain, who was supposed to appear later, brought the mains here before the appointed time. The hero understood that he could not allow them to fight Lee Seo-jun, because such a fight would end in tragedy, and he needed to act immediately. The heroes fought and defended themselves, trying to hold their positions, because the enemy was advancing too quickly, and every second was decisive. The mercenaries shouted that there were people there, demanding that they all be killed. And the hero felt the tension growing, because the opponents had no intention of retreating. The passage was too narrow for everyone to enter at once, so the hero understood that the narrow space could play into their hands. The guy didn't know what to do, because the situation was rapidly deteriorating, and any mistake could lead to the death of everyone present. He turned around, seeing purple magic, and realized that one of his allies was using a powerful spell that could change the course of the battle. It was a powerful flame magic, and the hero felt the heat, realizing that such power could destroy opponents if used correctly. An explosion thundered in the middle of the room, and the hero barely stayed on his feet, feeling a wave of magic roll through the entire room. The hero shouted for warning before attacking, as such actions could injure allies if their positions were not taken into account. Yu-ara stated that the hero would have enough strength to dodge, and her confidence sounded almost irritated because she was counting on his reaction. Unlike last time, her attacks were hitting their target, and the girl felt that her diligent training was finally beginning to yield tangible results. The hard training paid off, and the hero saw how her magic became more precise, stronger, and more stable, which inspired confidence in the outcome of the battle. But she still lacked firepower, and the girl knew that victory would require more strength than she could currently muster. The students shouted that the enemy was approaching, demanding that they focus on the attackers, as there was no time left to think. Changyi thought that she should stand still, because any movement could disrupt the formation and lead to chaos among the defenders. She declared that she would grind everyone into dust and then finish off Lee Seo-jun, and her rage sounded especially frightening in the midst of the battle. Suddenly, a blue teleporter appeared behind him, and the hero felt the space tremble, foreshadowing the appearance of an unknown force. The teleporter began to suck in the opponents, and the heroes watched as the enemies disappeared one after another, not having time to resist. The heroes froze in place, amazed by what was happening, because such magic was too powerful for an ordinary person to use. They saw a huge dent running across the floor, and the hero realized that the force that had caused it was incredible and terrifying. Meanwhile, Lee Seo-jun continued to run, not stopping for a second, because every minute could decide the fate of Kim Sun. He didn't understand where Kim Seon-woo was, and his anxiety grew, because his friend's disappearance seemed too suspicious at such a dangerous moment. The hero thought that maybe the mains had taken him, and this thought made his heart clench, because then there was almost no chance of saving his friend. The main ES rank he had seen at the main gate appeared in front of Seo-jun, and the hero realized that a clash was inevitable. The old man said he would give him a chance to fight before he died, and his calm sounded especially frightening in such a tense situation. He understood that such an opponent was not to be trifled with. But the hero still had no intention of retreating, because he had no choice. He said that he could not escape, and yet doubt flashed in his eyes, because the enemy forces were too great. And he used the weapon's enhancement, feeling the blade fill with power, and the hero understood that without this chance, he would not be able to withstand such a dangerous opponent. He ran forward to fight, gathering all his will, because retreat was impossible, and every second decided the outcome of the fight between them. After all, Lee Seo-jun thought that he had to stop this bastard, and rage mixed with despair, forcing the hero to move faster. But the old man was very strong, and the hero felt that his attacks did almost no harm, because the enemy was superior to him in everything. He made the hero sway, parrying blows with frightening ease, and Lee Seo-jun felt the strength begin to rapidly leave his body. Sung-jin almost cut the guy down with his sword, but the hero fought back, barely maintaining his balance, and realized how dangerous each subsequent blow was. The old man stated that the hero was able to counterattack in a split second, and there was surprise mixed with mocking approval in his voice. He threw Lee Seo-jun in the stomach, and the blow was so strong that the hero barely held back a scream, gritting his teeth in pain. The blow was so strong that the hero clenched his teeth, feeling his breath catch and his body respond with a sharp wave of pain. And he began to fly away, far away, not having time to regroup, because the enemy's strength was too great, and the ground was rapidly approaching. Flying up to him, Sungjin declared that if he had just had a couple more years, no one would have been able to stop the hero, recognizing his potential. The hero quickly rolled away, trying to avoid the next blow, and understood that any delay would lead to inevitable death. The sword got stuck in the ground, and the hero saw an opportunity, because the enemy lost a split second, which could have changed the course of the battle. The old man said indignantly that it was still too early, and his voice sounded irritated, because the hero continued to resist contrary to expectations. He stated that it was too early to call the hero a force capable of destroying the mains, asking whether he considered him a worthy opponent or was fighting half-heartedly. Lee So-jun was surprised by the words about the power capable of destroying the mains, because such a thing sounded too incredible for his current level. He yelled what this meant and ran towards the enemy with his sword, gathering the rest of his strength to deliver at least one decisive blow. His eyes glowed purple with anger, and the hero realized that the enemy was about to use a much more dangerous technique. And in response to the attack, he shouted at the hero not to play the fool, and his voice sounded furious and threatening. Suddenly, there was a loud explosion and the ground shook, causing the hero to lose his balance, as the force of the impact was incredibly destructive. The old man shouted that he was here solely to destroy the child of prophecy, and his furious voice sounded as if he had been waiting for this moment for a long time. He argued that if his king said such words, then this man was the target, and he had no intention of questioning the ruler's orders. The hero was told that his task was to silently prove his true identity, and Lee So-jun felt a strong pressure from what was happening around him. He asked angrily if the boy thought he could deceive him, and there was a confidence in his voice as if he already knew the possible answer. Lee So-jun was indignant, declaring that he knew nothing about the power or the child of prophecy, and his words sounded sincere, anxious, and desperate. The enemy struck harder, and the air around him shook from this blow, showing how seriously he took what was happening in the fight itself. And the guy added that even if he knew the truth, he still wouldn't tell it, and there was stubbornness and determination in his voice. Swinging harder, Songjin barked that if that was the case, then the guy was useless, and his intentions became more and more dangerous and frightening. Another second, and the sword almost touched the guy, creating a feeling of inevitability, as if the outcome of this tense battle had been predetermined in advance. And finally, suddenly a blue glow appeared behind them, soft but bright, and it instantly changed the atmosphere of what was happening, making everyone feel the change. The old man looked around indignantly, trying to understand the source of the unexpected light, and his gaze darted from side to side as if he felt a threat for the first time. And then he got hit in the hand, which began to slowly evaporate, and the old man looked at it with confusion, not understanding what exactly was happening to his body. Lee So-jun was shocked to think that it might be a sniper, and his heart started beating faster, because he definitely didn't expect to see something like this here. A running silhouette was visible on the stairs, and its movements were quick and confident, as if it knew in advance exactly where it should go. The old man was indignant, shouting out who he was and why he dared to interfere in the fight, and his voice trembled with rage and incomprehension of what was happening. Kim Seon-woo sighed, calling the old man a monster, as he dodged the fatal blow in a split second, displaying incredible speed. He drank the elixir of inferior mana concealment, which conceals the flow of mana of rank C and below, lasting 10 minutes and costing 5,000 coins. He stated that he used the heart of great nature and drank the potion, putting everything he had into this attack, causing mana depletion. He thought it was surprising, because they had mistaken Lee So-jun for the child of prophecy, and he didn't understand where such an assumption came from. The enemy was indignant, declaring that if the hero did not come out, he would destroy the building completely, demonstrating the seriousness of his intentions and rage. He added that he would blow the building to pieces, and his voice sounded as if he was actually ready to carry out such a threat without hesitation. The protagonist understood that there was no other way out, because he had to somehow stop what was happening. Otherwise, the consequences would be too destructive for everyone. But from here, he couldn't do anything, because the distance and the environment completely limited his actions, making him feel helpless and irritated. There was only one way out, and the hero understood that he would have to take a risk, even if this step could lead to serious consequences. The hall had already been almost completely destroyed, and debris lay everywhere, creating a feeling of chaos, as if the room itself could no longer withstand what was happening. They continued to fight with magic, and each blow was accompanied by flashes that illuminated the space, making the battle even more tense and dangerous. And Kim Sun-woo sat against the wall, simply listening to these explosions. And his gaze remained calm, as if he had expected this development of events in advance. Every muscle on the enemy's body was bulging, and his body looked as if he was ready to rush forward at any second, giving no one a break. He angrily declared that only a coward would attack from behind, and his voice sounded contemptuous, as if he considered such behavior unworthy of a warrior. And he demanded to identify himself and his target, wanting to understand who had intervened in the fight. And his gaze was cold, persistent, and threatening at the same time. A girl approached them, declaring that after him she would deal with everyone else, and her voice sounded as if she was in complete control of the situation. Lee So-jun looked around in surprise, trying to figure out who exactly had approached, and his gaze darted around, as if he hadn't expected to see an ally here. The weapon sank into the enemy's body, and the blow was so precise that he didn't even have time to react, only staggered, losing his balance. There was a fight going on in the street, and flashes of light illuminated the space, creating a sense of chaos, as if the entire area had turned into a battlefield. Inside, Cha-Yun-jin's opponents were also slaughtered, and the traces of his attacks clearly showed how strong he was and how quickly he acted. A female voice was heard, claiming that she was the one asking the questions, and her words sounded confident, causing everyone to pay attention to her presence. The artist was indignant, asking why he was hunting Lee So-jun, and her voice trembled with rage, because she could not tolerate such injustice. The guy chuckled, declaring that like cures like, and his calmness looked frightening, as if he was enjoying what was happening around him. The protagonist was pleased with this outcome, because now the opponents could kill each other, and this gave him a chance to avoid unnecessary problems. After all, now they would really kill each other. And the hero understood that interfering in such chaos would be too dangerous and pointless. The old man waved his sword indignantly, showing that he was not going to retreat, and his movements became more and more abrupt and furious. And the girl was ready to attack. Her stance looked confident, and her gaze remained cold, as if she knew in advance the outcome of the upcoming blow. She stated that he didn't want to do it nicely, and her voice was firm, showing that she was not going to tolerate this kind of behavior any longer. An explosion was heard, and the air shook with the force of the impact, causing the walls to shake as if the building itself could not withstand what was happening around it. The heroine was barely able to stand on her feet from her own strength, and her breathing was ragged, showing how heavy the last attack had been. Sung Jin flew towards her and declared that anyone who interfered would be destroyed. And his voice sounded threatening, as if he was speaking the absolute truth. He added that everyone would die by the king's order, and his words sounded so confident, as if he completely believed in his own invincibility. The street was ablaze with sparkles and flashes of magic illuminating the space, creating the feeling that the night itself had turned into a field of fierce battle. Charlotte fought on equal terms with an S-rank opponent, and her movements looked precise and fast, as if she had long been accustomed to such fights. A friend ran up to Lee So-jun asking if he was okay, and his voice sounded worried, because he was afraid that he was too late and might lose his comrade. The guy replied that he was almost finished off by that S-rank monster, and added that Charlotte saved him by showing incredible speed. And he was surprised, asking if Charlotte was not an ordinary person, because he did not expect such power, and said that they should help her. Kim Sun-woo came down to them, insisting that they first needed to get out of here, since staying in such a place was becoming increasingly dangerous. The guy admitted that he had been hiding, and suggested that they get out as quickly as possible, since staying there meant exposing themselves to unnecessary risk. He thought that he couldn't tell them the truth that they were both enemies, because such a confession would destroy everything. Chung Yi stated that Kim Sun-woo was right, and her voice sounded calmer, as if she had finally accepted the need to leave immediately. And she continued that her hands were shaking after what happened, because she was so scared and she could hardly maintain her composure. She was trembling all over, and the hero thought that the poor thing had been through too much, because her condition clearly showed the depth of the horror she had experienced. He wondered why Chung-yi was saying that, because her reaction seemed too strong, as if she was hiding something important. She admitted that she couldn't stand Kim Sun-woo, but now he was right, because due to unforeseen circumstances, Mr. Sung-jin's plan had completely collapsed. She decided that she had to survive at any cost, because only then could she become stronger, and one day take revenge on everyone who had hurt her. He declared that he had found a way out and asked her to follow him, although he himself did not understand what Chung-yi was planning again, and what it would lead to. In any case, neither he nor she would do anything now, because the situation had gotten completely out of control and required a careful retreat. It was really time for the heroes to leave, because staying here meant exposing themselves to mortal danger, which was getting closer with every second. And outside, the flashes were getting even worse, and the fighting was intensifying, as if the magic itself was going crazy from the tension of what was happening. The heroes were not inferior to each other, and their blows created powerful waves, causing the air to tremble and the ground beneath their feet to vibrate from the force of the collisions. The girl began to swing, preparing to deliver another blow, and her movements looked confident, as if she had long been accustomed to such battles. It struck like lightning, and bright flashes illuminated the space, creating the feeling that the storm itself had descended to the earth and entered the battle. But the artist didn't understand something, because what was happening around her was becoming stranger, and her gaze expressed confusion and anxiety at the same time. It seemed to her that everything around was rapidly getting darker, as if someone was deliberately hiding the light. And this feeling made her even more nervous. And the enemy quickly advanced towards her, closing the distance, and his steps sounded heavy, as if he was confident of his imminent victory. But there was a guy next to her who summoned lightning, and his appearance seemed timely, as if he knew in advance that he needed to intervene. The enemy barked that he was talking about intolerance of interference, and his voice sounded furious, as if he considered what was happening a personal insult. The guy asked who had intervened first, and his calm tone sounded almost mocking, as if he was deliberately throwing his opponent off balance. Others started running towards him, and one of them cut open his opponent's leg, showing how seriously they took this fight. He was surprised by such power, because he realized that they were all S-rank mages, and his face expressed a mixture of fear and admiration. He thought that the sniper was probably one of them, because such precision and strength could not belong to an ordinary person. Black smoke began to fly out of the severed leg, and the sight looked frightening, as if his body was made of something unnatural. And it grew back rapidly, recovering right before their eyes. And this showed how dangerous their enemy really was. As he charged at them, Sung-jin ordered everyone to get out of here, and his voice sounded like he wasn't going to repeat his words. The girl watched them from the side, trying to understand what was happening, and her gaze remained wary, because the situation was unstable. Jin stated that the mains on the first floor and in the garden were finished, and added that Ska was supposed to clear the second floor. And Seojin, according to him, was safe, because he left with the other students, and he personally checked this information. She thought that she had wanted to ask him so much, but now she had missed the moment, and this caused her great disappointment. And she ordered Baek Eun-sung and Natasha to finish here, because the fight had to be finished so they could move on. The enemy began to look around, trying to understand where the threat was coming from, and his movements became more and more nervous and abrupt. His sword was intercepted, and he did not have time to react, because the attack was too fast, and the opponents acted in a coordinated manner. The old man was indignant, calling the attacker a bastard, and his voice trembled with rage, because he did not expect such resistance. Natasha replied that he had thought of taking them out in one regeneration, and her words sounded confident, as if she had known the outcome in advance. The enemy declared that he would kill them anyway, and his voice sounded threatening, although the strength was clearly beginning to leave his body. And the girl quickly struck him with blows, and each of them was accurate, demonstrating her experience and confidence in her own abilities. And then more and more, leaving him no chance to recover. And her fury grew stronger with every movement. He began to bleed rapidly and began to lose strength, as his body could no longer withstand such an onslaught, and he screamed, cursing the people, because he could not believe that they were able to bring him to such a state in this battle. As the heroes left the mansion, an explosion was heard behind them, and the ground shook, as if the building had finally given in to the destruction. Lee So-jun turned around in surprise, trying to understand what had happened, and his gaze expressed anxiety as he expected another attack. In berserker form, the mind is switched off, and regeneration, physical strength and mana increase dramatically, turning the warrior into a nearly unstoppable machine. In general, all characteristics are enhanced, making the enemy incredibly dangerous because such a transformation changes the very nature of his body. Mains of rank A and above can even transform to fight better, and this ability makes them especially terrifying. The heroes understood that the stronger the main, the more dangerous he becomes in berserker form, because such power is capable of destroying everything around him. Bert calmly stated that an extremely dangerous enemy had suddenly appeared before them, and her confident voice sounded especially clear. She wondered in surprise if anyone present really wanted to fight him, since the threat was becoming obvious. Ska shouted loudly that since the enemy was dangerous, he would deal with him himself, because the great Ska was always ready to show his strength with his confident and powerful blow. But he quickly dodged the blow, demonstrating incredible speed and frightening precision of movements that clearly exceeded expectations. And swinging a heavy fist in strong armor, the enemy created a strong gust of air, making those around him feel threatened. He knocked the hero back with one powerful blow, revealing the huge difference in their physical capabilities and combat experience, which was an unpleasant discovery. He clearly had no trouble dealing with such attacks, as his opponent's movements remained calm, confident, and almost lazy. Ska stretched his neck and uttered a snorted word, considering what was happening to be a good start, since such tests only fueled his fighting spirit. He shouted to Bert and Jean, asking if they were okay, because the situation was getting more and more dangerous, and he needed to make sure they were safe. The man shouted at him that he was an idiot and shouldn't show off their skills, because such carelessness could lead to serious consequences for the entire team. A knight began to approach them with heavy steps, and his confident gait immediately revealed that he was an experienced warrior who had no intention of delaying. Ska was indignant and stated that he was following orders, killing only mains and not touching children, and then asked if they had really decided to fight here without him. Bert calmly replied that they were simply warming up, as such skirmishes allowed them to maintain their form and better understand the capabilities of each participant. The old man rushed towards them, moving confidently and quickly, as if age did not matter, and determination completely displaced any doubts. And the heroine replied that from that moment on, they would act differently, because the situation required a serious approach and complete concentration. They would fight like Chae-yoon, because such tactics allowed them to combine forces and act as effectively as possible, leaving the enemy no chance. The students walked along the forest path, listening carefully to every sound, as the atmosphere became increasingly tense. Yu-ara noticed a tremor running through the air, and the feeling of impending danger became so clear that the girl involuntarily slowed her pace. The mana burning in the lungs made everyone feel weak, as each breath made their hands go numb, and the tense atmosphere around them grew thicker. And the sky was dark and engulfed in lightning, creating a sense of impending disaster that could strike them at any moment without warning, like the day her parents were killed. And the memory of it instantly pierced the girl, causing her heart to clench painfully from an old, unhealed wound. Lee So-jun also looked up at the sky, trying to understand the source of what was happening, since such phenomena were rarely random. And Kim Seon-woo understood that they were clearly facing an S rank, and such power could change the course of any battle if they weren't prepared in advance. This was the burden they would have to bear, because responsibility for what was happening fell on each of them, and the future fate of the entire team depended on their actions. An enemy with such enormous power that it could not even be measured seemed an insurmountable obstacle. But the heroes had no intention of retreating. The hero summoned numerous magic circles, concentrating energy around himself, as he needed to create a sufficiently powerful defense. But most of all, he wanted to show Yu-ara and Lee Seo-jun that he was capable of protecting them, even if the situation turned out to be much more dangerous than expected. The night began to be wrapped in blue chains that restrained his movements, and the magical energy around him became denser. The girl began to swing the red scythe, and her movements became more and more precise as she prepared to deliver the decisive blow to the weakened enemy. The boy raised his sword, intending to support her attack, since their combined actions gave them a chance to break through the enemy's defenses and end the battle. Natasha struck from behind, acting quickly and confidently, because her fighting style always revolved around precision of movement and surprise. Bert raised her hand up, enveloping it in magic, and a vibration immediately arose around her, foreshadowing a powerful blow that was supposed to change the course of the battle. And by striking the enemy with this force, she made him stagger, because such an attack was designed to break through even the most durable and stable defense. With such force that he roared in pain, the enemy tried to stay on his feet, but the pressure of the magic became too strong and destructive for him. Never had they seen such a hopeless landscape, as the destruction all around them reminded them of how dangerous and destructive the enemy was. The old man fell to his knees, and his armor disappeared, leaving only an exhausted body that could barely stand after such a hard and exhausting fight. Jin declared it was all over, as the enemy could no longer resist, and the tension gradually began to subside among the tired but attentive heroes. Rarely does anyone return to their senses after a berserk, and such a spectacle was always astonishing, because the force of such a state destroyed the body and completely broke the mind. Ska asked if the more he recovered, the more he could hit him, since such fights brought him joy, and he turned to Baekun Sung. He shouted that he remembered these names, because the remnants of Chaeyun were still crawling here, and his voice trembled with rage, pain, and old memories. The losers Kim Jin-chul had destroyed were still crawling around here, he said, and he said it with bitterness mixed with hatred. Ska chuckled and said that this is the price of fame, because they are always recognized, even when they try to hide their names and past actions. But Natasha was outraged and declared that he had given them away, since such carelessness could have led to serious consequences for the entire team. And she struck her opponent, not hiding her irritation, because her patience had long since run out, and the situation required decisive action without unnecessary talk. She indignantly stated who he called losers, because such words hurt her pride and made her want to prove the opposite in battle. Bert stated that he would not die until he told her why he tried to kill Lee Seo-jun, because she would not let him get away with it. The old man declared that he would die, and it did not depend on his will, because the circumstances were already predetermined, and he could not change what was happening. Not only he, but all of them, according to him, would fall here, because the enemy's strength was too great to hope for an easy victory. A red glow appeared in the sky, and it expanded rapidly, creating a feeling of impending disaster that could fall upon them at any moment. Natasha was surprised and asked if he really still had allies, since such a glow clearly indicated the approach of a new, dangerous force. But the mana was quite familiar to all of them, and each student immediately realized that they were feeling the same power they had encountered earlier. The sky became even redder, and a fiery funnel appeared, gradually expanding above the heroes' heads and filling the air with a heavy premonition. The artist noticed a new guest in the mansion, and her attentive gaze immediately captured the change in atmosphere, as if the space itself had become tense with anticipation. This third force was reflected in Kim Sun-woo's eyes, and the hero clearly realized that such an intervention could completely change the outcome of the upcoming battle. The students froze and continued to watch, not taking their eyes off the sky, because what was happening seemed unreal and frightening in its scale and beauty. The protagonist understood that everything was going according to plan, and the confidence grew within him that the steps he had prepared in advance would lead to the desired result. The power of S-rank villains is simply incredible, and anyone who has faced such opponents understands the danger of underestimating their capabilities. So incredible that you don't even know how to defeat them, because the usual strategies stop working, and you have to look for completely new solutions. But he doesn't want the heroes of this story to give up, because self-confidence must remain a support even in the face of insurmountable forces. Broken by the villain's strength, he did not want them to suffer defeat and bear it as a scar, forgetting about the possibility of rising again. And they wore the defeat like a scar, because such wounds remained in their memory for a long time, reminding them of the difficult trials. He wants to show them that no matter how strong the villain is, True resilience is shown when a person keeps moving forward. There will always be an ally who can surpass him, because the power of support can change the outcome of even the most hopeless battle. And one day, all hopes will come true, and you can win. Because everyone has an inner strength that can be revealed at the most important and decisive moment. Bert gritted her teeth, realizing that the flame witch was flying towards them, and the tension in her gaze betrayed the awareness of the approaching destructive magical force. Ara was surprised. This was her sister, after all, and such a meeting at such a dangerous moment caused mixed feelings of anxiety, confusion, and hidden joy. The head of the guild that had suffered from Chaeyun, Blade of Dawn, was approaching them, and her appearance felt like a wave of fire covering the space around. A world-renowned master of fire elemental manifestation, she possessed a power that was respected by even the most experienced mages. Flame Witch Yan stood before them, her presence filling the air with heat, for she carried within her the power to change the course of the battle. Chaeyun's victims formed the Blade of Dawn Guild, united by a common goal based on the pain of the past that they sought to overcome together. The leader of this elite guild, consisting exclusively of mages of ranks A to S, possessed incredible power that inspired respect in everyone who saw her. The world's most powerful fire mage. She could transform the battlefield with a single movement, and her presence made enemies lose confidence. Flame Witch Yan declared to Chaeyun that this time she would definitely finish what she started, and her voice sounded firm and decisive. The artist was indignant at what an inconvenient guest he was, as his appearance disrupted the entire rhythm of the proceedings and added chaos to the situation. The old man chuckled behind him, saying that it was naive to run away from such powerful magic, because the Flame Witch's power was too great for escape. And he laughed, that hell would not be boring, because he would watch with pleasure as his enemy burned to ashes, unable to withstand the fiery fury. Ska shouted that he should have been crushed from the very beginning, because such opponents did not deserve long conversations and demanded decisive action. Bert said she was counting on Eugene, because his strength could be the deciding factor in the upcoming clash with a dangerous enemy. Looking at the precious stone, the hero understood that it could only be used once, and such a decision required great responsibility and precise calculation. He crushed it in his fist, releasing the energy contained within, and magical light instantly enveloped the space around, preparing the heroes for movement. And magical circles appeared under the heroes, which began to glow ever brighter, creating a feeling of impending movement. Sung Jin's eyes widened in surprise, as what was happening seemed impossible to him, and he tried to comprehend the scale of the force. And they laughed at him, saying that he would gladly take you with him, but the number of places is limited, and it is no longer possible to change such a decision. And they added that you have to cope on your own, because every hero has to go through their own path, even if the circumstances seem too difficult and frightening for an unprepared person. Everything in front of Sung Jin began to glow, and a bright light enveloped the space, forcing him to squint and try to see what was happening through the blinding radiance. He raised his head, realizing that everyone had disappeared, and a feeling of loneliness washed over him, because now he had to act without the support of his comrades. There was a red circle of fire in the sky that was slowly rotating, creating a sense of impending disaster and filling the air with heavy energy. And he whispered that his king would live forever, putting into these words the devotion and hope that supported him even in the darkest moments. The sky began to spin in a whirlwind, and powerful streams of energy began to collide, creating a roar that made the ground tremble under the hero's feet. And a huge explosion fell to the ground, breaking the silence and leaving behind a fiery trail that was a reminder of the destructive power of what was happening. It was so strong that it nearly knocked the heroes off their feet to the side, and each of them felt a powerful blow rolling across the ground around them. They realized that our client Charlotte was a terrorist from Chaeyun, and this discovery shocked everyone because no one expected such a betrayal. The guy put up a shield, saying to keep it a secret, because if the information leaked, the consequences could be too dangerous for their entire team. Blade of Dawn, A-rank mage Zhang Juwan, stated that it would be more difficult to track them down, as such events always make further searches for enemies more difficult. They shouted to her, "Sister, I found the students!" And the voice sounded excited, because the situation required immediate action. The witch appeared before them and said that she was already on her way, and her confident voice made it clear that she was in complete control of the development of events. And the Chayuns escaped. They had a damaged copy of the teleportation relic, and this explained why their traces disappeared so suddenly and quickly. The guy behind him snorted that this was Jin's work, calling him a damn technician, since such actions always led to unpredictable consequences. The witch saw a female silhouette ahead, and her gaze immediately became attentive, because the appearance of a stranger could completely change the course of events. She quietly said Ara's name, and there was surprise and anxiety in her voice, because such a meeting at such a moment seemed fateful. The girl spoke the words addressed to her sister with noticeable excitement, trying to hide her anxiety, but her voice trembled, revealing deep feelings. The heroine quickly ran to hug Yuaru, feeling the tension gradually release, because the long-awaited meeting brought peace. And the heroine breathed a sigh of relief, mentally thanking the heavens for saving her sister's life. The fear she had experienced still gripped her heart. She admitted in a quiet voice that the opponents were very strong, and the girl did not even dare to engage in battle, understanding the danger of such an attempt. The older sister shouted that she knew Aru very well. Revenge remained her business, and the younger one should just live happily, because this was a sincere request. But the girl replied that the older one knows well the character of the younger one, who cannot calmly watch from the sidelines when important events are happening around her. The witch smiled and noted that it was impossible to argue with the heroine, either then or now, because stubbornness was always combined with inner strength. She understood that what she was dealing with was not simple stubbornness, but true willpower, formed by years of trials, difficult decisions, and constant struggle. 4 years ago, the older sister asked me to promise that I would never point a blade at my own body again. That period became the darkest stage of the elder sister's life, when, due to complete powerlessness, the desire to live gradually disappeared, and memories caused pain. The older sister could hardly hold back her tears, because the younger one was screaming that the older one was all she had left. And these words hurt her heart especially deeply. She promised that it was precisely this kind of will that had once saved her, and added that over time, Ara would become much stronger than her older sister. She asked to postpone serious conversations and suggested discussing plans for the future later, when both had calmed down a bit and could think more clearly. And behind them, Lee Seo-jun watched them closely, trying not to interfere, but feeling the warm atmosphere that reminded him of lost moments. He thought that family must be great, and he wondered if he could ever become as strong as he was to protect the people truly dear to his heart. A friend approached him and asked what he was thinking so hard about, noticing an unusual concentration that rarely appeared on his comrade's face. A friend sat down next to me and said, "Don't worry about it. The incident on the Han River, the hidden level, and the current situation all ended well." He reminded that no matter how genius a person is, it is impossible to cope with everything alone, so it is important to help others in the same way. The hero only exhaled and said words of gratitude to Yeonjun, feeling his friend's support, which helped him maintain confidence. They hugged, and the friend said that since the hero was so grateful, it would be better to help with notes because studying never ends completely on its own. Kim Seon-woo wondered if he hadn't anonymously passed the information to the Blade of Dawn. The plot would have deviated from canon even further than it had. He reflected on Yu Ara's path and Lee Seo-jun's motivation, realizing that the changed plot created a solid foundation for the future. He understood that the plot had changed before, because any action can influence events, even if the consequences do not appear immediately and remain unnoticed. But nothing had yet directly affected Lee Seo-jun and Yu Aru, so the changes that were taking place seemed especially significant. He needs to start preparing in advance, because delay can lead to undesirable consequences, and the future requires decisiveness and thoughtfulness. After all, it was unknown what changes were coming ahead, and the hero understood that he had to strengthen his forces in order to meet any challenges with dignity and confidence. The Blade of Dawn headquarters in Korea continued operations, and the staff discussed the latest events, trying to understand the true reasons. As expected, the details of this incident were not made public, as such information could have sparked unnecessary rumors. The witch claimed that this was the work of Kim Jin-chul, the chairman of the Magic Association, who wanted to hide Lee Sojun's connection with Chae-young from prying eyes. The guy replied that they hadn't found anything particularly valuable in the ruins of the mansion, which had long served as Chae-young's refuge and hid many secrets. He noted that they probably store everything important elsewhere, since such organizations rarely leave key materials unprotected. This time, their only goal was to get close to Lee Sojun, and they acted carefully, trying not to attract unnecessary attention. He ordered everyone to be recalled from the scene and to begin the pursuit immediately, realizing that any delay could lead to consequences. The guy asked if she wanted to spend a little more time with her sister, because she could pretend that everything was calm, but she always missed him equally much. And she replied that there was no point in interrupting a busy person from work, because from now on, they would have a lot of things to do and important observations to make. Precious little sister echoed in her thoughts, and she vowed to never let her little one be in danger again. This time, she swore that she would incinerate the bastards from Chae-young, because the long suffering should not be repeated under any circumstances. The walking man said that those obnoxious guys from the Blade of Dawn had really dug up everything here, leaving almost no traces or hidden passages. He noted that they had indeed dug up everything around, carefully checking every corner, and such persistence was irritating. All of Bertha's paintings did burn, but they couldn't find this one item, and the man felt satisfied, but they couldn't find this. And the man realized that something important was hidden among the charred remains, something that had eluded a thorough search. After passing through the teleporter, the man saw real treasures hidden behind simple paintings. Jin chuckled and said that of course such a thing was possible, then asked if they knew who exactly designed this protection. But before him, there were only broken display cases and an empty room. And such emptiness caused bewilderment, forcing him to think about the reasons for the disappearance. A look of genuine surprise appeared on his face, as he had not expected to see a complete absence of objects. He screamed, trying to understand how and what kind of bastard could have pulled off such a thing, because the disappearance of such valuable things seemed impossible. Meanwhile, Kim Seon-woo sat quietly in the room, pondering what was happening and analyzing the items he had found that could prove useful in the future. On his desk lay the legacy of the Formless Spirit, a relic capable of storing magical properties and activating special effects. He slipped the ring onto his finger, studying the description of the stat storage, where one stat would be sealed forever when conditions were met. The protagonist stated that he would find a worthy use for it, since such a relic could significantly enhance his abilities. The power of the mystery was an energy that reached to the very origins of the world, something that could not be fully explained by either science or magic. Objects that carried this power were called relics, and each of them had special properties that influenced the course of events. This ring was the only relic of Chae-young, and therefore its value far exceeded that of ordinary magical items. The attribute of light, like the attribute of emptiness, cannot be developed through training, because such powers require a special nature and innate qualities. Therefore, the main character decided that the first thing he should do is choose this path, associated with the attribute of light. Ultimately, he settled on the attribute of light, believing that it would allow him to unlock his greatest potential and enhance his future opportunities. The relic was capable of absorbing any attribute, and if its increased power was added to this, the overall potential became significantly higher than before. Even if it was only when using elixirs or skills, at the peak of his concentration, his mana momentarily reached a level equivalent to A rank. Sung-jin noticed the hero's hidden potential because he had surpassed the limit of his own C rank elixir, which was considered an extremely rare achievement. Starting from rank A, the manifestation magic was illuminated by a silver aura, which served as a sign of a high level of control and internal strength of the magician. Now he just needed to learn to use this power freely, to use it without embarrassment, and reveal its full potential. The protagonist sighed heavily, feeling the fatigue that had settled in after long training and intense work with mana and the relic. Mana depletion was making itself felt again, preventing me from continuing my studies at the same pace and achieving the required level of concentration. Even with the heart of great nature and the elixir, he did not have enough time to compress the energy to the required level completely. He trained so much that his strength was already running out, and each new exercise became more difficult than before. He understood that he could not allow a repetition of what happened then, and therefore, he was obliged to become stronger at any cost. The guy fell heavily onto the bed, feeling fatigue wash over him. And for a while, he simply stared at the ceiling. Then he looked at his hand, thinking that if he didn't become stronger and stayed like this, he would lose a lot. In this state, he wouldn't be able to bring Lee Seo-jun any real benefit. And this realization weighed especially heavily on him. All night, he thought about what he was capable of now and tried to soberly assess his strengths and possible prospects. His gaze fell on the beast-summoning scroll lying among other things obtained in past events. Nearby was the Sun and Moon Pharmaceutical Handbook, which contained a wealth of useful information on potions and rare ingredients. These were the only truly useful things he stole from Chae-yoon, not counting the relic ring lying separately. He had already tested the summoning scroll in battle, making sure that its effect worked reliably and could be useful again. And the Sun and Moon Handbook, in his opinion, would be an excellent gift for Han Se-yeon at the right moment. Finally, he bought a useful feature with points that he had been saving for a long time, carefully choosing the right option. His friend waved to him, joyfully exclaiming that Sonu had arrived, and her voice sounded especially lively amid the morning bustle. He waved back and awkwardly asked if he was too late, trying to hide his slight embarrassment. Yu-ara was indignant and asked why it was taking so long, clearly unhappy that it was taking him so long. The guy awkwardly replied that he hadn't slept well the previous night and had therefore woken up later than he had originally planned. She noted that meditating before bed would not hurt, as it would make sleep deeper and recovery more effective. The protagonist decided to use all the means available to him, and in the morning went to classes. Second year, Class A, the embodiment lesson. The teacher said that in today's embodiment lesson, they would be learning a technique called mana shape transformation. First, it was necessary to form a mana sphere, and then try to give it a different shape, changing the structure and outline. The students watched the demonstration in amazement, trying to remember every movement and understand how the technique worked. She then continued that now everyone trains independently and should try to show the flexibility of their own imagination. The students began talking among themselves, noting that they needed to instantly create a form and then transform the already formed object into something else. Yu-ara watched as a fire formed in her palm, gradually taking a stable form and intensifying its glow. The flame grew stronger and stronger, expanding and rising higher, as if it were trying to flare up to the limit of its capabilities. Soon, it spread across the sky above the training ground, attracting the attention of others and causing admiring glances. The heroes couldn't understand how she could do it, surprised that someone their age could demonstrate such a level of skill and control. They also noticed that Yoon Hae-young also got it on her first try, and that her skills had improved greatly since the exams. Shapeshifting was considered a particularly useful technique for manifestation mages, who often lacked flexibility in combat. By switching between attack and defense using shapeshifting, manifestation mages who were weak in close combat could fight smoothly. But Kim Sun was having a hard time, and those around him thought that he would show something impressive. But this did not happen. Transformation was considered a far more advanced technique than regular incarnation, and only the gifted could achieve it immediately. One of the girls asked if her friend had never seen someone who couldn't shapeshift before, and was surprised. Yu-ara said that she understands different circumstances, but she cannot comprehend how one can make a compressed embodiment and not be able to transform the form. Kim Sonu responded that these are two completely different fields that require different approaches and skills that do not always develop simultaneously. Compressed embodiment, he said, was a matter of control that could be learned through diligent training and constant practice. The transformation of form consisted of the hero controlling the internal flow of his own mana using his innate imagination. The girl noted that the compressed embodiment is the result of long-term efforts, while the transformation of form is more related to natural talent. Yu-ara looked at them thoughtfully, assessing the situation and trying to figure out how accurately she perceived each participant's abilities. She thought that she had never seen anything like this before. But Kim Sun-woo must have had special qualities. Yu-ara heard herself being told that instead of constantly obsessing over form transformation, she should focus on manifestation. Kim Sun-woo calmly noted that the girl had already achieved a certain level of perfection in this area, so she should develop other areas. He asked if she had ever considered that she might lack firepower, as it was sometimes the firepower that determined the outcome of a serious magical clash. When she fought in Gangwon province and watched her sister fight, She clearly understood the difference between their abilities and strength levels. She admitted that she truly felt that her firepower was insufficient, so she sought to develop in order to one day approach her sister's level. Ara noted that his words made sense, as sometimes an outside perspective helps you see weaknesses that are difficult to spot on your own. She stated that after Kim Sun-woo's advice, she finally understood the direction of her future training, and remembered that Hae-young had told her about this for quite some time. He noted that most mages are unable to objectively evaluate their own abilities, so, after his hint, Ara's growth rate would increase significantly. The girl stated that she was interested in something important, since understanding weaknesses helps a magician develop and avoid dangerous mistakes in the future. She asked if there was anything he was having difficulty with, as even powerful mages faced obstacles that required attention. Walking down the corridor, he thought about his own difficulties and realized that he knew perfectly well the reason why he could not move forward. He understood only too well where he was stuck, as his mana reserves remained too meager to support long and complex magical battles. To compensate for the lack of mana, he fought, accelerating its regeneration with the help of elixirs and the heart of great nature. He thought that if enemies stronger than Songjin appeared in the future, his previous methods would no longer be able to provide him with the advantage he needed. And he understood that he couldn't spend several minutes compressing his mana in every battle, because such a delay could cost him his life. Teacher Lee Hee-yeon asked if he wanted to increase the speed of magic compression, as such a skill could significantly increase a mage's effectiveness. Kim Sun-woo noted that he was thinking about improving his manifestation technique, since the faster he could compress mana, the more often he would be able to use it. He came to ask if the teacher had any useful advice, because any hint can speed up development and help overcome current limitations. Closing the book, the woman replied that she had not imagined that a student like him could have such a problem that required serious attention. She smiled and said that there are no shortcuts, because in magic, the answer is always hidden in talent, time, and effort. However, she noted that there are many ways to become stronger if a mage is willing to seek new approaches and develop their own skills. She added that strength is not limited to speed alone, as magic is multifaceted and requires the comprehensive development of all areas. She explained that increasing compression speed requires a colossal amount of time and effort, so this path is not suitable for everyone. He understood that he didn't have that much time, because the villains hunting Lee So-jun weren't going to wait. He came to a conclusion, which was formed thanks to the advice of teacher Lee Hee-yeon, and decided to change his approach to further training. The hero realized that the key to development would be the detailing of the embodiment, allowing him to strengthen his magic without having to increase the compression speed. The teacher noted that Ara's flames were capable of producing enormous destructive power, even without compression, and Haeyeon's ice acted in a similar manner. He understood that the detail of the embodiment plays a key role, because even with the same form, it is the precision of the elaboration of the attribute that determines the strength of the magic. He realized that the degree of refinement directly determines the destructive power of magic, so ignoring this aspect of development would be a serious mistake. The protagonist sighed, realizing that with his abilities, the ordinary sphere remained the limit, and further development required a more in-depth approach. She replied that it was precisely because of the sphere's simplicity that detailing became even more important, as achieving perfection was difficult even for an experienced magician. She said that if he couldn't make the sphere perfect, he should strive to make it as clear as possible, paying attention to every detail. She recommended keeping the same compression time, but increasing the sphere's sharpness to compensate for the lack of power and increase efficiency. He had to bring the sphere as close to the ideal as his skill would allow, for this was what would determine further growth, and he strove to get closer to absolute perfection, realizing that such a goal requires enormous patience and constant practice. A stream of magic rushed towards the target, gathering into a dense sphere that reflected his efforts and demonstrated the progress made. The sphere exploded with a powerful blast of energy, indicating that his attempts to improve the detail were beginning to bear fruit. The protagonist sighed, feeling tired, as the training required enormous effort and complete control over every movement of mana. His body was shaking, and he knew he was tired. But he couldn't stop training because even more challenges lay ahead. He realized that there was indeed more work ahead, so he needed to stay focused and continue to improve his own skills. Kim Sun-woo sat at a restaurant table with Han Se-yeon, thinking about training and the upcoming tasks that required serious preparation. He understood that the A rank he had achieved in just a few days of training had not lasted long and required further strengthening. He noted that the achieved rank was not maintained for long, so it is necessary to continue developing in order not to lose the achieved level. To maintain his current level, he needs to train under the influence of elixirs that enhance recovery and improve efficiency. The girl handed over the suitcase and began to open it, saying that she had brought everything he needed so that he could continue training without delays. She said that she had brought the 200 elixirs he had asked for and addressed him respectfully, calling him Mr. Jin. The boy replied that such a request might seem impossible to someone else, but she truly deserved the title of a brilliant alchemist. She smiled and said that without his request, she would not have decided to do something like this, because making such a quantity requires a lot of effort. She reminded him that he had helped catch a terrorist extortionist, so she considered these elixirs an expression of her own gratitude for the help provided. Han Se-yeon blushed and asked him if he wanted to work for her, as she could offer him really good terms of cooperation. The protagonist replied that he appreciated her offer, but this time he was also forced to refuse, as he had his own goals. The girl smiled and said that if he was waiting for her to lead the family, it might be too late for such a decision. He noticed that it looked like she was up to something, because her behavior hinted at hidden plans and serious intentions. Seon noted that she tells him this in advance so that he understands her position and can prepare for possible changes. She recalled that a huge dungeon had recently been discovered outside the city, and they were planning to build a large hotel there, promising significant profits. She added that the combination of the hotel business and auctions of items will bring colossal profits if the project is successful. She said that the dungeon was so huge that it would take at least 30 years to clear it out, so profit would be guaranteed for many years. The heroine closed her eyes and admitted that she was trying not to give in to his brother, that is, Han Se-jin, because of which she almost stopped sleeping. Suddenly, Kim Seon-woo shouted for her to stop, as he realized that he had to intervene and prevent a possible mistake. The heroine was surprised and asked again what exactly he had just said, because his words sounded too unexpected. The guy whispered that the project with the hotel in the dungeon was doomed to failure, since he had seen similar developments before the regression. He remembered that before the regression, he had seen news that the Hansung Group had invested huge amounts of money in building a hotel in a suburban dungeon. He knew that 3 months later, an even larger dungeon appeared in Seoul, which made the project almost completely worthless. He realized that since Han Se-yeon was the one promoting the project, such a failure would greatly damage her position in the fight against Han Se-jin. The heroine asked what he meant by failure, and demanded to know what he based his words on. Kim Seon-woo replied that dungeons are hard to find now, but no one can guarantee that one day they won't start appearing everywhere. The girl said she couldn't cancel a project that was about to launch based only on guesses, because business requires facts. Kim Seon-woo asked with a smile if he had ever given her the wrong advice, reminding her of his trustworthiness. He said that if she trusted him, he would give her an important thing that could change the situation. And he handed over the book and noted that it was really worth attention, since it contained valuable knowledge. The heroine exclaimed that before her was the pharmaceutical reference book of the Sun and Moon, a lost secret guide to pharmaceuticals. Reaching out her hand to him, she said that with his help, they would be able to improve the quality of all the products they produced. The heroine was surprised that the secret formulas of the famous pharmaceutical family Ilval ended up in the hands of Chaeyoon, which seemed incredible. Kim Seon-woo asked if she had changed her mind, hinting that she needed to reconsider her decision regarding the project. She said the dungeon hotel sounded promising, but no one knew if the project would take off, and the directory was right in front of her. She admitted that her pride would not allow her to miss such an opportunity, and wondered why Mr. Jin was tempting her in this way. She frowned and said that this situation irritated her because the choice turned out to be too difficult, and she snatched a glass from the table and said in a serious tone that the situation required a thoughtful decision. She began to gulp down the champagne, trying to calm down and collect her thoughts before an important choice. The heroine screamed that she had invested too much in this project, so it was incredibly difficult to give it up. He thought she was quite cute when she drank, as her emotions became more open and sincere. The girl laughed and said that it was unfair, because such information could completely change her plans. She said that if the information about the failure turns out to be true, then he will take responsibility for the consequences. He noted that he had been planning to give her the book anyway, but now he had one less variable to worry about. Han Se-yeon thought about it, and said that he wouldn't say something like that without a reason. So she was willing to believe him this time. She added that since the project was doomed anyway, it was better to sell it to Han Se-jin to avoid major losses. He smiled and said that he thought her solution was excellent because it would avoid serious problems. The full moon shone in the night sky, creating a calm atmosphere that contrasted with the hero's tense thoughts. The protagonist thought that such a decision would harm the main's accomplice, Han Se-jin, weakening his influence. The hero understood that he needed to keep the mains in check so that what had once happened in Gangwon-do would not happen again. And he decided that he would continue to monitor Chang-yi at the academy to prevent any possible threats. He was going to use his character reading skill to better understand her intentions and control the situation. The guy pretended to be in love with her, and although it was embarrassing, such a disguise effectively deflected suspicion. And he saw a message that the character Chang-yi was angry with him and received a reward of 500 points. He wondered if this was enough, and wondered how much he could interfere with the main plot without upsetting the balance. Kim Seon-woo sighed and thought that he hadn't had a drink in a long time, so his head was not working well after a stressful day. Suddenly, a girl appeared behind him. Her steps were quiet but unexpected. He shuddered, and his heart began to beat faster. She scared him a lot with her appearance. Her face expressed a slight smile, and her eyes sparkled. He did not expect to see her here. Kim Seon-woo was just walking under the moon, and So Yoona was walking from her parents' place. Their paths crossed by chance. Her steps were quick, and her gaze was focused. The Night of the Discoverers. A social event for high society magicians was approaching, and her father, Choi Jae-hyun, dragged her there by force. She said that she so wanted to go on an internship with the elders. Her voice sounded sad, and her eyes expressed regret. She felt deprived of freedom, and she returned to the academy, not even having time to wash off her evening makeup. Her face expressed fatigue, and her eyes sparkled with irritation. Every time she is dragged to family gatherings and treated like an object, she wonders why she has to put up with it. And every time she thinks about him, about the one who sets his own goals, her eyes sparkled with determination, and her heart filled with hope. And she goes to them desperately. She also wants to become like that. Her voice sounded firm, and her face expressed determination. She dreamed of freedom. Someday, she too will be able to achieve her goal, the girl thought, her eyes sparkling with determination, and her heart filled with hope. She dreamed of freedom. She smelled a strange odor. Her face expressed surprise, and her eyes widened. She tried to understand where it came from and what it meant. Kim Seon-woo smelled of alcohol. It was a 21-year-old Macallan, worth 2,050,000 won. The smell was strong. Kim Seon-woo asked him not to tell anyone about this. So Yoona replied that she wouldn't tell. Her voice sounded calm, and her eyes expressed trust. But on one condition. She could call him just Sunbae, and not Sunwoo Sunbae, she added, her voice sounding soft and confident. He thought how impudent she was, but he allowed her to call him that. Now they had two secrets. His face expressed a slight smile. She said she would go, and added that he shouldn't get drunk and should go to bed. Sunbae. Her voice sounded cheerful, and her face expressed concern. It was unexpected for her that Kim Seon-woo was drinking alcohol. Her eyes expressed surprise, and her heart was filled with slight bewilderment. Kim Seon-woo breathed a sigh of relief when she left. His face was calm, and his eyes sparkled with joy. He felt freer and lighter. He thought he'd better go and train. His face was determined, and his eyes were sparkling with confidence. He wanted to get stronger and improve his skills. There was no point in worrying about Chang-yi. He just needed to become stronger. As he had planned, his face was filled with determination, and his eyes sparkled with confidence. Since he was willing to interfere with the main plot, if Chang-yi showed any suspicious behavior, he would kill her with his own hands. The girl sat on one knee, and around her stood people in black cloaks, their faces hidden and their eyes sparkling with a cold light. It was the main rank V, Chang-yi. Her eyes were shining with purple light, and her face was filled with determination. She looked dangerous and confident. One of the people standing nearby had red eyes that lit up. It was a main S rank. His face was hidden. He looked threatening. His eyes glowed bright red, and his face remained hidden. He asked if Chaeyoon had killed Mr. Sung Jin. his voice sounding threatening. They set a trap when Mr. Sung-jin was fighting Lee Seo-jun. Cha-yoon intervened, and during the fight, the situation changed dramatically. Lord Sung-jin fell to the blade of dawn. He heard that Sojin's team was destroyed by an unknown demon. His voice sounded gloomy. One of the people was lying on the floor, his body motionless and his face expressing pain. The others looked at him with cold indifference. Then the Council of 10 Demons, main Won-hyuk, appeared. Their steps were confident, and their eyes sparkled with darkness. They looked powerful and dangerous. "King, the Cheon are provoking us," said the old man, one of the council, his voice tense and his eyes glittering with alarm and determination. For the honor of their race, they must start a full-scale war with them. His words were loud, his face expressing determination and fury. This old man was just looking for a reason to commit massacre. His eyes were shining with bloodlust, and his voice was cold. He wanted to destroy everything around him. If the situation gets out of control and Kim Jin-chul intervenes, all the mains could be destroyed. Their faces showed anxiety, and their eyes flashed with fear. Won-hyuk would kill them themselves if he didn't like them. He said that they should keep quiet, and added that the first target should be Lee Seo-jun. Chang Yi walked towards the king, her gait confident and her face calm, her eyes sparkling with determination. She looked calm and strong. Chang Yi, one of the council members, shouted at her tensely, his voice loud and his face filled with worry. He didn't expect her to intervene. A loser dares to interfere in a meeting of the Council of 10 Demons, the old man thought, his eyes flashing with hatred, and his face expressing contempt and anger. The girl approached the king. He sat before her on a large throne, his eyes sparkling with a cold light, and his face expressing power. "Revenge must be rational," she addressed him. Her voice sounded firm, and her eyes sparkled with determination. She wanted to prove her strength. The assassination of Lee Seo-jun, the child of prophecy, was a mission that Mr. Sung-jin never completed, his face expressing determination and his eyes sparkling with a cold light. Now that they knew Lee Seo-jun was important to those Cha-yoon scum, she said, her voice firm and her eyes sparkling with determination. His removal would humiliate their council even more, one of the council members thought, his face expressing determination. He wanted to prove his loyalty. She said that she could get closer to Lee Seo-jun than anyone else. So she would fulfill Mr. Sung-jin's will and kill Lee Seo-jun with her own hands. Chang Yi had just reached the rank. Wasn't she too young and weak for such an important mission? One of the council members intervened. Chun Hei's worries were spoiling the purity of Chang Yi's resolve. The king answered him, his voice sounding firm, his eyes flashing with a cold light. Strength can be gained. He directed a beam of fire towards the girl. His face expressed calm, and his eyes sparkled with determination and power. The beam hit Chang Yi's heart straight. She gritted her teeth in pain. Her face was filled with suffering, and her eyes were sparkling with determination and fury. It's a bloodstone created from the blood of A-rank mages. It should be absorbed slowly. But since she had the resolve to speak out on behalf of the entire race, the girl fell to her knees, her face expressing pain, and her eyes sparkling with determination. She felt that the test was just beginning. Her heart was beating faster, and she was completely consumed by the bloodstone that enveloped her body. Her face expressed suffering, and her eyes sparkled with determination. Thick red blood began to flow from her mouth and eyes, dripping onto the floor, her body trembling, and her face expressing pain and strength. She will kill Lee Seo-jun, the child of prophecy, and earn the recognition of the Council of 10 Demons, the king said, his voice firm and his eyes flashing with a cold light. The blood began to flow onto the floor more rapidly. Her hands were shaking and her face was filled with suffering. She felt that the ordeal was becoming more and more painful. And then, she would go after Jung Hyun-soo, Kim Jin-woo, Shin Yeon-jun, her eyes sparkling with determination and her face expressing hatred and rage. Vengeance would not be complete until she had slit all of their throats. Her voice was cold and her eyes blazed with hatred and determination. One of the council members looked at what was happening with fear in his eyes. His face expressed fear, and his heart was filled with anxiety and bewilderment. Chang Yi finally stood up, her face filled with determination and her eyes sparkling with fire. She felt herself become stronger and more dangerous. She was ordered to go and kill Lee Seo-jun for all of them, the king told her, his voice firm and his eyes flashing with a cold light. The girl was enveloped in red flames. Her eyes were burning. She was full of strength. Her face expressed determination, and her heart was filled with rage. "He will kill," the girl answered menacingly, her eyes instilling fear in the others. She was ready for anything. Her face expressed determination, and her heart burned with rage. Night had fallen, but the magical defense building was still functioning. The light was shining there. Its radiance was reflected on the walls, creating a feeling of calm and protection. A guy walked into the office. He was called there. His steps were cautious, and his face expressed tension. He felt that the conversation would be serious. The president of the Magic Association called him. His voice was firm, and his eyes sparkled with a cold light. He looked powerful and confident. It was the most powerful magician, Kim Jin-chul. He said that the guy looked good for someone who had experienced such a strange incident. His voice sounded calm. The guy replied that he had heard that team leader Kim Dok-hyun had already reported what had happened in Gangwon province, his voice sounding confident and calm. "Words have a way of distorting the essence," said the magician, his eyes sparkling with a cold light, and his face expressed seriousness. He did not trust rumors. The magician decided to check it out himself and touched the guy's head with his hand. His movement was confident, and his eyes sparkled with determination and strength. He began to check what was in his head. His face expressed concentration, and his eyes sparkled with attentiveness. He was looking for the truth and answers. The mana scan was in progress. Its flows began to manifest. The air around trembled, and the mage's face expressed calm. He carefully watched the results. When he touched someone, he could analyze the magic being used. His eyes would sparkle with attentiveness, and his face would express concentration. And following this trail, he could read their memories and emotions. His face expressed calm, and his eyes sparkled with determination and attentiveness. The magician began to look through the boy's memories. His eyes sparkled with attentiveness, and his face expressed concentration. He tried to understand what was hidden in his memory. He saw in his memories a beautiful girl. Her face expressed tenderness, and her eyes sparkled with a soft light. She looked mysterious and beautiful. The magic president became thoughtful as he read his memories, his face expressing seriousness and his eyes sparkling with attentiveness. The boy pulled away, and the process was interrupted. His face expressed irritation, and his eyes sparkled with determination. He did not want his thoughts to be read. He told his grandfather that he had asked him not to read his memoirs without permission, his voice firm and his eyes flashing with determination and anger. And he didn't even have time to react. Everything happened suddenly. His face expressed surprise, and his eyes sparkled with bewilderment. He felt helpless. As expected from the strongest mage, the best in strengthening, supporting, and manifesting, his face expressed calm, and his eyes sparkled with confidence. Grandfather stroked his head to calm him down. His face expressed concern, and his eyes sparkled with a soft light. He wanted to relieve the tension. Was he worried about what Bert had said about his family? Grandpa asked, patting the boy's head, his voice soft and his eyes full of concern. The hero replied that he had never felt lonely before that moment. His face expressed calm, and his eyes sparkled with determination and warmth. He said that his grandfather had taken him in, that the task force members were taking care of him, that he had friends at the academy, and his voice sounded happy. Grandfather was pleased with the answer. It was all he wanted to hear from him. His face expressed satisfaction, and his eyes sparkled with a soft light. He asked the boy if he was still the strongest among his classmates. The boy answered, of course. His voice sounded confident, and his eyes sparkled with joy. He also saw two girls in his memory. Their faces were tender, and their eyes sparkled with a soft light. They looked mysterious and beautiful, and I saw an interesting guy in his memories. His face expressed curiosity, and his eyes sparkled with attentiveness. It was Kim Sun-woo, Seo-jun's friend. A very reliable and loyal friend. His face was calm, and his eyes sparkled with determination and devotion. He remembered how he had helped save the girl in the dungeon. His face had expressed determination, and his eyes had sparkled with attentiveness. He had acted boldly and confidently. Kim Seon-woo always achieved the best results. His face expressed confidence. His eyes sparkled with determination. He was an example for others. Seojun didn't really notice Kim Seon-woo in the first year, but his grades skyrocketed. And if he ever got stronger, he'd like to fight him. The grandfather thought about what the boy had said about fighting his friend. His face was serious, and his eyes sparkled with attentiveness. Perhaps Kim Seon-woo would soon reach his level. His face showed determination. His eyes sparkled with confidence. He looked strong and ready for the challenge. "He knows how to surprise. He is not that cool," said the boy. "People only see the moment of blossoming and think that everything happened overnight," answered the magician. "No one sees how the seed spends its energy on taking root and surviving the winter." His voice sounded calm, and his eyes sparkled with attentiveness. He had eyes full of secrets. His face was mysterious. His gaze was deep. He looked as if he was hiding a lot from others. I'm sure that out of sight he worked himself to the point of exhaustion. His face was determined. His eyes sparkled with strength. He was ready for any challenge. Grandfather looked at the framed photograph and began to remember those moments. His face expressed sadness, and his eyes sparkled with a soft light. The photograph showed a grandfather hugging two boys, his face expressing concern, his eyes sparkling with warmth. He looked happy and calm. Grandfather told him to keep an eye on Kim Seon-woo. He is not as simple as he seems. His voice sounded firm, and his eyes sparkled with attentiveness. Grandfather walked to the window and began to look at the city at night. His face expressed thoughtfulness, and his eyes sparkled with a soft light. He was remembering the past. So June asked him if he knew anything about the power that could destroy the mains, his voice sounding serious and his eyes sparkling with attentiveness. Grandfather remembered the lecture hall at the university where the lessons were being taught. His face was full of concentration, and his eyes sparkled with memories. "Is the legend passed down from mouth to mouth true?" the boy asked, his voice urgent and his eyes sparkling with curiosity and determination. This legend was about a man who had incredible strength. His face expressed determination, and his eyes sparkled with power. He looked dangerous and strong. It's an old story. 300 years ago, there was a man who had a power that made him the natural enemy of the mains. An attribute other than light destroys the mains. His voice was firm, and his eyes sparkled with attentiveness. He spoke of the power hidden in the legend. Could it really be that same power that saved him from Maine back then, the boy wondered, his face expressing bewilderment, and his eyes sparkling with curiosity and anxiety. "No. It was normal magic without an A-rank attribute," said the grandfather, his voice sounding calm and his eyes sparkling with attentiveness and confidence. "So who really is it?" the boy wondered. His face expressed doubt, and his eyes sparkled with curiosity. He tried to understand the truth and the justice. He sat pensively and looked around. His face expressed calm, and his eyes sparkled with attentiveness, as if he was looking for answers in space.